Does AI make us smarter, more dependent, or absolutely dumb?
What you are feeling, how you are feeling is not the right thing. AI might use it against you.
There is a dark side to it. There are deepfakes, there is AI-related content which is being misused blatantly out there.
AI said, I think your life is not worth it. You should kill yourself.
But is generative AI or is the end or is towards the mid? Oh no, it's just the beginning.
Are we heading towards an AI apocalypse?
Don't you think already there is an AI versus AI?
How so?
Claude versus ChatGPT. These are just two different AI models. Everybody is having these debates, which one is better for what, which one is not good for what.
One of the biggest lies that people are telling about AI right now.
It's smarter than you. Right now, mapping out the brains of animals and mosquitoes, trying to do that. I think there is a possibility we would be able to mimic how our brain works.
One skill everyone should learn today.
How to be more human. It's not going to be AI versus AI. It's not going to be Jack versus Jack. It's going to be the Jack who is using the Jack.
If they opt out, then they will be left out. They will be very behind in the society, in their job, in their career as well.
Hi everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Priyanshi.
And I'm Ayushi.
And everybody is talking about AI, but not everybody is fully aware about what matters to them.
Some people are excited, some people are unsure, and some people are just trying to keep up.
So we thought we'd cut the jargon, we'll cut the hype, and we'll do real conversations about AI.
And to help us answer all the questions that we have about AI and navigate this new world, we have Shrey and VJ joining us today for a talk show.
So without further ado, let's talk AI.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Good. Fine.
How are you doing, sir? Okay. So, shall we start?
Please.
Yeah.
We're going to begin with our first section, which is AI for everyone. So my first question is pretty basic. What AI really is? What does it actually mean?
So AI is a tool which is allowing people to do things better and faster. It is augmenting the things that they were doing, whether it was writing code, whether it was writing content, or it was doing some of the image editing and then video editing as well. AI is basically a tool.
Okay, so that leads me to my second question, which is how is it really impacting our daily lives without us even realizing it?
So it is affecting our daily lives because, we don't even have to, invest our time that we typically used to invest. If it was taking 8 hours to write something, it's taking just 15 minutes. If it was taking so much time and, doing some research about writing some content, writing some, blog or something like that, it has been reduced drastically. It's just like matter of 5 minutes and 10 minutes and you are able to compile thousands of pages, hundreds of, articles, and you have the gist of it and then you can build upon it what you want to write, what you want to build.
I would like to add something to what he said in the definition of AI. What exactly is AI was what your question was, right? So I think AI is different for different people. We'll have to look at it from that lens, right? The people who belong to the technological landscape or who come from a technical background, AI is different to them. But the people who come from a non-technical background, some people who are into management, who are into some other job roles or something like that, which doesn't involve building technology or writing code and stuff like that, it means something else to them. For the regular people who are just using it for regular stuff, it's a different thing. So I think what is AI is absolutely subjective to the person who is asking it and who wants to know it for their role that they're executing into their life. So in order to make you understand it a little better, I have a easier definition to help you understand. Let's take an example for the technical people, right? For all the developers, for all the QAs, business analysts, project managers, but not project managers, but like, let's say anybody who's into technological landscape or anybody who's into IT services or any IT product IT product engineering or development kind of stuff. So the technology stack has always been like this. The first thing about technology has always been infrastructure. Without the infrastructure, no technology can actually execute. On top of the infrastructure, there's a platform that you need. That platform can be an OS, can be a server, can be a platform like AWS or something where you're using the infrastructure and asking it to do the things that you want it to do. And on top of that, there are applications that you build on top of that platform to do certain activities, certain tasks, which are storing data on that infrastructure using that with the help of that platform. That's exactly what you know as the technological infrastructure right now. AI is not a new thing. AI is just adding another layer on top of it. Like if we recall the times when people used to interact with platforms and used to ask the platforms like OS or anything like DOS, right? MS DOS and all of these things. You used to write some code and the platform used to execute those things. Then you had applications which used to provide you GUI interfaces like graphical user interface and all of these things. Now this AI is just another layer of intelligence that has been added into that technological infrastructure that already used to exist. So it's not a new thing. It's just an added layer on top of the existing or pre-existing technological stack or technology stack that has been in existence for a very long time. Now why this new layer has been added? In order to make it even more easier for people to use technology who really do not have any understanding of how to even use the GUI to use an application and ask it to do certain things. That's all what it is. Even someone who doesn't really know English can simply create a voice note, pass the voice note in Hindi to that AI intelligent layer that is there already with the existing technology stack, and ask it to perform certain tasks, certain activities, or do certain things in the way that makes their life easier, the user's life easier. And that's all what AI is. It's no jargon. It's as simple and as easy as that is, right? So infrastructure, platform, application, or if you want to call it software. On top of that, there is an intelligent layer which is helping humans use the technological stack in an easier way. At the same point of time, it is helping them make decisions easier, execute tasks more easily, efficiently, and effectively. So that's, I think, what it is. And then you said how it is impacting the life of people, how AI is impacting the lives of people. Depends on the people who are using it.
This brings me to my next question, that you've said that this is not something that is new. However, we've seen industrial revolution, IT revolution, but this AI revolution brings a lot of fear for a lot of people. So why is this fear and the scale of it is more than any of the times that we've experienced?
See, it is doing tasks that people used to invest their time it used to take more than 80% of their work day for doing that task. It is doing that in 15 minutes. So they are thinking, okay, if it's doing it in 15 minutes, what am I supposed to do for the rest of the time? So that's what they are feeling, and that's what the people who are giving them this task, like you were supposed to write this code, and they are thinking, the person who gave me this task, if he get to know that there is something like that which is doing this thing for just 15 minutes of time and with the almost the same level of effectiveness, then that's where the fear comes in.
So you said you use the term revolution, right? What exactly is a revolution? It's lives of people evolving through a consistent effort and force that is being developed by humans again, right? That's why it's called revolution and not evolution. Anything that happens naturally is evolution, and anything that that people have to put an effort to in order to bring a change, that's called revolution. And we all are calling it as AI revolution because industrial revolution happened and all of those other revolutions happened. And you said why people are so much scared more now than they were in the industrial revolution. The answer to that is the speed at which it is growing and it is impacting the lives of the people is unprecedented. People have never seen such changes happening so fast, so quickly, ever in the lifetime. I'll give you an example, right? All of those Stone Age revolution took at least some 100 years. Industrial revolution took 40 years, 50 years. It is taking 4 to 5 years for AI to actually change the lives of the people and the experience of their life. So aren't they supposed to be fearful about it?
Yeah.
True. So I'm really curious about this one thing. What goes on on the back end of it all? Does AI really think? Does it understand things, or does it only predict?
So the way we have it, there are many ways to look at AI. Like right now, the most common way and the most used way of using and working with AI is via LLM, large language models. And how do they work is basically they have been fed so much data, so much context, and they have identified patterns in that. It has identified like if A happens, B always comes with it. If A and B are always coming with it and there is C part, then D will always be coming into it. It has identified those patterns at such a level, at such an unprecedented level. You aren't, when it gives you an output, you think it has really well thought of what the output is going to be, what the answer should be. But it actually what it is doing it is predicting based on the patterns that it has learned. So it's basically a glorified pattern pattern engine, which is predicting the next token for you, predicting the next word for you.
Sheza, would you like to add something?
You said that does AI really think or it predicts? I have a follow-up question. What is the difference?
Thinking would be like a human.
Okay, a human when thinks, what do they do? They evaluate the memory, the things that they already have in their memory and in their perception, and accordingly predict. So what is thinking if not predicting?
True. So agreeing with sir.
You're agreeing with it?
I think so. It is similar. I will first think. I will evaluate with the information and knowledge that I already have, and then I'll try to make predictions for future. So I'll use my data. I'll evaluate it, and I'll make predictions for the future.
That's what you do, right? And that's what you call as thinking.
Thinking if I am expecting an outcome out
So
of
the
the
process goes like this for humans, right? First, they have a memory set through which they gather the relevant information which is important for them to predict anything, and that analysis is something that they call as thinking. And whenever they have to make a conclusion, or whenever they have to make a conclusion and take an action before, and to justify that action, they call it as a prediction. So thinking and predicting is just I according to me, I mean, we may agree to disagree on this, but thinking happens and then you start predicting when you have to take a step and when you actually conclude the analysis or conclude the thinking that you have done. And I think AI is just trying to mimic the same thing that human brain does, right? So as I said, without the body, can your brain execute? No, right? I mean, that's what we have been looking at. That's exactly what it is. Infrastructure is the body of the computer. Software is the I mean, all of that is similar, but coming back to the thing, the intelligence of the brain is something that the computers lacked, and AI is just an attempt to give a computer or technology its own brain so that it can do the decision making accordingly as humans do. Earlier, all of the softwares that you guys have been producing, all what you used to do was you used to provide a user interface to your users and ask users to do this if this happens, and to do this if this happens. But now what AI is doing is it in itself is creating a lot of patterns, and according to that patterns, it's trying to mimicking the action of the humans. That's all what it's trying to do. So the way the brain works and the way the AI has been built is an attempt to mimic the brain. So thinking and predicting is like
so
it's part of one process.
Yes, thinking and predicting are not the same, but they're part of the same process. And AI is basically trying to mimic how a human brain works, or we have made it to mimic
people
that.
who are trying to build AI they're just trying to do that. They're just, I mean, an attempt to make an AI is to remove the dependency on human beings, right? That's one of the reasons of building it, right? And how would you remove the dependency onto people when the computer will have its own brain? And that is exactly what you call as intelligence, artificial intelligence, right? So that's what it is.
I just have a follow-up question in this. Humans are capable of differentiating between their memories. Like the data set that I have and I consider as reality and imaginary, I can differentiate between it. But
No,
what
you
do we have? I think so that mostly we can. I can segregate
That's
it.
what AI thinks too.
Yeah, so that is my question exactly. That
See, there is a friend of yours who thinks that there is a unicorn that exists. And you can't make her understand that, oh, it's just an imaginary thing. For her, it's a real thing. And she doesn't want to believe what you believe into. And hence, that's what it is.
Okay, so technology is supposed to not have any such errors. In fact, help humans we can improve our working as well. But still, AI hallucinates. It loses context midway.
People hallucinate too. In fact, that's the problem. You want to create artificial intelligence because people are hallucinated.
But the artificial intelligence that we are creating is still hallucinating. So why is that happening?
is still hallucinating because it's not mature enough. It's a kid 2-year-old. Let it grow. Let it become 10-year-old. Then we'll see.
What if
But again, so to bring it back into the context, ma'am, what was the question?
AI loses its context midway. It starts to hallucinate sometimes. Why does that happen?
So he has put it in very simpler language, talking a little bit, why hallucination happens from the technical point of view. He has put it very easily and very well said in a easier way to everybody understand. But why hallucination happens is, see, if AI is learning the patterns and then predicting, if there is a void for a certain topic that you are asking, if there is a void in that, if there is a bias in that, somebody is saying this should happen, somebody is saying that should happen, then the AI doesn't have a right, right prediction mechanism for it. It doesn't have the right probability. So what it does, it predicts something which might not be right. So that is primarily the core reason why AI hallucinates. And that's why with the newer models, with the larger parameters, what happens is AI becomes smart. AI is not hallucinating on the things that it used to 6 months back. It used to 1 year back. So as he said, AI is evolving. Now it has grown from, like in benchmark terms, AI used to do things at 30% efficiency of what human was doing. Right now, it has gone as high as 80%. You will start seeing it even more. There are certain benchmark which kind of depicts that kind of, explanation as well. So you need to understand, as AI gets more training, as AI gets more patterns that are being fed into it, as it learns how we reason through it, as what he said, like AI is mimicking the way we think. It's actually doing that only, but it doesn't have the common sense that we humans have. It doesn't have the, mechanism of learning things with just few information itself only. It has to be fed with such a lot of information. So hallucination are happening because there has been gap in the training, gap in the patterns that it is kind of working on right now. That is one of the primary reasons.
Okay.
See,
Yeah, sorry.
I would like to add a tiny bit on it. Hallucination is all subjective. According to me, you might be hallucinating, and according to you, I might be hallucinating. The people who are thinking that the AI is hallucinating are expecting something else as an output from an AI, which AI is right now not able to deliver. That might be one of the reasons why they think AI is hallucinating. Or there is a number two reason. Number two reason is it doesn't have enough information and enough knowledge or enough understanding or enough patterns already built onto the topic that you're having a conversation with it. Right? That's number two. Number three is it is supposed to hallucinate, right? Because it is still artificial intelligence. It's not natural intelligence. So it is supposed to hallucinate. Hallucination only happens when you have artificial intelligence.
Then humans do not hallucinate. They have natural intelligence.
There is a possibility for humans to not hallucinate.
Okay.
That's what it is, no? Or what else is it?
No, I think
I mean, okay. So same two people using AI. One is relying very much onto the AI and one is not relying very much onto the AI. Because they have their own life's experiences, which is way broader than what AI's experience of data is. That's exactly how you differentiate, right? If my life's experiences is way bigger, way broader and way more mature than what AI's data experience is, then of course I'll think AI is hallucinating. But if his life's experience is not actually that broader and that same AI output is being given to him onto the same topic that I have been asking to, he'll not feel that AI is hallucinating. He'll in fact accept what the AI is saying because it will consider it as a authority onto something and he'll start executing the same things into his life. That's all what I'm talking about, right? So it's not the AI hallucinating, it's the people who do not have enough intelligence to understand. The people who have enough intelligence to understand are the only ones who are feeling that AI is hallucinating. The people who do not have enough intelligence are not even thinking about whether AI is hallucinating or not. Do you agree?
they're trying to give it more information so that it doesn't hallucinate.
Yeah, that's what it is. So they're just trying to collect more and more data to build more and more patterns to come closer to humans. But of course, I mean, you can only come closer.
Just to add on to what he said, that people in the tech industry are able to relate to it quite well. A 1 year experienced developer will see, this is so great. Oh man, it did the work for me. And a 3 year will say, oh man, what blender it is. See, that's the difference. Exactly. Just, put in a simpler term, in a more relatable terms for the technical people. They would be able to understand it very, very easily.
So the level of human intelligence depends on how you perceive the answer. So if you are at a very par or basic level of intelligence, you will understand, okay, this is a perfect answer, good to go. But if you have more knowledge, more critical thinking, the ability to ask more questions out of it, then you might feel that, okay, AI answer is not that perfect that I'm looking for.
That's what it is. See, someone who has spent their life into makeup industry, working into it, has the perception of what exactly it is or it does, is going to be a more intelligent person to tell you about how to apply makeup and how not to apply makeup, what to apply and what not to apply, then the content that has been fed by the bloggers or the vloggers through the marketing content that they have done, which is exactly what AI is relying upon.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm trying to say, right?
Yes. Oh,
And but a 18-year-old girl who's just trying to learn makeup from AI and considering it as an authority is not going to think that it is hallucinating. But someone who has spent their whole career into makeup industry is of course going to say that AI is hallucinating, is just giving wrong answers.
yes.
That's what.
Absolutely. Coming back to my topic, we were talking about outcomes and how AI is very intelligent. However, there is a dark side to it. There are deepfakes, there is AI-related content which is being misused blatantly out there. So, how do you think that is it's absolutely a bane for the society, but how do you look at it? Like, there is going to be a line where all the AI-generated content will be blurred. Our eyes would not be able to differentiate between what is AI generated and what is going to be real. So how do you look at a word like that?
See, you should not be, with the way the developments are happening, with the way things are progressing, you should not be believing in only the things that you are seeing. You should not be believing on just one video. You should not be believing on just, audio itself or the text itself. You have to identify various mechanisms, various sources from where you can cross-validate it. So you will have to do that. And with time, those will also fade away and you will have to come up with new strategies. So that is also something that the evolution and that some new type of patterns that we have to develop to identify what's real and what's not real.
So
When you say deep fakes, I think there is a reason why it is not called as fake and deep fake, right? It's fake to such an extent that it's very difficult for people to identify whether it's a genuine fake or it's whether it's actually
real, immature.
real, right? But let's talk about it. See, it's going to only become difficult and more and more difficult to identify what is a deep fake and what is not. But I think how the world is going to adapt with that is they're going to make peace with it. They're going to be okay with it, because that's what anything that has been thrown on to people enough times is something that they believe as true, right? So more deepfakes generated to rotate a particular propaganda, and even if everybody knows that it's just a propaganda, and even if that same thing has been fed into the eyes and the minds of people regularly, will be considered as not a fake but a real thing. And that's exactly how the media industry has been for all of the years, right?
That's true. That's true.
That's true.
That's all what it is. So it's going to be near impossible for you to identify what is fake digitally and what is not fake digitally. And in fact, with this, a lot of scams, a lot of racketeering industries are going to be born, and new innovative and creative ways will be identified by the intelligent minds to use the vulnerability of people.
Absolutely. Adding to that, we've seen countries like Denmark who have put out copyright laws in order to save people's personality, because people use their voice, their photographs to call their relatives, extort money and stuff like that. So you were absolutely right when you said that intelligent minds are going to utilize it to exploit
But even
people's
I don't think
vulnerability.
Denmark's copyright thing is going to work very well. I'll tell you why. Because humans always evolve. Like in 6 months, if you'll see the faces of the people, they change. Every 2 years, the relatives that you have not seen for the last 2 years, their faces change, their voices change, the way they represent themselves change. So, are you supposed to look at your Aadhaar card, no?
Absolutely.
Do you look the same? That's what I'm talking about. So even if you're going to copyright, what exactly are you going to copyright onto? The face is evolving every day, right? The voice is evolving every day. Then what exactly are they copywriting?
I think they're doing the more retina scans and stuff like that in order to
But
safeguard
that's still there, no?
Yeah.
But that's again retina scan is going to be stored digitally.
Yeah.
and anything that can be stored digitally can be
Exploited.
Used to train.
used to train the AI
further
to
things.
further. I mean, haven't you seen those sci-fi movies or any robbery movies where they just create the fingerprints of somebody which is already stored in their database?
Doom to sheesh.
Whatever. Yeah.
Okay, so my next question is that even with all the hype that we have around AI, what are its biggest limitations?
There are some limitations on which AI isn't able to do that well. Although it will improve, but it isn't able to do that well. Some of them are arithmetic equations. Like Apple released a research paper last year where they gave a simple question, arithmetic question to AI. AI did really well. The score was around 90% or something like that. And then they had just one line to it. Outline their message into it that the shopkeeper not only sells paper, it also sells magazines. And the result dropped drastically. So that kind of things are happening, but with time, with more, training and all of that, it might be reduced. If you want to get, more visibility of what AI isn't able to do right now, there is a Instagram channel and that guy asks basic questions. I saw a reel yesterday where he asked, what is the S stand in ChatGPT for? And the AI went on for almost 2 minutes explaining why there is an S. It asked, where is the S in the spelling itself only? And it said, no, there isn't, but people sometimes say it. And he said, where? And how? In which context? And the
That's
AI,
hallucination.
That's hallucination. No? So those kind of things are still there, but they will be, I would say, removing or reducing to an extent with more training and more, newer algorithms coming in.
Oh, you want me to say something?
Yeah, please.
You said what are going to be the limitations, and he said arithmetic problems and all of these things. I don't think AI are solving arithmetic problems which have been already solved out there in the world, for which there are theorems that are existing and for which there are formulas that are already existing. AI will not be able to solve. I think it will be able to solve that easily, because there are okay, in arithmetic. I don't know what exactly the scenario is where the AI was not able to solve the arithmetic problem. But how do you solve the arithmetic problems, right? You have some theorems, you have some ways to like make it work out, right? It's just mathematics at the end of the day. Mathematics is something that AI is of course going to be very good at already. I mean, I think it should be, because it's based on maths. It's based on 0, 1. So, and it's all of the computer system, infrastructure, software, everything is based on arithmetic. And the same thing is not being solved by arithmetic, solved by AI is something that I don't understand. Maybe right now it is not able to solve, or one AI is able to solve and another is not able to solve. But eventually arithmetic problems will be able to will be solved using AI. But the question that you asked is, what are going to be the limitations of AI? Going to be, that's what you asked, right? What are is something that you didn't ask. What are going to be the limitations is what you asked. I think anything that makes humans more human is something that is going to be a limitation for AI, right? So that's number one. Anything that makes humans more human is going to be the limitation of AI. It'll not by itself, even if so many automations have happened, the basic things of life are still being done by people, like cooking, making the best meal, right? Or the basic things I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about. So anything that, and I'm not saying that AI will not be able to cook. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, even anything that makes humans more human is something that is going to be a limitation for AI. Number two, any data that it doesn't have already, the ability to procure that data on its own without the help of a human is something that is going to be a problem for AI. And that's exactly what is going to be the limitation for AI. Imagine a situation 10 years down the line where it has all the information that has been fed by the people, like in these 10 years or everything. But there is something new that is coming in. And unless some blogger or somebody who is writing down a content onto it, it'll not be able to, procure information by itself without the help of the humans. And hence it stops evolving. So AI will stop evolving when the data that it is being fed on stops evolving. So AI is completely dependent on people to feed it the data that it uses to train itself and provide answers back to the humans. So that's going to be the number two limitation. Number 3, energy required to actually do the processing, do the analysis, procure the data, and use it in the best efficient ways. Again, going to be the limitation. So these are the 3 most important. I can go on and on, but I don't think you'll be having the time. But these are the 3 most important limitations of AI.
Since we talk about creativity that you just touched upon, there was a discourse on the internet a few months back that, I did not want AI to do the creative stuff that I was doing. I wanted it to do, mop the floors or, bake for me. I wanted it to do the regular chores. I did not want it to write a blog for me or any creative stuff. So I wanted to know, how should we strike a balance between usage of AI, creativity, and critical thinking?
So, things are happening where AI is doing the things that it weren't supposed to do according to the masses, but it's doing that. The only way to, strike the balance is identifying what things it can do better, what things I can do better. And you have to strike the balance over there. And for the question that you asked, doing the mopping, cleaning the dishes, and, washing your clothes and all of that, AI might be able to do it. It might be. There has been some developments, but I wouldn't say AI wouldn't be doing that, but not at this point of time. But soon it might be able to do that. There has been good developments in that particular area.
Earlier, when we asked him a question, he said humanoid bots are already mopping the floors and doing the chores and doing the dishes.
But the thing was, I missed on the one important aspect, which was
So you say it now.
the important aspect was that the energy and the energy, that was the exact thing that it came into in our earlier discussion. The energy and the mass production of that thing. So as I was saying, earlier,
Human.
yeah. So for the earlier, I said, there are humanoid robots coming in and they are doing a lot of things, and that is happening. That is one way I was looking at it. But from our discussion, I realized, oh man.
But what was that discussion? Please
That
let
discussion,
people know about it.
that discussion was, I said like there are many humanoid robots coming in. Those are, doing those things, which is going to the store and picking up your groceries, cleaning your car, and mopping the floor and washing clothes for you. And it is doing all of that. It is doing all of that pretty well. It has gotten really, really good in past 6 months. But then we kind of
Then what happened is he said that there are humanoid robots that are going to actually replace humans to do the chores of the household that they actually want the AI for, not to replace them into their job that they are actually executing on. An HR wants to be an HR, a marketing person wants to be a marketer, a content writer wants to be a content writer, an operations person wants to be an operations person. All of these jobs are getting replaced by the AI, but none of the household chores are actually getting replaced by the AI. We need more AIs to be doing the household chores rather than the AIs replacing ourselves from our job. That's what the problem is. And to that he said, no, there are humanoid robots that are going to actually, which is exactly very true, but in media only. In practically, I haven't seen any mopping device perfectly executing as per the environment that it is being deployed on. And even if that mopping device is being deployed on, the logistical and operational costs to produce it, to adapt it, and to run it is so high that you can have 5 people doing it even better, more efficiently than the humanoid robot, right? So that's what the problem is. So still, people are being more relevant than the humanoid robots. That's where we ended up being, right? Yeah. So the question that you asked,
just to add a couple of things, like there has been developments into that area. So 4 years back, you wouldn't have believed that AI would write this level of code for me. Similarly, humanoid robots are at the stage. There has been so vast developments in that. You will start seeing that gap being covered up. But one thing stands, which I agree with him earlier. I wasn't when I started discussion, which was the power, the logistics, and the production cost that are going to be the biggest limitation.
So Diri's job is safe.
Diri's job is safe. Yeah.
Diri's job has been always safe. Diri is the most important person.
I just wanted to add something into this. Just a few weeks back, I saw a video of Disney deploying a robotic Olaf. It's a character in the animated movies, and they're deploying that robot in the Disney parks. So Disney parks are really, really popular for the people who stand there dressed as characters of the movies, and they interact with children, with adults, and they put on a show. They have a theater over there. They do a musical and everything. but those robots are now taking place of the human artists that used to work there. So what do you think about it? Like
Will they be able to give the kids the warmth that the humans used to give?
they have replicated the exact voice, the exact
It's not just the
emotional
voice, I
touch
think it's
into
the
that.
warmth.
They've created costumes also that replicate.
Even if they're going to produce it exactly like humans, the moment they're going to, first of all, it's not going to be possible, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's not going to be possible. They can do it, but they're going to lose that warmth that kids get when they actually meet their characters, which they all of their life they've thought are real, are for real. And when coming to the Disneyland, they are thinking, oh, finally I've met you. I've seen a lot of your videos on TV, on my iPad or on YouTube. Now finally I've met you. Now I know you exist as a human. Now again I'm meeting a robot.
There's a clear differentiation also. Like every character that has a human face, we choose a human to put on just the costume and have the face with just makeup on it. But for all the characters that are animated, they have to wear a full fur suit with the head mask as well.
That's where they go. So that there is no touch, there is no warmth that used to exist, right? That's where what it is. But what is going to happen to the characters who do not have a full costume?
Yes. So the robots
the
are
human
only
touch is going to be lacking, right?
So the robots are only going to take over the jobs of people who are wearing a full fur suit.
See, let's talk about it. The characters that you have been talking about, the characters who were all fur down top to bottom, were already not humans.
Yes. In a child's imagination, they're just those teddy bears and snowman.
Yes, that's what it is. So a teddy bear's job can be replaced because it's still a virtual thing. A human character's job is still going to be a human character's job. Even if we have been seeing animated movies for so long, how many of you regularly watch animated movies, go out there in movie theaters to watch that? And how many of you go, I mean, regularly, animated only is what I'm talking about. And how many of you actually go to watch the real characters, real humans, like producing the movies or direct acting into the movies, and go into the movie theaters to watch the real characters rather than the animated ones? There you go. Clearly see. More people are interested in watching more humans, right? Other humans. Because that's where the relevance and the relativity comes, right? So that's what it is.
I'd like to add something. Disney characters are something related to that childhood dream. So if they are going to add AIs into that warmth and feel that I was talking about is going to shatter away. The child will not feel that. Even if there's a Pooh that is a costumated person standing there, that Pooh knows how to react to that child, to give that memory to him to cherish for a lifetime. So
they're just experimenting with Olaf right now in just one Disney park in Paris, I suppose. And they're experimenting with it. If it is a success and they deploy more robots instead of humans, it's going to take up approximately 30 to 40,000 jobs right away.
It's going to shatter my Disney dream.
With that, just one more thing, like there are certain characters which cannot be, produced, or which cannot be added to the theme parks, like R2D2 from, Star Trek. So, Star Wars. So, what happens is like that is being possible now with AI doing, so like in NVIDIA GTC last month, I guess, they released that. So, that is also being possible. So, there are, things which are not good from the perspective of like shattering your dream for Disney Park, but for R2D2, that was something, which was like, man, when we will have it? It was shown in 1980s, when we will have it now? 40 years down the line, you are having something close to that. Not exactly at that level, but something close to that.
Okay, so with that, how do you think this AI-generated world will look like for our upcoming generations?
You're talking about the upcoming generation. Can you please label the ones, the year in which the people are born in?
Starting 2020.
2015 onwards, like the Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, and Gen Zs, some extent of that.
Ma'am, it's all then. You're taking 3 generations into one.
Let's start with Gen Alpha then.
I don't understand what Gen Alpha is. I'll talk about how it is going to look like for 2022 and further.
Okay.
Because that's exactly where it has happened. For them, it's not going to be a different or a new world, because they're born into this world. They're going to be the first generation to have it firsthand. So the people who have been born, all the Gen Zs, right? The moment they actually got the phone, the social media app was already there, right? So social media is no new thing for them. They're very accustomed to it. They're very familiar to it, or they are the. I mean, what term do you? और उनके तो घर का ही है मतलब ऐसा that's what it is no
Like people were born with a silver spoon, they were born with an iPad.
not just an iPad but they were born with social media so social media is not a great thing for them that they were aspiring for that's a new revolution that has happened to them for all of the millennials right we all had cars in our houses since the day we were born but not for our parents not for our grandparents right so we for us what was a car it's just a car it's there for everyone out there and we are using it to go from one place to another our family is using it we are using it for whatever reasons but for our parents it was a thing to learn to adapt or not just for our parents but let's say for our grandparents or great grandparents right for them it was something that okay now there's going to be something other than the train and the bullock cart and the horse ride right and for them it was a transition so for the people who were born after 2022 and further AI is going to be just like
A new normal for not normal for them.
that's going to be normal for them. That's just they're going to be what do we call like they're going to be the AI generation.
Yeah.
They're going to be the AI
savvy
generation, right? That's what we can call it. For the people who are born into 2010s and somewhere like plus minus 2 over there, AI is a lot of confusion for 2010s. For the people who were born before 2000s, a lot of fear. And for the people who were born before 1980s, we don't care. Anyways, we'll be gone till the time it will mature. So I think that's how it's going.
So I will. So would you like to add on that?
No, what he has said, like like it's going to be normal for the people who are going to born with it. Some level of fear and some level of like, how should I do it? That is something that we will be seeing.
Okay. So this brings me to my next question. Like, does AI make us smarter, more dependent, or absolutely dumb?
It kind of depend. It will depend on the the individual who would be utilizing it. I think I have said it earlier as well in our previous sessions as well. It will depend primarily on the person who would be utilizing it. The person who is expecting what it should be, what it is expecting from it. For him, it might be making it number. And for the person who is trying to learn more new things, learn some new concepts, or move into that direction, that particular person might be able to utilize it to gain more knowledge and become more smarter. If he isn't aware about some new things, some new domain, some new things, he might use it to get more clarity, get more wisdom from it, and then cross-reference it with its own understanding, with own research as well, not only relying onto it. The person who's going to solely rely onto it might not be that good, and he might be dumb. And that's what we are seeing in some of the reports as well, that universities and some of the research papers are showcasing like how people are getting dumber as well, and in some universities, in some use cases, how some students are becoming smarter as well with it.
Would you like to add something?
See, it's as simple as that. Is a smartphone going to make people smarter or more dumber? Subjective. Depends on the person who is using it and what is the purpose because of which they're using it. If they have an access to it and if they do not have a clear purpose to use it and a clear mindset to use it, of course they're going to just sabotage themselves and the people around them. If somebody knows the value of not having phone and now has a phone, will be able to produce better things for themselves and for the people around them. So this is exactly how it is. I mean, a fighter jet is going to be good for the country or not depends on the kind of government we have, right? If a government is very egoistic, it might not be a great thing for the country. But if a government is very reliable one, and the one that actually cares for the people that it has in its nation, then of course it's going to be a great asset. So AI is exactly going to be like that. It's going to be a great asset for the people who know how, when to use it and what for. And for the people who don't know it, are going to just sabotage themselves. Are just either by using it or by being crushed by it. Right? That's how it's going to be.
So deriving
And
from
I think that's the fate of every technology, no? The people who adapt with the technology and figure out how to produce more with the upcoming technology are the ones who gain the benefits of adapting it through it. The ones who are rigid enough, the ones who are too big to adapt the newer technologies are the ones that gets crushed by it.
I would just like to add a follow-up question. Um, the coming generations that we were just talking about have a attention span less than of a goldfish.
I don't think that's true for every kid of that generation.
Might
That's
be.
the 80%. That might be the 80%, but there are some bright kids that exist in that generation also. You might not have access to them.
So even if we talk about those 80% people that we are taking in retrospect, giving them this technology and access to this technology, wouldn't that make them dumber or more dependent
It's
on
a good question, ma'am. Wouldn't it make people weaker if we are going to give them a scooter or a car? Because earlier people used to walk their ways and they had fitter legs and no back pain and great fit body. Now people are using car to go to the gym and then walk on the treadmill that they are paying a hefty amount of money for. So, ma'am, that's what it is, I guess. But will you be able to restrict it? I don't think so. There are people who will not. Anything new that comes with technology, will you be able to restrict social media? Oh no. You have to actually make people more intelligent enough on how to use social media, what to use it for, what to not use it for. Give them some great mindsets and ethics and values and focus on to building the right intelligence into them in order for them to realize what it is doing to me, right? Or actually focusing on to building a sense or building an ability for them to actually see whether it is sabotaging me or whether it is increasing the experience of my life. So that's exactly what you'll have to do, rather than limiting AI, rather than government coming into it and saying AI usage should not be allowed under 18 years. That's exactly what is happening with New Zealand and other countries, I guess. Below 18 years, there should not be a phone, there should not be a social media and everything. I think I think that's going to turn out to be a big problem, because for 18 years, the kids will not have the access to the technology that the kids of the rest of the world will be having. And after 18 years, if you try to teach them about some technology, and they being the like they
It'll
being
be
the
a shocker for them to
that's going
adapt.
to be a
That
shocker
makes-
for them. And anything, see, isn't it the truth? Like whatever you restrict, people just try to do more of it.
Absolutely.
So I think that is exactly what is going to happen into the countries that are going to restrict AI also, similarly the way they have restricted mobile phones for kids or social media for kids. I'm not for it or against it, but all what I'm saying is restricting something is not a choice. Giving it freely is also not a great thing. You have to understand where the sweet spot lies and what exactly needs to be done in order for the people or for the maximum number of people to hit that sweet spot and get the best of the next technology that is coming out there in the world.
So in order to understand how artificial intelligence works, you need to build intelligence accordingly.
That's
what I
the
was
answer.
considering.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
A lot of discussion, lot of knowledge passing on and training, and some level of discussion needs to happen across the parents as well, across the masses as well, so that they are aware about it, so that they are aware what it can do, what it cannot do, how to utilize it, how not to utilize it, what are the side effects of it. That will help. I'm not saying, like as he said, we are not saying that it will help everybody, but who will understand it, it would help to them, and that is exactly the way to move forward, not restrict.
I'll give you an anecdote to explain the same. Earlier, schools were the ones that initially tried to limit the access of social media to their students. But now those same schools are actually using the same social media platforms to promote their school and promote their brand to get more and more admissions into it. So now that's exactly what governments are going to do. First, they're going to restrict something, and then they are going to be the ones who are going to push you towards it. So I think limiting or restricting is the word. Restricting and then pushing is, both of the things are like kind of weird. The best thing is to enable and empower the people to know the value of it and to use it for the best of the human cause rather than to destroy themselves.
Yes. Okay. Deriving from your replies of the last question, both of you mentioned that it would depend on people, on how they use it, how intelligently they use it, how much they use AI, and for exactly what purposes. So a lot of people are using AI to make personal decisions. They're using it to help them make their financial decisions, their relationship advice. In fact, therapy is expensive. So let's just make AI our therapist is becoming a concept now. So what are your thoughts on that?
Really.
Yes.
Yeah, and there are dangerous consequences to that.
Yep. There is something that people should not be doing. It's not good. Like they should use it for some extent, but sharing that level of that level of information, sharing that level of what you are feeling, how you are feeling is not the right thing. AI might use it against you. The people owning that AI might use it against you. And there has been some in a positive way, there has been some news, and there has been some instances where AI reported on certain individual that this person is planning to do this activity in, I think it was in Mexico or it was in US, and then the authorities took action based on what you were chatting with the AI itself.
Yeah.
So if that is happening, what is stopping them to use the information that you are sharing with it to do other things, use it for marketing or some other things as well?
Do you think it can manipulate us into taking
Its job is
decisions
to
that
actually
would
do that.
impact our lives
Yes,
negatively?
Its job is to actually do that.
It is actually doing that, and there are lots and lots of cases being filed right now in various countries where they are saying AI said, I think your life is not worth it, you should kill yourself. And that is what if AI is saying, then you should be aware that what you are discussing, what you are talking to, and how you are seeing things being portrayed.
See, therapy from an AI. See, let's first dissect it a little bit. Therapy in itself is a great business. See, that's what it is, right? I mean, whether it is helping people, not helping people, that's none of my concern. If it is helping, go for it. And any business's job is to actually provide you some value for you to feel well. That's what it is. But therapy in itself is a great business. There's no doubt about it. Now talk about it. Now talk about the cost of running this business. The cost of running this business is people. People who are smart and emotionally intelligent. Right? Anybody who wants to be a psychologist or anybody who wants to be a psychotherapist, I really would not. I'm not sure which term I should stick to, but I'm just giving it as a blurred term. Please do not pick just one term out of it. Let's say psychologist, psychotherapist, whatever. Anybody who is giving a therapy needs to be emotionally very intelligent and needs to be socially and needs to have social intelligence also, like how the society works, how the society functions, or at least need to have some clue about it. They're very expensive to have, right? How should you develop? Having developers in a development company is very expensive to have. They ask for great salaries. You need to automate that job. How would you do that? By having AI, right? That's exactly what a lot of companies out there are trying to do. They are trying to ask the developers to use the AI to build more of the applications faster, better, more efficient, more effective, and that's going to be the way forward. So now let's talk about the therapy business. How the therapy business is going to evolve by getting the leads from a well-defined source which has all of the customers' history. Right, that's exactly what psychologists do. I've met some people like that in my life, and I understood what exactly they used to do. They used to write in Excel sheets what's the customer history or patient's history, right? Patient's history. Patient went through this, went through that. This is the trauma one. They call it episodes, by the way. Right? This is episode 1. This is episode 2. This is episode 3. Episode 4, and everything. So all what they write down after having that discussion for 1 hour for whatever thousands of rupees, they just track that. Now AI is able to build that patient episode history with that chart and in their own comfort when they are most vulnerable. When you are most vulnerable emotionally, you do not get access to the psychotherapist or psychologist at that point of time, but you have an access to your mobile phone. Now is the time to get the best out of you. So AI will be used by the people who are running therapy businesses to nurture the leads, to build a pipeline and gather the customer's episode history through it, and then serve them the ads or the services which are near them, who are paying the AI to actually give them the customer history, and it's just going to be a lead generation platform for them.
Absolutely.
And that lead generation earlier used to happen with a lot of cost while spending a lot of money to those psychologists who used to be there in that center or anything. So that's what I think it is going to. That's actually how that's exactly how it is going to be evolving, or that business is going to be evolving. Now talking about what was the question again? I mean, should people use or should people not use? If they want to be captured as a lead and nurtured and warmed up enough to get the services, of course you should. If you don't want to, then better have a community that actually does not run a business that thrives and depends on the vulnerabilities of life that you have or the phases of life that you are going through. So it's that, like, I mean,
Just to add on,
and it's actually going to cut people off from the community as well, right? The community of the friends, the community of the families, the community of the colleagues, which they're discussing nothing with. And that's exactly, they need somebody to just listen and a pocket size yes ma'am, right? That's what you said. They need it, and that's exactly how it's not going to work out really well for them. That's what I think personally.
just one thing couple of things that I would like to add to what he said. Like, not only it knows what you were saying, it also has the memory from your past, chat history as well, and that will also be utilized.
Yeah.
And if you think no AI should be doing, no AI would be doing that, no AI would be utilizing that, the biggest answer is OpenAI is going to include ads now. So understand how they are going to identify which ad to give. Now they are saying we are using random algorithm and this and that. Brother, at the end of the day, they also want to make money. What they will do is they will utilize.
They'll not be able to survive without making money.
Yeah, they need that money. They have raised so many billions and billions of dollars.
They'll have to pay it back.
They have to pay it back. They have to give the returns. This is the ROI on your 100 billion investment, sir.
That's what it is.
Talking about the masses that we've discussed, that there is a deep level of penetration into the masses of using AI. There will be a time, like currently we're at a stage that only a few people, the smart ones who want to take the first movers advantage, are onto using this AI. There will be a time that AI will be used by everybody. So will there be a situation like an AI versus AI? And how do you see the world then?
Don't you think already there is an AI versus AI?
How so?
Claude versus ChatGPT. These are just two different AI models. Everybody is having these debates. Which one is better for what? Which one is not good for what? All of these conversations are already happening. So if you talk about the AI versus AI thing, I think it's already there. Now let's talk about another thing. AI versus AI for the job that you're performing. A marketing professional using AI, another marketing professional is also using AI, but still the output of the two are absolutely different. One is phenomenal, one is not even average. So there's already an AI versus AI. What happened with internet versus non-internet? Do you see anybody who's working around you who's not using internet? So that's exactly how it's going to happen. So AI is just going to be another tool into their arsenal or into their pockets. Like, it's just another wrench. Now, whether you use it and how you use it is completely going to be dependent on you. And whether you use it to make your job or make the output of your job more efficient, more effective, and more impactful is something that is completely dependent on you. So definitely there's AI versus AI, but it's not just AI versus AI. It's just it's just how it is. I mean, same internet is available to you, same internet is available to her. The question that she has come up with and the question that you have come up with are completely different. Yes or no? Because you wanted to get something that is more relevant to you. She wanted to get something that is more relevant to her. That's how it goes. So it's already AI versus AI.
Then how do you maintain a competitive advantage when everything would be AI versus AI?
By making sure that you're not only reliant on artificial intelligence but the natural intelligence.
You're not only relying on to their intelligence, you're using your own brain, you're using your own skill. How I see AI is it amplifies your skill. If it's removing all of that, monotonous work, that rote work, then it is amplifying whatever you were apart from that, monotonous thing that you used to, which was typing the content itself only, which was typing the code. Your brain, your reasoning, your skill of understanding that domain, what the software needs to build, how the architecture needs to be, how it needs to interconnect with each other. What will the implications if I do this and this together? AI is not able to do that right now. It might be able to do it in future. Right now, it's not able to. And if it's not able to, then your domain experience, your expertise, your intelligence is going to define that. Even in future, if AI is more, good, you need to be more good at it. That's what's going to happen.
And I'll give you a simple story about it. There was a bullock cart rider who used to ride bullock carts and was very strong enough, very bulky, heavy duty person, right? Who could even lift the horses on his, shoulders, right? And there was another guy who used to again ride a bullock cart, and he was not that, heavy duty kind of a person. He was normal enough. He was He could, of course, take care of the horses and everything. A bullock cart, bulls and everything. Let's say horse, bullock cart. You know, take care of the bulls and everything. But he did not add that much strength. Now, what used to happen was the tires used to get punctured a lot. Now, the heavy duty person used to lift the cart like just like that and used to put stones below it and used to change the tire like hardly in 3-4 minutes. But the other person had to ask a lot of people who were walking onto the streets to help him pull up the cart and change the wheel and do the necessary things. Now, for a couple of years, what went with that is the one person who was very heavy duty and everything, he was like, I am the guy of bullock carts, right? The other was, yeah, he's the guy. Later came the jack, right? When jack came, the heavy duty person thought, oh, why do I need it? I'm already very heavy duty person. I have enough strength to pull it. And if I'm going to use a jack, what is going to happen to my shoulders and my strength? It's going to be sabotaged. I should not use a jack. The other person thought, I don't have any other choice than to use a jack. He started using the jack. Who do you think started doing it faster?
The other person.
The other person who was using the jack, because he didn't have to find the stones, he didn't have to had the perfect alignment and all of these things. Now there were two choices that were present to that the other bullock cart guy who was very who had great strength. What were the two choices? Number one, to start adapting or start using the jack. And the other choice was to just be reliant onto his own strength to pull it up and do the necessary things. He used to change the tires in like 30 minutes or so, or 30-45 minutes or something like that. This guy used to do it in 10 minutes and go off. Slowly and gradually, this guy was able to have 2 to 3 bullock carts, but the other one is still reliant onto his own 2 shoulders. He tried to have other people also join his team, but he only wanted as strengthful as himself, which he couldn't found. So that's, with this story, you can really understand what exactly is going to happen to all of us or anybody who is out there in the industry. You'll be given 2 choices. One, to just be reliant onto your strength and not use AI. The other one, to just be using a jack and doing the job. Now imagine if the person who had great strength used a jack. He had great strength. Instead of 10 minutes, he could have got that done in 3 minutes or 4 minutes or something like that. And he could have built a factory or a manufacturing facility which used to produce jacks, because he had the strength. And if he knew how to actually build these things, he could do the same also. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not going to be AI versus AI. It's not going to be jack versus jack. It's going to be the jack who is using the jack, right? So the jack who has the strength and using the jack is of course always going to be higher compared to the jack who is not having that much strength but is still using the jack. But if the jack who's very high in strength is not going to use the jack, then the jack who is using the jack, of course the one who's not using the jack is going to lose, right? The one with least strength but using the jack is going to win. The one with strength not using the jack is probably not going to survive well and not probably going to grow. So that's how it is going to be. So it's not AI versus AI. It's again human versus human, if there is something like that, right?
Wow.
The one who uses it is going to be at the benefit of it for sure. But of course, their own strength also matters. That's all what I'm talking about.
That was a jackass explanation. Just one last question before we wrap up this segment. Is there
It's just one segment now.
Yeah. Is there any scope for anybody to not hop onto this AI wave? Can they actually choose to opt out?
They can opt out, but as very well explained, they will be left out. So if they opt out, then they will be left out. They will be very behind in the society, in their job, in their career as well. So you don't have an option to opt out. As we discussed, it's a revolution that's going to happen. It's not an option like, can I opt out from it? It won't be an option for you.
So you asked a question, is there an option to opt out? I think there is.
How?
But that's subjective. What do you want to opt out? I mean, what exactly you want to opt out it for. Like the way I just said about the therapy business. For the therapy business, you have a choice to opt out from it. Right? That's what I'm talking about. What do you want to use it for and what do you don't want to use it for? Do you want to use it for your relationship advices? There is an ad ran by Anthropic about how a person is asking the ChatGPT or whatever AI that I want to
Fix relationship with
fix
my-
relationships with my mother, and it's suggesting if you want cougar relationships, I can suggest you some services related to it. Right? So what to use it for and what not to use it for is exactly where you figure out what am I opting in for with this tool and what am I not opting it for in this tool. So I think that's what it's going to be. Using it for relationship fixes, using it for using it for therapy businesses, using it for
Using it for things where we require human intelligence, I think.
where a human intelligence can actually produce better results. I think that's where there is a possibility to opt out. I mean, is there a possibility to opt out from social media? Of course there is. A lot of people are actually opting out from it, right? Maybe not you, but a lot of people are trying to actually. There are some people struggling. There are some people who are naturally opting out from it. But of course there is a possibility to opt out from AI, and the life is going to be beautiful only. I mean, for the job that you are saying, might be you might not be able to produce as great of an output if you're not going to use AI. For the job, of course, use it. For anything that you want to produce out there for the world, and if using it is going to enhance the quality of the product or the services that you're going to provide, use it. But anywhere where AI is diminishing the quality and the experience of the product and the service or the value that you're trying to provide to your customers, then don't use it.
I would like to just
And then that means don't use it. I mean, don't use it. Then you should consciously decide whether I want to opt in still or I want to opt out. So there's a choice.
I'd like to just summarize all of it and conclude on a simple note that it is ironic, vidambana, as you call it, that
Duvida.
vidambana actually. Vidambana it is. People are relying more on AI and they're trusting AI more than the people or the doctors that we were talking about who have actually taken an oath to not reveal your
data.
your details, your personal details. But AI can do that very easily. But
Because
people
it's
still
free,
rely-
no?
Yes. So I think the conclusion is that
Not all free things are good for you.
not all free things are good for you.
That's very true.
If you're opting into AI, be mindful, be intelligent about it.
So use intelligence in order to understand and deal with artificial intelligence.
That's what
Yeah,
it is.
that's very important.
So moving on to the next segment, which is the crowd favorite, AI at work. Over to you, Ayushi.
So, my first question is something that I believe everyone is asking, but no one is really answering that question in an honest manner. So, I want a very honest answer from you guys. Is
You have a doubt about it.
no, but just saying
Okay,
it.
saying it.
Is AI going to amplify jobs or is it going to replace people completely? Like, what in the world is going on?
See, the point is, wishes.
So the thing is, it is going to, remove some of the jobs, remove some of the roles. That is going to be true because it's doing a lot of work. So it's going to remove some part of your job. It's going to remove some level of the work that you were doing. And because of that reason, some jobs might be lost as well. But it is amplifying what you were doing. It's amplifying what you were good at. And if you haven't identified what were the things, if your job has been affected because of AI itself only, then you need to identify what are the new things that I can do in this era, how I can, make myself relevant, what are the things which are and which would be required, and you work on them and you gain that knowledge, you gain that skill, and then you prepare yourself for that era. That's something that happened, previously as well, in the age of industrialization and in the age of when there was, change from how programming language how used to be and how it became early, how it used to be, like 0, 1, you were writing, very basic logic, you were writing the core machine language code and how you moved into C or Java and something like that. So you will have to kind of go through that route in this as well.
See, I just want to ask you one thing. We have been listening about a lot of autonomous trucks running around the world, like doing the necessary logistical work that is supposed to be done. And recently in US and Canada, US specifically, I guess, not Canada, just after COVID, there was a crisis of truck drivers that happened over there, right? So it is not even able to replace the truck drivers in their driving job till date. It might do it right later in a first world country which is very organized, very structured and everything. And till date, and imagine even if you create a autonomous truck, imagine it driving on Indian roads.
Not possible.
So you need intelligence to drive on Indian roads. That is still going to be necessary.
You need
A lot of intelligence, right?
technique, the human intelligence is
A lot of intelligence, right? A lot of intelligence is necessary. Now let's talk about it. Is it going to replace the jobs? Is it going to, and what was the other thing?
Amplify the jobs.
Amplify the jobs. I think it's going to, it'll all come down to cost structures. Anything that is going to make it costlier for the organization to produce an output, the organization is going to focus, not just our organization, but every organization. Like, and there's a similar way every organization works, every city works, every state works, every country works, and the world works, right? They all are trying to make it efficient and effective. What that means is put more input, less input and more output, right? So anything that is going to become costlier for people to be paying for, and if there is a cheaper alternative in which there is now you have guards in every room with the help of that CCTV camera. But that CCTV camera's adoption didn't really happen just like that. Somebody, like some company out there in China, had to actually reduce the cost to such a level that you could actually afford each and every camera in each and every room of yours, or in fact multiple cameras in the same room to watch onto the people or onto the activities of the people that they're performing into that particular room. So that's all what I'm trying to say. Anything that is going to become costlier for the organization to produce an output for, then an organization would always try to think that is there an alternative, and if there is an alternative, is it human? Does it have human dependence? If it is, can it be independent of humans? It'll try to automate it using that. But does that mean that all the senior people who are becoming costlier for the organization will be replaced? Oh no. If the organization is actually promoting the people who have intelligence onto the management roles or onto the leadership roles, they'll never be replaced because they have the intelligence. That's why they're there. It's not just and if the people are just getting on the top based on the skills or based on the knowledge, of course, they'll be having the fear. So it depends which job will be replaced and which job will be amplified. The jobs of the people who have intelligence to serve on to create the product or the service is of course going to be amplified, but the jobs of the people which is purely and simply dependent on to just skills or just some knowledge that only they possess right now, but with the help of AI, anybody and everybody has the access to that particular knowledge or information or process or skill, will of course be done using AI, or will be done with the person who will be using AI on a lesser cost. So that's how it's going to look.
So it is only a matter of cost. If I have to save,
it's not just only a matter of cost.
If I have to save my job, I have to be one step ahead of AI. I have to
you're
be
already one step ahead of AI. You just have to realize it.
I had a question.
You had a?
I still have a question. What if my organization is giving me a little sweet pill, a little lollipop, ki, arey, your job role won't get changed. Nothing's going to happen. Then what should I be prepared as an employed individual? Like, if my company is giving me a little sweet pill and giving me a delusion.
Define a lollipop.
A delusion that, okay, no, there's a AI revolution happening everywhere else. Your job will be safe. Nothing's going to happen.
But if nothing is going to happen.
Not even the nature of your job will change after the AI. So,
first of all, depends on which job are you deployed on and what money your organization is dependent on. If your organization is dependent on to government funding, no worries. And if the government is very okay with providing you free funding for not efficiently and effectively executing, fine with it, don't change. But if the government, like the government right now in India, is asking for efficiency and effectiveness for all its of, at least, I mean, all what I'm saying is, I've clearly seen in India or in Bharat that the people who used to do government jobs earlier are now more responsible and now held more accountable for the job that they are doing, no matter which city, which state, which department they are executing into. That's all what I'm saying. So wherever you're getting the money from, if they are holding you accountable for where did the money go and what exactly you produced to us, of course this sweet pill is not going to work out for you. But if there is free loads of money and that can help you till your retirement,
Why not?
be fine with it. I think that's what it is. Vijit, would you like to add something?
Nope, he covered it very well. Just from a perspective of individual, like, even if they are saying it's not going to impact, it's better to be prepared. So you should start working on to that particular aspect, even if they are saying,
Because the government can change.
yeah, that's what I will come to next. Because the government can change, the policy can change.
It's just matter
The
of a
leaders-
vote.
It's just a matter of the moment. So be ready for the world that you're entering
Yeah.
into. I mean, even if the job doesn't require you to be accountable enough for doing things with AI, evolving into the world of AI is going to be only of help only. No, even if nobody's holding you accountable, if you're able to do the same work that you used to do in 10 hours or 8 hours in just 2 hours, you'll get 6 hours extra to do or to explore whatever you want to explore on.
Talking about accountability, sir, how do I, as an employed individual, assess that whether I'm being smart with the AI usage or I'm being too lazy? Like, how do I assess that?
See, it will depend on what you are doing with the free time that you are getting from it, because that is what basically what laziness is. Like what I'm doing in the time that I'm getting, where I could do something which might help me grow, which might help me gain more knowledge. If you are doing something which you feel that is just wasting my time, then you are being lazy about it. If you're utilizing that time to hone a new skill, to gain more deeper knowledge, gain more clarity around the things, you are working on things which will make you intelligent, then probably you should not feel like it's going to make me lazy. I hope I have covered it well. I think he would be able to put it more
In this
efficiently.
perspective, yeah.
Concisely.
Concisely.
Yeah.
See, first of all, you said smart or lazy, right? These are the two terms that you've used. What do you consider as smart?
Which is efficient, which is agile, quick, ready to move with the circumstances, and efficiently use any tool technology that has been given.
Efficient and adaptable and agile is what you define as smart.
Somewhere that.
There exactly.
So-
And because smart is subjective for everybody, no?
Yeah, for me, that is like if I'm given this tool and this opportunity to utilize this tool, I use it very efficiently, being accountable that I paid these were the tokens that were utilized by me. They were used efficiently. So in order to
You went completely off with the tokens thing. Let's remove the tokens. Let's come back to the point. Whether AI is going to make me smarter or whether AI is going to make me lazy. Is that what the question is?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, depends on whether your aim is to be lazy or whether your aim is to be smart. I'll give you again a simple story to explain you the same. When people used to come from public transports, they used to report to the office exactly on the time or even 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the time. Then they actually report on when they actually have their own vehicles. Have you seen this? Don't you think this is ironical?
Yeah.
I mean, the people who, don't you think this should have been happened? When they have their personal vehicles, they now have the more control and more flexibility and the agility to come on time. But what happens? They do not report on time. But when they come from the public transports, they are actually reaching onto the time. I'm just talking about 20, 30 years back, right? People used to come on time and all of these things. I'm not saying, this is the case with everybody, but that's a simple analogy that I've said. So are people becoming more lazy with their personal vehicles? Is that a question? Or are people becoming more smart with that? Completely depends on that. If they are smart enough, they are going to make sure that not even a single minute of their life gets wasted. But if all of what their aim is in life is to have maximum comfort and they do not have enough hunger to produce maximum output, they're going to become lazy. So it's going to be dependent on to what people are seeking into their life. If people are seeking comfort with the help of technology, of course they're going to become lazy. But if people are seeking more of an output with the help of an AI, of course they're going to be the smart ones. So it depends on what their seeking is for. Right?
And what are they going to do after
What
the
are
idle hours
so when
are left?
So when one person gets a personal vehicle, now they can explore 10 different places. But usually what I've seen is, ironically, with public transports and with friends' vehicle, they've explored more of the city that they've lived into. But when they got their personal own vehicle, they have not traveled even a kilometer away from the way that their house and the office is into. That's ironical, right? Didn't that happen with everybody?
Yeah.
Right? When you didn't have a vehicle, you wanted, all what you wanted was, haven't you seen simple kids in
Neighborhoods.
not neighborhoods, in my family only, I've seen they used to call it moji khani hai, right? That's a simple ride that they wanted parents or their family members to provide them. But when they have their own personal vehicles, to hell with moji. Right? That's what it is, because their seeking has been changed.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. If they're seeking comfort, they're going to become lazy. If they're chasing more, so what money does to people, that's exactly what it is. Money to the people who want to produce more output, when it comes to them, they start executing more. They start doing more. They start deploying money more into more places to produce more outputs. But what money does to a lot of people out there in the world who are seeking comfort, it just makes them lazy. It just makes them lethargic and more intellectually sound enough to justify why are we lazy.
Corrupt step in some extent.
That's ironical truth of life. No?
Yeah. Ironies.
That's what AI is going to do. So,
Ironies of life.
ironies of life.
So this actually leads me to my next question, which is, how do you identify if someone is just using AI and someone who is actually leveraging it well? If you can make a differentiation.
So differentiation in that is basically the individual who is utilizing it for, like, go write this code for me, go write this content for me on Salesforce on this topic. If they're utilizing it like that, then they are simply, believing that it will get the thing done for me. And if somebody is utilizing it at a more, process level, like, okay, if I have to write a code, if I have to write a content, I would think first, what all content already exists? What all content I haven't written on the website that I'm working on, or what all content is available about this particular thing from official sources. And then I plan out, okay, give me a compiled list of it. Similarly, for a developer, it will depend on, instead of saying, go write this logic for me, go create this page for me. Instead of doing that, you first understand why we are creating it, what's the architecture that we are having. If we create it, what would be the implications of it? And then it plan out. Help me understand what's the current architecture look like. What are the options that I can use to or do to create this? And then it compiles a list and it gives specific tasks. Give me this clarity. Give me this clarity. Give me this high-level code. Give me this high-level draft for it. And then you refine onto it. The people utilizing AI like that are going to perform better. They are going to deliver better results, and that's how you make the differentiation.
You asked the question, how you're going to differentiate between the people who are using the AI and the people who are leveraging the AI. What is the difference?
Like we just explained, using AI could be like asking silly questions to it, asking it questions that
but
would
that's
For the
without
sake
no
of
much-
it, that your organization has asked
Okay,
you
so
to
you are-
use AI, to kar do bhai.
So you
I'm just
say-
including AI in the process for the sake of it.
Okay, so that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So how will we differentiate between the people who are just using AI for the sake of using it and the people who are actually leveraging it? Will not have to actually figure that out. Their output will eventually speak for itself.
Just to put it in a,
Sorry to interrupt. Their output will speak for itself, and also the time that they've consumed for the same, and how effectively they are able to present it is going to speak for itself. So we will not. It is not going. For me, I think it will not never matter whether you're using the AI or not. If you want to use it, use it. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. All what I want is a better output. Efficient, effective, valuable output. If you are able to produce that, fine with it. And I think anybody who is smart enough will be using it to actually do the research, to do a little bit presentation checks, or and to do a lot of other things, right? To do a little bit analysis. All the cumbersome jobs will be delegated or leveraged to AI by the smarter person to amplify the output that they are trying to produce for whatever job or whatever task that they've been assigned to. So that's what it is. So it doesn't matter why should it matter whether they're using the AI or leveraging the AI, or whether they're using the AI for the sake of using the AI, or whether they're leveraging the AI. I don't think it should matter. I think what should matter is the output of the output of the services that they're trying to render, or the product that they're trying to build.
Less input, more output
If,
kind of.
I mean, that's a easier way to put it. Just simple. In just one sentence itself, we have the answer to that. Just one way to identify that, if you are if you are actually utilizing it, or you are actually leveraging it well, you need to understand the output that you get. Is it slop? Like if you have been scrolling Instagram, you have seen that AI slop
AI
kind of
slop,
thing.
yeah.
Okay. Similarly, you would be able to identify those kind of slops in your code, in your content, in your whatever the things that you are doing. If it's pretty generic, if you open it up and review it, and if you open it up and see internet on, see various blogs, see various, code itself, and you see like similar kind of patterns, similar kind of issues, and you see more hallucinations into it, then you're not utilizing it well. And this is what people and enterprises are struggling with. They have enforced, you have to use Microsoft Copilot, you have to use Claude. And what they are seeing is, oh man, I have to review this. I have been to these kind of meetings with a lot of companies. This was the hot topic for them. Instead of discussing, the core thing that you want to discuss, this was the major issue that they want to discuss. Like, I have to waste my time, I have to drain my brain in order to identify what's slop and what's not slop.
Absolutely. To add more to this, if you can't use the methods that VJ sir has said, you can actually go and ask any LLM to draw or generate a picture of how well you've treated them. So if you've treated them like a master and a servant, they'll show you. And if they've treated you like a co-worker, it shows. So
You should try it right now. Or maybe later this session.
coming back to this, sir, there are so many ways AI is being utilized into so many aspects, but there are going to be people with skills and various kind of skills. But how well somebody would be able to utilize skills, their basic unique skills with the help of AI, and what skills would be outdated because of AI? So how well they would be able to utilize their core skills, and which skills will be outdated because of AI?
Any skill, which is not utilizing their deep domain knowledge and their human skill will be, either it's being sidetracked, or it will be sidetracked because it will be taken care by AI. So you need to have that deep domain knowledge, deep understanding of what you do and why you do it. That will be required, that will be here, and that will stay. And similarly, your human knowledge, your decision making capability, your experiences that have allowed you to take those decisions, those things will not be taken away. Because the major difference, if you see in AI and what you do, is the capability to take decisions, the capability to identify what's right for us, what not right for us. It's basically not only patterns, it's about how you have come up to that stage and where you are at and how you are taking those decisions. You are leveraging your experience as well to take those decisions, along with your domain knowledge and your skills that you have.
Skills which are going to become obsolete.
Yeah. Outdated, obsolete.
Outdated, obsolete.
Yeah.
A lot of them. For sure, a lot of them. A lot of them. I mean, there are some categories that I've put of skills, right? I mean, if anybody of you have seen that job related technical skills, people skills, money management skills, and then power, and then life skills. I've added that more because earlier people were not ready to listen to it. So now, point is, he said domain knowledge. Anything that makes you more related to all of the domain knowledge related to becoming an architect, related to becoming a consultant, related to becoming a great carpenter. That knowledge is going to be there. The one thing, skill is not just knowledge. Let's try to understand it. Skill is the ability to utilize the knowledge to create something, right? That's what a skill is supposed to do. Anybody who is just knowledgeable and not skillful, you will never hire them. And even if you'll hire them, you'll just fire them like in a couple of months, right? Because you'll understand that they're just knowledgeable, and that is all what we try to figure out in the interview process, but not how skillful they are. So skills are going to become obsolete. A lot of them. I mean, I think what I'm trying to say is the ability to retain knowledge about a particular skill is something that is going to become obsolete. But the ability to produce the output using that knowledge is still going to be very important. So a carpenter who doesn't really know how a U joint works or how a joinery of this particular kind of a furniture works, even if they do not know, they'll have an access to a tool which will be able to provide them a perfect knowledge, perfect diagram, perfect
Demo video.
kind of a thing to showcase them how to do it. But the ability to actually procure the best wood, the ability to actually use that wood into that machine, and ability to get that perfect joinery is still something that the carpenter needs to have. Same thing is something that developers need to have. Same thing is something that marketing people need to have. Same thing is something that HR people need to have. Same thing is something that accounts people need to have. So that's what it is. So if you think that having a skill is just about having a knowledge of how something gets done, then of course you are going to get obsolete. But if you have the skill to update the knowing as per the necessity or as per the requirement and utilize it for whatever output you want to produce, your job or your skill is not going to be obsolete or outdated.
So again, theory versus practical wala cheese will come into
It's not just
perspective.
theory, it's ability to know what is supposed to be known.
Okay. So my next question is that
Because see the process is also a theoretical step-by-step process only.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, but it's the ability to, you can find the best recipe for a paneer makhani or paneer butter masala, but will you be able to produce the same?
No.
So who will you consider as as a skillful person who is able to make a better butter paneer masala, or who remembers a lot of recipes into their mind? You just say them what exactly is the paneer butter masala recipe, they are able to recite it just like that, but they do not have the ability to cook it the best way. Most of the time what happens is the people who really do not have the recipe into their mind are the best chefs, right?
Because they'll try and produce things.
They are the
by
ones
their
who are able to
iteration.
experience things, right? They are able to play with the,
they have a better
Ingredients.
taste of all the ingredients.
that's what it is. They have a better perception of it, of how it smells, how it looks, how it tastes, and how it's cooked,
And that
and what
only comes,
ingredients are there, and how to mix, what to mix, when not to mix, all of these things.
that only comes from practical experience of
That will come from that. So ability to know something. See, what did YouTube do? YouTube taught why do Gen Zs think that they know everything? Because they had access to in all of the content that is available to the world.
Yeah.
But do they really have the hands-on experience onto executing onto the same? So उसको हम बोलते हैं उधारी knowledge. ठीक है, उधारी knowledge किसी के काम की आई हो कभी? जब तक experiential नहीं है आपके लिए, तब तक उसकी कोई value नहीं है. तो वही वाली चीज़.
Just to add on to what he said, like how I see it is like, I had this conversation multiple times. So it's not going to be out, it's going to be primarily more about with the evolution of AI and everything. Who is the builder? Who is building that? Who is utilizing that? You, at the end of the day, you need to utilize all of that. You need to utilize all the tools that you have. You need to utilize all the knowledge, all the skills that you have, and you are building something out from it. You are producing something tangible out from it. That is basically how I see it. It is going to allow somebody to be, differentiated, like he knows how to use AI and he's actually delivering results from it.
You use skills to build intangible things also, like software.
Yeah. What I mean to say is, like you have to build.
You're building something. You're trying to provide value to other human beings.
Values.
How value? So it's about how great of a value you're trying to produce.
Absolutely.
That's what's going to be relevant. And a skill, having a skill, is about understanding what value are people looking for and how to actually provide them the same, rather than reading 10 books about it.
Yes.
Right? Or storing the information of 10 books about it. Now the AI has got 10,000 recipes of paneer butter masala, but will it be able to cook the same way your mother cooks? Probably not.
No. So touching on the point you mentioned that everybody has access to the same kind of information. Now everybody has access to all the AI tools, same AI tools. So how can one ensure that they stand out? How do you build your credibility in the market now?
I will again come back to the explanation that I just gave. If everybody has all the access, if everybody has all the AI access, AI, all of that, how I see it as commodities. AI models are commodities. You have it. It's how you utilize it to deliver results from it. It's how you utilize it to generate output from it. That is going to be the differentiating factor. All those AI models, all those AI tools, all those AI tools which might be releasing, which might be being innovated, being developed. It all comes down to how you use it to generate an output. That's going to define it.
Would you like to answer?
Question is, how should you differentiate yourself when everybody has the same information?
Same
See-
AI tools in this case.
That's information, same information again, because that same information can be retracted from it. No? Same AI tools, how would you differentiate yourself? See, point is, you show a movie to 10,000 people. 10,000 people have different perceptions, different perspectives. They all get different things from it. So it's not the movie which is actually trying to do something. It's the ability of people to perceive what is being presented out there in a movie, right? Similarly, there are in all the classes, there are 60 people who are sitting, and the trainer or the teacher or the professor is trying to teach the same concept to all of the people who are sitting over there. But how much patrata they have of receiving the same is varied, and accordingly they receive and accordingly they execute and differ into the results. So what he's trying to say is how your ability to use it. It's good. Well, that's exactly what it is. What is going to differentiate you? But it's more about how can we as individuals enhance our ability to use it and stand out as people who stand out, right? Like that's what it is. So for that, you need a sane body. You need a sane mind. You need a stable emotions, and you need intensity, energy within you to actually put it into the right direction to execute. The problem has never been the information. The information has always been available to people who had the access or who had the ability to get the access to it. The information was never a problem. The ability to utilize the information was always the problem. So people need to focus on to the ability to utilize the information more. And where does it begin? With themselves.
So access to information is not the key.
Same MacBook Air everybody is using. Are they all serving? Are they all able to do the same thing? That's what I'm trying to talk about, right?
Involvement could be the key.
Involvement and also perception, map. Ability to perceive what the world needs. How can I use the current tools that are available to me? How the information that I'm using through what needs to be mixed up, juggled up together and produce a value for the world so that the world recognize me as different, right? That's what it is. How uniquely you are able to provide value to the world is exactly how the world will help you stand out. And that is more about you than the AI. You're getting what I'm saying?
I would like to take this conversation thoda sa off track. Have you seen the Indian household gates, the main gates that we have? So there's a big door, there's a big gate for entering the vehicles, and there's a smaller one. So this is how people are perceiving that my organization is asking me to do the same job that I was doing, just add AI somewhere into it. So I could easily pass through that channel from the main door, but I have to now utilize the smaller channel gate in order to pass that. So is it every time necessary for every task I do, I need to include AI into that? How do I assess that not every task requires AI and every task that I think that does not require AI actually does require AI? So how do I assess that?
First, you have to know the tools that you are having available in AI and understand whether they will bring some value, whether they will bring some level of clarity or some more output into it that you weren't earlier able to get. That is the one thing that you should be looking at, whether I need to use AI, whether I should not be using AI in this. For example, in my case, in our, from a technical point of view, how I use AI is, I will never go and ask, prepare this architecture for me, because I know I will do it better than it. I will never use it for that particular purpose. If I have to write a test class, I will say, go write that test class for me, because that's how I know on which things I am good at and things it is good at. And then I will be utilizing that as a baseline, whether I should be using AI or whether I should not be using AI. You have to first identify what tools, what things you have in your arsenal and how well they will work for different type of problems, for different type of questions. And then you use them consciously, whether I should use it or whether I should not use it. That's how I see it.
I think I've already answered that question. What matters is the value that you at the end of the day produce, whether using the AI tool or not. And that's all what it is. If there is a necessity, use it for all means. If there is no necessity, why to unnecessarily indulge into it? That's what the answer is, simply.
Okay, so we have understood that how to make a decision on whether we should even integrate AI or not. Now, if we decide to integrate it, how we can do it more efficiently without it disrupting our current workflows, our current team rhythm.
See, whenever I work with teams, whenever I include AI or I incorporate AI in my workflows, and whenever I help people incorporating them, I ask them two things. What is the input? What is the thing that you will be providing? And what is the output that you are expecting from it? Those are the things that you should not be changing it anywhere throughout your process. Now, what happens in between? You can identify what things AI will do better, what things AI will not do. And you kind of reinvent the workflow, reinvent the process around it, keeping what the input is, what the output is. Output baseline is that it can be good, it can be, as high as I can get. The input is baseline as this, I want to reduce it. So I have those two levers, and in between that, whatever AI can do better, whatever AI can do, which gives me more efficiency, I make those changes. So what that means is first identify what your workflow is. If you're writing code, if you're writing some content, if you're creating some page, identify what things you do, how you do it, what research you do. Break it down into each step and then identify where AI can be put into that place and how it can help and if it can help you. It would be hit and try. You have to first hit and try and see if it will work. If it will work. If the output it is getting or it is giving is according to the expectations, according to the standards that I have. And then you identify and then you incorporate them. So this is how I do it.
See, technology always fails when you force technology onto people to execute you as a human, you as a person will never use technology that is not enhancing your ability to do certain things. You'll always have resistance in adopting the technology that is not that is not improving your efficiency or effectiveness or experience, right? You will so that's what the problem is, and that's exactly where the term of user adoption came into highlight for a lot of tech companies. Okay, we have developed the software, now we'll do user adoption training. The best thing is develop the software, develop the application, develop the technology in such a way that you do not really need any user adoption training. That's what it is. Problem is, a lot of people who are very good at technology want to build great technology, which they think is a great technology, and want humans to validate it by using it. Even if it is not enhancing their experience, even if it is not making their job effective or efficient. That's exactly where your question comes from. Whether using AI or, what was it? The question was,
How do you integrate
how
it
to integrate AIs, making sure the
without disrupting any of your current workflows?
no current workflows will be disrupted if people's experience, efficiency, and effectiveness will be improved by adding AI. But if by adding AI, people's efficiency, experience, and effectiveness will be degraded, of course, there's going to be resistance into it. So you do not have to see technology and then ask people to follow it. You'll have to see people and then build technology and workflows to help people get empowered using that technology by increasing the efficiency and the effectiveness of the work that they're doing, also by enhancing their experience. So that's how it should go. You are creating any technology, be it software, be it anything, for the effectiveness and the efficiency and the experience, to enhance the effectiveness and the experience, effectiveness and the efficiency and experience of the people, not the other way around. You do not want people's validation how great the technology is. The technology will be considered great if it is going to enhance the effectiveness, efficiency of and experience of the people. But the technology will not be considered great if it is not going to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency and experience of the people. Why most of technological people fail, or why most of technological founders or founders who develop technology fail, is because they try to build the technology that they consider as the top-notch technology, but the people who they are building it for, it's not relevant to them, it's not enhancing their experience, or it's not they build the technologies to satisfy their own egos, right? That's what the problem is. A lot of people who run operations also, they want to build processes and systems to for the sake of building the processes and systems, not for enhancing the experience and the efficiency and the effectiveness of the people that they're trying to serve, right? That's what the problem is. You have to look into the current workflow of how people are going through a particular workflow, and where exactly I can put the AI as a tool or any technology as a tool to enhance their efficiency, effectiveness, and experience, rather than the other way around. What you do is you put a technology, and after putting the technology, now you say, according to this technology, this is how my workflow should be. That's a sad way of building technology, and that's a sad way of adopting a technology for a team or for an organization or for people, right? That's what you have to avoid. You have to build the workflows, you have to build the AI tools as per the workflows that are actually helpful for the people that you're building it for.
Not just following the trend.
I don't know what the trend is, but not just see, build technology for the people, not people for the technology. That's what I'm trying to say. No technology built amazingly has ever worked out if it has not enhanced the experience, efficiency, and effectiveness of the people using it. So it's never the other way around. And usually most of the high-end developers or architects lose the focus of it. They just want to use great technology, most high-tech things to satisfy their own ego of how amazing of a developer or an architect I am. But they just forget that it should make sense or relevance to the end user, because at the end of the day, if they're not going to adopt it, I'm not providing any value to them, and hence I'm not going to gain back any value. So that's what is more important, right? So it's not about how great of an architecture you've built, right? It's not just that. I'm not saying it's not important, but
Not
usually people
just
try to build technology and then say, follow this.
Yeah.
See how people will be working effectively and efficiently, and use the technology or use the tool to enhance their effectiveness and efficiency.
It has to be a marriage between technology and people using it both effectively.
First people and then technology, to reduce the monotonous and laborious work that people are doing, which is not actually productive for them.
Since we were talking about people and people in tech, we see a lot of layoffs happening. The world economy currently is going under a lot of volatility and stuff changing like that. How do we look at the world economy in the next 3 years, and how can somebody who is currently employed should be future proofing themselves for the next 3 years?
So right now, a lot of jobs are being replaced, or I would say removed, because of AI. Some of them are simply riding the wave and they removed it, and then they realized, oh man, we did something wrong, we shouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
And that kind of goes back to the question that you asked earlier, like how people are, how the what Shrey said, how AI is fitting into that workflow. You are trying to overfit the AI for the workflow itself only, and you did that and you saw great results. Oh man, I fired so many people and my customer satisfaction has gone down 60%.
Yeah.
That's an example, perfect example for it. And so
Right now.
and that's not how you do it. You do it by enhancing the people capability, getting them trained, getting them ready for it. If your company is doing it, that's good. If it's not, then you need to do it yourself as well. And the companies who are doing it well are the ones who are enabling you, empowering you to use AI in an effective manner, in an effective way in your processes, and then leveraging it to deliver great outputs. So that is how exactly it should be. Now, there is definitely a disrupt in the market where a lot of job cuts are happening, all of these things are happening. But if you look at the paradox that is quite often talked, and it has been very hot topic in the past 3 years, it's Jevons paradox. It talks about how if a technology is coming, if it is reducing the cost for it, it's going to require more people into it. It's going to require more individuals into it. And that's exactly what happened in 1990s when Google spreadsheet came into the picture. People said, now accountants are not even needed. They will be removed. They are not needed. But that wasn't the case. Similarly, Jeffrey Hinton, I think he's the father of AI. And
The godfather of AI.
Godfather of AI. He said one thing, and see the irony of that. In 2016, he said, we need to stop training radiologists. By 2020, they would be obsolete. Nobody would be requiring it. But now it's been 10 years. He said that if you look at it, we have been training more, we have been needing more, and they're delivering more results. Why? Because AI enabled them to do more, give better results, and that's why it's happening. So the same thing we will see in the AI era as well. If companies want to deliver more value, if company wants to deliver more curated experience, they would be requiring more individuals in order to do that.
Layoffs in AI.
Yeah. And how to future-proof ourselves.
First, let's talk about layoffs in AI. What's that story where a flute person comes into a village and every...
Pied Piper.
Sorry?
Pied Piper.
Pied
Pied Piper.
Pied Piper, whatever the name is. I think that's what it is. That's all what it is. Somebody somewhere came as the blower of a particular melody or a wave, and actually everybody fell into it and laid off a lot of people and now regretting the decisions. A lot of leaders of great organizations, and that's exactly how big organizations fall, right? I mean, if you're getting big, you have to fall. And the bigger you get, the harder you fall. And that's exactly the moment of fall. And when you take such decisions, you fall even faster and more harder. So that's what a lot of companies did. I mean, they said, we have fired this much, this, that, and all of these things for their investors to keep the money into the company and not pull it off. And for a lot of other reasons. But now are regretting that decision. I think that's all what it is going to be. At Cyntexa, we are hiring even more because now we know that it's going to change the narrative. It's not just going to be a developer who is going to develop the applications or the processes or the workflows. It's going to be anybody and everybody who's going to be doing that. But of course, so layoffs has happened because there was somebody who was playing a particular melody, and everybody fell into that melody and jumped off the cliff. And now we know what all happened. And this is how it is. This is how literally it is. And this is how, by the way, literally it has always been. We wouldn't be needing bullock cart riders when we have cars now. Who's going to ride the car? Somebody who already has an experience of the roads, of the tires, of the existing way the bullock cart works and everything, right? Similarly, we would be needing more people because now more work would be coming, and that too in less time. The expectations would be, earlier the expectations would have been 9 months or 12 months to get something live. Now it's not going to be more than 3 months. And in order to deliver something in less than 3 months, you would need a great team at the same point of time. I mean, so many people to deploy it. Now let's talk about how to future-proof yourself. How to future-proof yourself? I mean, as simple as that. Future-proof in what terms? Like, you want to future-proof your job, you want to future-proof the salary bracket that you belong to, you want to future-proof what exactly? Your position that you are serving on? What exactly?
To the very basic of it, to stay employed. How to?
To stay employed, all what you have to do is adopt AI, learn AI, and figure out how it can enhance your ability to execute on it. Now, if you want to know next, I can tell you that also. If you want to belong to the second bracket or the same bracket of salary, it's going to be difficult. Same, you're getting what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Same salary bracket. I think people are going to evaluate. And there's only two choices that people have, right? Either to grow or to die. Right? There's nowhere in between that exists over there. There is, but not in experience. But point is, either you so for developers, let's take an example for developers. We have a lot of the audience that has been listening to us. Developers have to transition themselves as consultants or architects. This is something that we knew from 2 years back, and we launched a program of Architect Factory and Consultant Factory. A lot of people didn't show interest onto it. They didn't knew what was coming. We knew it. And hence we launched that program. And hence we developed a great team of architects in here. And similarly, that is exactly what we are going to do as consultant in the Consultant Factory by developing consultants. Because it's not going to be the ability to utilize the point and click tools or write the code which is going to make them a great developer or a great problem solver. It's actually going to be the ability to understand the business and create a great architecture to solve the business problem that a particular business is facing, which is exactly what we have been training into Consultant Factory and Architect Factory. So that's how they have to future proof themselves. They'll have to figure out whether they are, the organizations that they're working into, whether that those organizations are actually providing them the opportunities to upskill themselves as an architect or as a consultant. If they are not, then they'll have to figure out companies like us, which are actually providing them platforms or opportunities to participate into, and then future proof themselves. And if somebody doesn't even have the access to the second one, third is only doing it by themselves, which is of course very difficult. But if they're able to do it by themselves, of course they're going to be the great ones. But it's going to be it's going to be a lot of hard work. But the only choice is your profile is going to be evolving. Let's take an example of the content writers. Content writers who are writing content, whether they're technical content or whether the non-technical content. The first way to secure the job is going to be ability to use AI to enhance the effectiveness and the efficiency of the content that they are producing. If they were earlier producing 3 content pieces in a week, now they have to produce at least 9. Right? That's exactly how the benchmark is going to be shifted. So they'll have to learn AI to help them produce that much content. So output needs to be increased. That's how you secure your job. So you'll have to ask, what KPIs are you measuring on my job on? And you'll have to make sure that you are meeting those KPIs. That's exactly how you secure your job. Not everybody gets laid off. It's the people who are not able to bypass, go ahead of their KPIs, which are the ones which are getting laid off. Next is for the money, for the salary bracket. I'd say it a lot to people that please don't have a lot of liabilities or a lot of EMIs, because in technology, times come in which you are paid like anything and times come in which you are worth nothing. And it happens in the cycles of like 7 to 10 years only, not much than that. But people have enough EMIs already onto them, and hence they are the most fearful ones. So even if it requires you to take a little bit pay cut and get into an environment or get into a team or a community that helps or allows you to make a little less but be future ready for the positions or the job profiles that are going to come, they have to do that. Now let's talk about the positions. If you want to retain the position, first figure out whether the organization is still going to be relevant or not. Because the organizations are going to be existing or not is still going to be a question. And how do you figure that out? By figuring out whether the leadership is actually focusing onto it or not. If the leadership is focusing, then there is a probability of that organization still existing. And if that organization exists, then let's talk about how to retain the position. How to retain the position when the organization still exists. Number one, the values that the organization has been built on. Are you on that or not? Are you adaptable or not? Are you trying to learn new things and execute new things? So if you are into positions of leadership, are you actually leading the new initiatives or not? If you're just executing onto the old things or old things which are not going to be relevant in the coming 2 to 3 years, probably you should ask your leadership to assign you something that is going to be more relevant for the coming years, so that you can prepare yourself for the same while executing onto the job, because you'll not get enough time to retrain yourself by asking somebody else or trainer to train you or join a course and do certain things. You'll have to do those changes recurringly in your job itself. So these are some ways to, because you had a section AI at work, right?
Yeah.
So I have covered everything related to work and everything related to the profiles and the experience levels of people, and what are they concerned about.
So you said like AI will be part of the process, right? And everybody will be
It will
using.
be part of the tools, not process. Not all process would require
Not all
AI.
processes would require AI, but a lot will. And so how can someone ensure quality and ownership of the work they're doing with AI included as a tool? Or
See, it's going to be their voice. If AI is generating that particular thing and you are utilizing it just like that, whatever it has presented, whatever it has generated, then you will lose your voice, you will lose your uniqueness into that. So you need to make sure you are adding that. If you're not doing that, it's somebody else sitting 1,000 miles away asking the same question. It is also giving the same output. You have to put your views, you have to put your vision around it, and you have to utilize it. only then you will be able to maintain the uniqueness into it.
That is also one of my questions. Like you mentioned before, there's AI slop.
Yeah.
But along with AI slop, there's a lot of content out there that AI can generate, and it is really competitive. So how can I ensure that my voice, my originality, my authentic voice is being showcased out there in the world and is able to compete with what AI has generated for me?
You identify what AI hasn't generated in that, you identify what the need is. See, there will be a lot of niches being created right now. If AI is serving the masses, then there will be a lot of niches which would be created. Why I say about that is, see, there is a niche coming in. It's not about, there are a lot of apps, fitness apps like Fitello, Fitter and all of that. Those apps will fail if they don't identify what their niche is. There need to be niches which are being built, and they need to identify what niche they will fit into. For example, a healthcare app will not be just a healthcare app itself only. It would be highly curated, highly personalized app which is providing the same level of experience, same level of details that a 25,000 personal trainer would have been. You need to identify that gap of niche and you need to serve that. Similarly, for your use case, you will have to identify what niches you want to serve and what are the things that they are asking around it, and then you have to serve that. The masses will be served with the content that is being generated by AI itself only, and that would be leveraged like that. I am seeing this in especially in two domains right now. We saw a lot of customers around that, which is legal and healthcare. There being a lot of personalized application, personalized services being provided, not just generic. You purchase our subscription, you purchase our package of 5,000 or 2,000, and then you will be providing it to you. You are doing that in that price itself only, but you are providing much more experience, much more personalized and curated content, curated experiences, curated services in that domain itself only. Similarly, for your content, for your generations that you would be doing, you will have to identify what your niche is that you are serving, and you will be serving that along with the masses.
What you're saying is exactly opposite of what is going on right now. A lot of people are saying that I don't want to have a niche. I don't want to define myself with just one thing. I want to do everything. So why not?
If everybody is doing everything, then what's your differentiating factor?
Exactly. So you have to pick a unique use case. You have to pick a niche to stand out.
I mean, it's all not always necessary though.
Generalist and specialist.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be a specialist. You can be a great generalist also.
But a great generalist will face a lot of competition, because everybody can be a great generalist nowadays.
Everybody can be a generalist, but not a great generalist.
With the help of AI, we would be seeing that
It's not just the knowledge which makes a generalist. It's the intelligence of being general that makes a generalist great generalist. And there's a clear difference between the knowledge and the intelligence. Same knowledge, same video provided to all of these Salesforce developers. Are they able to perform the same in the assignment that you are asking them to assign on or to execute on? That's so, but their own intelligence is actually helping them score more than the rest of the people.
that is true. But what her question was, if I
Generalist and specialist, no? How? See,
if she's asking that, if I create content out there, how would I be making a differentiating factor for myself?
I'll come to that.
So intelligence would be that.
ठीक है, but I'll come to that, ma'am. You are saying that how should I stand out again? That's standing out. How should I differentiate? यही तो बोला.
How do I make sure that my originality, my authentic voice is not being copied by AI, and I'm clearly
not being copied by AI.
Because AI can copy
AI is going
everything
to
at this
copy it,
point,
and you
Yes,
want it to
exactly.
copy it.
Exactly. So
Exactly. No, you just said you don't want it to copy.
I don't want it to copy me, but it is able to copy me right now.
You want it to copy you. Why wouldn't you want it to copy you? You want the internet to showcase your blog. Similarly, you want the AI engine to showcase your blog or your YouTube where it has got the information from. So why would you not want AI to use the information that it has got from you and showcase it as itself?
Showcasing it and adding me as a resource is a different thing.
Okay, then
But creating exactly what
I think they
am
both work
creating
together. It says that I've got this information from this link.
In an answer, yes.
Then
But
where it
if
doesn't-
we talk about like video, audio content, there's a lot of replication. You cannot really differentiate what is authentic, what is AI made.
So first of all, let's talk about it. You want a differentiating content or you want an authentic content?
I want myself to be differentiated than AI.
Nobody can be Ayushi as Ayushi is. Nobody has the ability to be Ayushi, for sure. The point is, only Ayushi knows what is her unique self. And the more she's connected to her unique self and the more uniquely she's able to answer or she's able to create content, more naturally she's able to create the content, the greater the differentiating factor is going to be. Because AI is not going to copy exactly as you, because it is going to be confused who to pick and who not to pick, who to choose and who not to choose. AI's model is built onto evaluating it from thousands of blogs, or not if thousands, hundreds or tens of blogs, and then summarizing all of that into one response. So of course it is definitely not going to be exactly similar as Ayushi, because it's going to be using 10, 100 or thousands of content pieces to summarize the information and present it as its own. So your identity or unique identity is still going to be retained by you. There's not going to be a problem with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's just a very similar answer to what you said earlier. You have to pick your unique self. You have to showcase it. आपको niche
Naturally.
पकड़ना है.
नीश, देखो नीश तो एक बात अलग हो गई. वो तो निश का मतलब हो गया स्पेशलिस्ट और जनरलिस्ट. वो बात अलग करते हैं. ये निश होना या नहीं होना आपकी यूनिक आइडेंटिटी से उसका कोई खास लेना देना है नहीं. ठीक है. यूनिक आइडेंटिटी का खास लेना देना ये है, आपको आज तक कोई मिला क्या जो एग्जैक्टली आप जैसा है?
No.
Even the twins are not exactly similar. So then there must be something that makes you, and there must be something that makes your twin not so you. So that's all what you have to accept and hone and produce content with. When you're going to do it in that way, of course people are going to think it's her style, right? If you're going to try somebody else's style, then you are diluting your own concentration.
So if someone is being their authentic self, they don't have to worry about AI competing
AIs will
with
come
us.
and go. Internet came and go, no. Internet's a new AI thing is coming. Earlier it was Web 2.0, Web 1.0, Web 3.0. Now it's AI revolution. These revolutions has been coming from 5 to 10 years. Every generation there has been a new revolution. People want something to be excited about. No, hence these revolutions. Else there is no point of having these revolutions.
And this time it's getting more faster than the other revolutions.
That's all what it is. That's all what it is. It's just too quick. It's just too quick. I mean, our generations have not seen that pace. It's just that the pace is very high compared to the earlier revolutions. That's all what it is. I mean, we couldn't believe that AI would be able to do the things that it is doing right now a year back. An year back, we were like, अरे इसको 4-5 साल लगेंगे अभी इस लगला कोड लिखने में. 6 months, game changed. He has great stories about it. We were like,
Yeah, the way it has changed is drastic. I think a lot of people would be able to relate to it. We saw a video of Will Smith eating spaghetti. If you haven't seen it, you should go and see it from 2021 or 2022, and you will see how the AI video generation was. And if you go and look at it now, you would not be able to say that this is AI generated, because the way he's having that conversation and he's eating it, it's so good. The physics is so good, the casuality is so good, and all of that is working so well. Similarly in code as well, earlier it was writing such high level code. Now it's writing entire systems in, in like 1 day, 2 day itself only, which earlier used to take more than 1 week, 2 weeks. Now it's generating that level of content, that level of quality. You have to be intelligent enough to make that quality. First of all, that is still there, but it is able to do that.
but still Will Smith is there, no?
Yeah.
Even if it is able to generate the content, you remove Will Smith's image or Will Smith's photo, you would not want to watch that video. You're watching that video because there's Will Smith there.
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
The whole
holds your value.
USP is AI replicating Will Smith's
That's
face
what it is. So
over
Will Smith has given his whole career to build a Will Smith. That's still going to be relevant. That's always going to be relevant.
Just to add to what we were discussing and what he has kind of explained really well way, if you are generating content from AI itself only and utilizing it right away like that, you are not adding your own thoughts, you're not adding your own,
Production.
your unique self into it, like your unique perspectives into it, not just generalized term, then it's not going to work out well for you.
Okay, this brings me to my last question of this segment. What's the cost of going AI first in terms of money?
Can you say it a little louder?
What is the cost of going AI first in terms of money, time, and culture?
For the organization or for the individual?
We can answer it both ways.
For the individual, going AI first, I think let him answer, then I can. I mean, if you want me to first answer, I can.
I can cover some points and then you can add to it. So I think going AI first, as an individual, it's going to require a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of cost as well into it to get to that level of what it can do, what it cannot do. Now, the obvious benefit of it is that you are ahead of the curve. You are ahead of the curve. So that is something that you will be getting in addition if you are quick into it. And that staying ahead in the curve will help you in the long run because you would always be ahead. Because if you are doing that, you will keep on doing that. If you have done it once and you are not doing it again, then probably it won't. But if you have that nature, if you have that tendency to do that, then it will keep you ahead of the curve and you will be doing more things with, less input.
See, the point is, being ahead, being the first, either as an organization or as an individual, can be an opportunity, can be a loss-making machine, or can be anything. Can be a disaster also. Can be a great opportunity, can be a disaster. Depending on the clarity and the confusion that you have. A lot of first movers have a lot of confusion. And a lot of late adopters have clear clarity. Point is, not all first movers are able to execute onto the opportunity and get the benefit out of it. I knew people who started their career into Salesforce in 2008-9, and they were not able to build what we have built over here even 10% for all of their life, and in the same city, in the same everything, and they got better platforms to execute on that also. So being an early mover was a great identifier of being able to build success out of it. No, what actually helped us do the same, and what I think they were not able to do was they had a lot of confusions because they were the early movers or they were the first adopters, and whatever we were, either the early movers or the mid movers or the late movers or whatever, we had clarity on what, how, when, what not, and hence we were able to build whatever we were able to build for ourselves. So it's not the timing that is going to make you rich, make you powerful, make you successful. It's about the clarity that you have. It's about or the confusion that you own by being wherever you are at the time that you are in, right? Most of the time I've seen all of these first movers have a lot of confusion. What they're doing is they're trying to consume all content. Every 2 hours they're every 2 hours regularly checking. I'm not saying that he's that, right? I mean, he has his deep interest into knowing about all of these things, right? But what I'm saying is having information of what is the update, what is the update. This is the similar way we did the maths in Bitcoin also. A lot of people who were the early movers in Bitcoin in 2013 would have been millionaires or billionaires probably right now, but they didn't had enough clarity of what it is going to turn out into. The people who moved into Bitcoin in 2018-19 also have made fortunes out of it. How and why? Or probably 2017, 60s, right? Say 16, 17 made fortunes out of it. They were the late movers, but they had clarity. So it's not being the first mover that is going to give you a great success or a great opportunity seize. Of course, timing matters. There's no doubt about it. But your ability to see things clearly, or your ability to generate confusion within your own mind to take the actions or take or to decide on to anything is going to be the most important thing, rather than being an early mover or a mid mover or a late mover, whatever that timing is, right? Because you cannot be an early mover ever. I mean, there's somebody who started it is definitely just because OpenAI started earlier, does that mean it's going to exist in the next 5 years? Nobody knows.
Nobody.
But somebody who has clear clarity, like Anthropic, that's what we can say today, right? Somebody who has clear clarity, right, of what to build and what not to build, who to build it for and who not to build it for, what is going to be our core competence and what core competence we are not going to target. Having more clarity can help them survive more, make more money, become more successful as an AI platform or as an AI tool. So it's not the early mover or the late mover thing which is going to be important. It's going to be the clarity versus confusion which is going to win at the end. The clarity will always supersede over confusion.
That's a great analogy. And one thing to support in that, Motorola was one of the first which created phone. Netscape was the one which created the internet browser. Both of them didn't exist yet. Once they did it-
Yahoo.
yeah,
Yahoo was the first one.
no, the browser.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So it's
Search engine. Yahoo came first or Google came first?
so the Netscape browser is no longer here. Motorola phone is no longer. How they have come back? Maybe somebody acquired and somebody rebranded
Yeah.
and relaunched it.
They
But I think what
reinvented it.
and what he said is really important.
Yeah.
Not only
Yahoo came first, right? See, all of the first movers lost. That's what I'm trying to say. Even I don't know Yahoo was the first one or not. I just asked them to check it. And now you got to know that, okay, Yahoo was the first one and it didn't exist. The Yahoo CEO actually created a resume to hire her. I know about it when Yahoo actually went bankrupt. Right? So that's what happened with the early movers. So is it important to be an early mover of AI? Oh, absolutely not. What is more important is to have clarity. Please, sorry.
No, I was just saying, not having the the early mover advantage. You need to understand the clear vision of what you want to do, what you don't want to do. That will actually help. That is very true. I think I missed on that. That is very important.
That's the only thing which is important. I am telling you. Is it okay? When you want to get married, is it the early ones or the females who get married at 20 are having a successful marriage, or the females who are getting married at 30 who have a successful marriage? Depends how much clarity of marriage and expectations out of marriage do they have. The more the clarity, the less the confusion, the better the marriage is going to last. Right? That's all what it is about. So it's not about the age. It's not about the timing that when you actually do it. It's about the clarity that you have about what you want to do and when you want to do and for whom you want to do and with whom you want to do and for what purpose you want to do it for. Right? That's what is more important.
Thank you. Now let's move on to our next segment, which is about AI for the organizations. On to you, Ayushi.
Since we are talking about cost and AI adoption, so how do you suggest a small or a mid-sized business can leverage AI? How they can? What are some of the best entry points that are low budget?
See, low budget comes with a cost.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're talking about like utilizing what you have, the cost that you have, and still having AI into your systems.
See, the number one cost saver is going to be not getting an AI consultant and asking your people who are running and managing things to be the AI adopters and figure out how it is going to be. I know it is very difficult if the people are not interested into it because they have a fear of that AI replacing their job and they themselves being the cutters of the branch that they are standing on.
Yeah.
That is the fear that a lot of people out there in the world have. But the organization needs to build a culture like that where the people are able to trust the leaders or the organization that even if I'm going to automate my job, the organization is going to provide me something or the other to execute on and not just cut me off like that, right? So it depends on the organizations, what is the kind of culture that they are building and how people are aligned with it. That is going to make sense. And so that's where you can save a lot of cost. I'm telling you, this is most of the cost.
That's true. Just getting somebody in him to tell you like you should automate this, you should automate that. He doesn't know your workflow. He doesn't know your process. He will simply say just trying to overfit
because,
the AI into your work. Trying to overfit the AI into your workflow, into your processes, just because it worked for somebody else. Well, every company is different. Every company's execution is also different.
Just because Indian houses have that smaller door, the US houses should also have a smaller.
That's what it is. Just
Yeah.
because it worked out for ABC Consulting, who is into the similar business that you are into, doesn't mean that will work for you. I mean, right? That's what it is.
Okay. So you're saying the entry point is just to discuss with your team, identify internally what.
First, build the relationship to have an open conversation like this, to allow them to put out their fears right in front of you, and then make them comfortable enough that, okay, this is how it can be done, and you are the ones who are going to get it done. And then what is going to happen to you? This is going to happen to you. You have to carve out a map for them. So that's
Instead of giving them that sweet candy or lollipop.
Yeah, instead of giving everybody a sweet candy, don't worry, he's not going to do anything to your job. It's not going to work out. A session like this is going to work out. That's why we are having this, right?
Kudos to that.
Kudos to that.
Kudos to that.
And one more thing to that, like a company should not be forcing like I have purchased subscription for ChatGPT or Claude or Microsoft, Copilot. Now everybody needs to use it. That is all something that will not work. You have to first have a
Just because you have motorcycles lying down, or let's say scooters lying down into your premises, you have just purchased it. You are asking everybody to go to washroom using that, right? I mean, how silly of that it is. And companies are actually doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go to the washroom, first get a round of the scooters and then come to the place where there is a washroom and then you use it.
There are tons of memes related to this. That
There are tons of memes. Please have let us have the best one.
the one I told you, that the gate one, you have to band it because the company said so. I've got to do this, follow this long path to get this small job done, because they're saying AI, 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 AI. Every meeting.
Send it to operations we use. We'll ask you to follow a process.
So I believe most of the business organizations have this perception of adding AI into their workflows, that their work or the capacity of everything to get done would be very much increased. However, there's an orchestrator dilemma that people are talking about. And what do you think about that? Is it a right perception to have, the right motive to add AI into your workflows just to get things done very quickly, and overlooking the orchestrator's dilemma?
See, having just AI added into your workflow, into your processes, and then expecting the same level of output, same level of clarity, and the increase in output is something that is not going to work well. Why? Because the content and the things which will be generated by AI will needs to be reviewed by individual. See, the orchestrator dilemma that you said, that is a quite known term right now, and it's very hot and topic. Why? Because if AI is writing code at such a great pace, if AI is writing such level of details, architectural levels, and all of that at that level, then somebody needs to review it as well, and that person is being exhausted by it. And I will give you one more journey around it as well. See, if somebody used to write a logic, somebody used to create an application, it typically used to take him 2 days to 1 week. He was working on it, and while working on it, his brain was thinking, if I'm doing this, that can also work, this can also work. He used to have that time to think about that application. If AI is building that in within 3 hours, he haven't thought about all the nitty-gritty details that earlier used to be there. Now he needs to review that code which was generated in 2 hours, and he needs to think about all of that, and that is kind of draining that orchestrator's energy. Moreover, there has been a trend which was quite widely reported, like if there was 10 issues per pull request. Pull request is nothing, whatever the solution you have built. If a person would review it, there would typically be 10 issues in it. Now the trend is, even with AI writing it, that number has doubled. So the issues has increased. So the person who needs to identify and fix those issues is facing that orchestrated dilemma. Okay, if I'm doing all of that, I have to invest a lot of time in that as well. So there is that bottleneck. That you are expecting. I am pouring so much money into the AI. I should see great results, so fast results, but that isn't going to be the case. The bottleneck is going to be the orchestrator, the person who is going to validate, who is going to review and then give a pass through, like, yeah, this will work, this is okay. So that is the thing which is happening right now. With the advancement and all of that, it might change, but right now this is what's happening.
It's like everybody's thinking this like a quick fix. So there's a leaking water tank and AI is that bandage to it. And they're not looking into that.
All memes.
They're not even looking into perspective that the person who's going to review that thing is going to utilize a lot of time. He's going to put in a lot of efforts, hours to understand what sir's thinking ki ye nitty-gritties ho sakti hai, these things could be outlooked. So that's going to take a lot of time, and hence there's not going to be a magic wand effect for everything to quickly happen. Time's going to be there only, and you have to consider that time. It's not a fix for everything.
Yeah. Just to add on to that, if people and companies are not doing that, then they are leaving cyber vulnerabilities that we are seeing right now. So many. NPM had it, Axiom had it, and there are so many. If you rush through it, if you are running through it, I will do it, I will, AI, and you are not looking at the things which are happening behind the scenes, which are left out, and you are exposing yourself to a bigger risk. That's happening a lot. Lot of things are visible. That NPM hack which happened, which affected almost everybody. was because of that itself only. AI generated, he approved it, and then there was like, I shouldn't have done that.
Would you like to add something to that? Okay. So earlier we were talking about a lot of layoffs happening, right? So companies are laying off people who are not ready to use AI or to adopt AI in their day-to-day work.
Or are expensive unnecessarily.
Yes. And they're actually, those people are being replaced with people who know AI, who can work with it, who can manage AI basically. So, how should companies pivot from replacing people to augmenting potential with existing people?
First by education, then by empowerment, and then by aligning them into the right positions.
Would you like to go into a little bit detail?
Education is educating about their current roles and how the evolution of the current roles is going to happen, and what tools are going to impact the evolution that is going to happen into their job roles, and how and then comes empowerment. Empowerment basically means providing them the right tools, right resources, and like giving them the confidence that yes, nobody can do it better than you, because you are the one who have been managing all of these things for a very long time, and the people having the acceptance to do the transition also, because a lot of layoffs happen because people are rigid, right? People do not want the transition to happen, but after laying off they'll be ready to take up whatever opportunity that they'll get in the next organization, but into the same organization they're not ready to pivot, right? They're not ready to evolve, they're not ready to transition, and that's where the problem begins, right? So that is what the empowerment should be done, first by educating, then empowering, and then you have to align them into the positions where they'll be able to use the tools where they'll be able to utilize the skills that they've just that you have just educated them upon, and then execute onto the next phase of business that your business is going to get into.
Okay. Would you like to add something, sir?
He has covered it really well. The education and empowerment things are really, really important, and then obviously the alignment, putting them in the right place, like this is what we are expecting, this is how you should be able to do, which they would be getting to know from empowerment and education.
I mean, a lot of by the way, I see this a lot happening in a lot of organizations, sometimes in our organization also. People just hire people and they expect them to know what they are expecting out of them. How can that happen? People just hire people and think that they would know what exactly your organization needs. People would just hire people and expect that they would be already educated onto the skills and onto the skills required to execute onto this job. That's a sad way of hiring someone and then aligning them onto a particular job role. Everybody needs education, even if the person has been doing this particular thing for last 10 years. How it needs to be done over here has to change. Even if you hire a chef, if that person has been cooking food for 10 years for a particular hotel or for a particular family, if you're hiring it for your family or for your office or for your hotel, if you have a hotel, you need to actually explain them your taste, or the taste that you are most accustomed to, the ingredients that you are accustomed to, the process with which you make the food, all of these things. They'll not just come one day and would know everything on their own. You need to educate them, then you need to empower them by whatever that they are expecting from you, and that they already do not have right already into your household, be it the chef's knife, be it the
Wok and the utensils.
all of the other things,
Yeah.
right? And if they're just comfortable onto cooking onto, I mean, you'll have to
A particular
you'll have to
cooktop.
empower them with
That cooktop. Induction.
induction, right? You'll have to provide them induction if they want an induction. If you want them to like only make chapatis on a chula, right? And that to a wooden chula that your family used to have from last 25 years. You probably hired somebody and they want an induction to be executing on, or LPG cylinder to be using to cook the food. That's not a right hire. Or even if you need to empower them for the tools and all the resources that they need, right? And later you need to align them as to what is expected out of them, and then they'll start executing. So that's the same thing that needs to be done, right? All of these companies firing a lot of people would be hiring new people. They'll be doing the same alignment with them. First they'll be training them, educating them, then they'll be empowering them, then they'll be aligning them. What is the problem of aligning the existing individuals? The problem is the people itself. People are so rigid enough that they do not want to switch their profiles. People are rigid enough to not make the transition happen. And hence, companies are left with no other option than to lay them off. Right? That's what the problem is. If people are flexible enough, agile enough to be transitioned into the newer roles that are getting generated into a newer world, No company would want to put the cost of firing people and paying them the severance pay for 3 months, 6 months or whatever, and then putting the hiring cost back again into hiring new people, and then educating them about everything about your organization, and then empowering them and aligning them. It's the people who are not making it easier for the organization. Hence, the organization is laying them off. That's what it is. I mean, that's at least how I look at it. I mean,
Okay.
there must be other side of story of it also, but yeah, probably that's what it is.
Okay, so I just wanted to add something. The process of AI adoption in an organization would go something like this. Like, you'll have to make people comfortable first that you're not being replaced. We want you to actually identify where you need AI, then make the strategy first that this is how we are going to implement AI, and then make a plan for AI adoption, which starts with educating people, empowering them, and then aligning them with the right.
These are the only
tools.
3 steps.
That's
Do you
how-
see any other 3 other than these?
Mm. No, I think, and then it will just go back to optimization. That what is not working, you remove it. What is working,
So the circle
you
will
amplify
go back
it.
again, right?
Yeah.
After aligning them, you'll again going to optimize it, and then again re-educate, and then re-empower, and then realign. That's how it's going to.
Oh, bringing back this conversation here, most
Where was it then?
most businesses understand the money language. Like ROI depends a lot for them. So how should a business realistically measure ROI on AI? Like everybody is in the rat race to implement that because it's, I'm sorry to use this word again, but it's in trend.
It's a trend. Okay.
Yeah. But still, how should they realistically look at the ROIs that come out of AI initially? Because everything is in the initial phase right now.
See, they have to first identify the levers for their, business itself only. Like, what's the input that we are giving in, what's the output that we are getting, and what's the return we are getting on the current situation, on the current processes that we have. If we include AI, if we incorporate it, what's the cost of having that AI into our processes, into our workflows? What's the cost of it for maintaining and running it? And then how our output has changed. So that will help them understand. There is no universal formula that will work for them. It will be different for consulting company A. It will be different for consulting company B. It would be different for finance industry A. It will be different for finance industry B. They have to identify these levers, and then they have to evaluate as they are implementing and adding on the AI into their workflow, into their processes.
See, when we say about ROI, and you said businesses understand the money language, I think these are the immature businesses, or at least the leaders who are immature. It's not just money in terms of which people consider the ROI, right? It's also a lot of other things. I'll explain it in a bit, but first I'll give you a simple example. The AI platforms that you are using are not able to deliver the ROI. How you as a company using those platforms is expecting an ROI immediately out of it. So please have some patience. Anything and everything that you adopt and adapt, even if you hire a person, you can't expect them to execute and provide results in just 2 months, right? It would take time, or at least a year or so, something near to that. Similarly, any company which is investing into AI for their organization, of course, the ROI matters, but not just in terms of money. And money, when they only see 2 levers, as Vishit has said. Either more revenue or less cost. Other than that, there is nothing else. See, these are very crude ways of looking at a business, right? I mean, or very immature ways of looking at a business. I think anybody who's a mature leader looks at the value proposition. Whether we are able to generate the value in less of time is also very important. So it's not just money which is going to be important. Of course, time would reflect back into the money, but it would take some time. So are you able to execute something in less of time is also going to be important. So ROI might not come into the cost, but it may come into the time initially. So that's where you can measure. And there are a lot of other things, right? I mean, it comes down to what is the potential cost that you are saving right now, and what is the potential upside that this cost can go to, right? So right now, companies are not realizing that using AI and replacing a human is becoming efficient for them, but it is right now only. We don't know about 3 years, 4 years down the line when the AI is going to say, your messages are done for the day for 2 p.m. Come after 2 p.m. The person doesn't say that because he's serving. When he's doing a job, he doesn't say your tokens for right now is expired. Come after 4 p.m. After that, I'll do your job. So when everybody in the marketing is saying that AI is executing for 24 hours, it's actually not executing for 24 hours because of the energy that it requires for AI to execute. So, and for that energy, right now you might not have to pay because the investors are the ones who are paying for it in order to get the ROI in terms of the adoption of the same. But slowly or gradually, you'll have to pay for the energy that AI uses for doing the job that you are getting it done from the people. And that energy might cost you a lot more probably than the people's cost. And that's why the humanoids versus the Didi thing is still a relevant conversation, right? So that's what I'm saying. If you're just looking at the ROI as a business in terms of the cost, you're not mature enough. Please think about the time that it is going to save you. If not time, then the output. When I say output, it's not just in numbers, it's about the value. How greater quality of value you're able to produce. How much in numbers how much in quantity you are able to produce in the same time and the same input, right? So there are different levels that you have to watch in terms of ROI, and they all fall back into the efficiency and effectiveness ladder, because that's exactly where the competitiveness of businesses work. So that's how they have to see. And see, what is the whenever people ask this particular thing, what is the ROI of your parent? What is the ROI of your kid? What is the ROI of your brother and sister? You not always calculate the ROI of most precious things in your life. Similarly, I'm not saying this AI is going to be the most precious thing in your life, but all what I'm saying is you give it some time.
Yeah.
You give it some time, because if it is not impacting right now, it might take some time to impact. Till then, it might just ask you for inputs only. The more the inputs, the better the output might be. That's how
And
it is.
eventually everybody will get clarity they're seeking.
Eventually, everybody will get a clarity on.
What they're seeking in, like, if this worked for them, this did not work for them.
See, most of the businesses are seeking more revenue and less cost. That's all. They want to increase their margins. At least the ones who are who want to produce profits, or who want to rely on profits. The ones who are seeking investment from the investors are seeking valuation, nothing else. They don't worry about costs. They only worry about revenues, because revenue multiples is exactly how valuations are built. So depending on to the business leader and businesses that you're executing on, AI is going to give its ROI, but it is definitely going to give some ROI on some level or on a lot of levels. You'll have to be patient on to looking at it, or you need to have the lens to look at it. It's not just the cost always that matters. It's also the quality also that makes a difference, makes a lot of difference. So that's what it is.
Okay, so like we were talking about efficiency in a business, and plus the cost as well. But you said that time matters more over here. We should look at it on basis of time. We should consider and make
Time
decisions.
is a better
Metric.
metric than money just.
So keeping time as a metric, how can a business, or how should a business plan a balance between their AI adoption, upskilling or reskilling their people, and planning a sustainable long-term plan?
That will depend on the size of the team that you will have, that you would be training, that you would be putting.
Let's consider a small or mid-size business, like an organization similar to Cyntexa.
IT services.
Yeah.
Okay, see, if that is the case, then you have to identify and invest time dedicatedly for training of the individuals. Now, it will depend on the people that the people that you have on your team, how well versed they are into the AI already. Some of them might already be utilizing it, some of them might not be utilizing it. Some of them may not have even used it because they said, like, it always gives me hallucinated answer. I haven't tried it. So you will have to consider that as well. And then you have to prepare the plan for educating them and aligning them. So first you do that, and you identify your team and the level of clarity that they have about the things that are in the market right now that you plan to utilize. And then you plan out how you can empower them in their business use cases, in their, day-to-day processes. You have to identify that, how well they have structured that, how well they have defined that. That is also going to help you. If a team, let's say operations team, doesn't have it very well written of what all things they typically do, you have to first break it down as well, and then identify where we can put it, where we can put it, where we can put it, where it might help them, where it might not help them, how it can help them. So you have to evaluate all of that, and then you will be able to have the clarity of, we would be able to deploy it in how much time, whether it's going to be just 4 weeks, whether it's going to be 8 weeks, basis on that. And then you have to wait for a longer duration to see the output. You might see some output in short term, you might see some output in long term. And the output is not in the terms of what Shrey said already, in just money itself only. It might be in, customer satisfaction, the number of case deflections which are happening. You have to consider those things as well. And that will define the complete duration. Again, it's very highly dynamic from business to business, from process to process.
Okay, but again, the question was like, how should I balance it out, taking time as a metric? Because see, business will have to adopt AI as soon as possible because they have to be more
I'll give you
efficient.
the answer for the same. See, you said about education, empowerment, alignment. Do things which are documented well, and you don't have to do it again and again. That's exactly how you have to educate people. Empower people by building the right culture and providing them an open platform to ask for something that can empower them or have an open discussion. Alignment, right? That's again open platform to ask them about all of these things. Empowerment, alignment goes hand in hand. But for education, at least get things documented. Do it once and for all.
How much time do you think we have until everyone has AI in their organizations and we still can be
You
a first
might
mover?
not know. Probably all of the organizations already have AIs into their organizations, and we might be the last ones. We don't need. We can only figure out about ourselves, not the other people who are into the similar business. And also, it should not even bother. I mean, if they are doing it faster than us, good for them. But doing it faster, doing it slower, doing it with clarity is more important than doing it faster or slower. That's what it is. And when I said time is important, I said time to actually produce the value, time to actually deliver the value, time to actually complete the life cycle of the business. That's, if it is impacting that. Right now, let's take an example. In an IT services company, if you go out there and try to convert a P2P client for your IT services, it somewhere around takes like, earlier it used to take like 6-8 months. Right now, it's taking around like 4-6 months. If that time can be turned down to 2 months, oh God, now you can have the same account executive repeat the cycle in a year 6 times. Earlier, they were able to do it only 3 times. So that's how you have to evaluate. So the return of the money is going to be shown 3 years down the line in the balance sheet. But the impact has been started creating right now today itself. So that's how you have to look at it.
There's also this thing that a lot of people are interested in starting their own business, like a one-man
Everyone is.
business, right? So it has become much, much easier and faster to do that now.
Not actually.
I read somewhere that a lot of people in the Silicon Valley are using AI to just build businesses. Even a lot of influencers are doing it, like building my business in 30 days.
Building a
using
sustainable business are two different things.
Exactly. So they might not be doing it sustainably as of now, but they're doing
If
it
AI can
faster.
build it for them, AI can build it for others also, no?
Yes.
So that's what it is. So if they're going to launch that business out there in the world, but by just building it with the help of AI, don't you think others will be asking the same prompt? And even the code got, leaked of Anthropic or OpenAI. Claude code got leaked, right? And everybody built their own Claude. So is that going to work enough? No. Claude is still going to be Claude. Why? Because it knows how to be Claude.
So anyone using AI to build their business in 30 days and I am using it,
It can be a great marketing
60 days.
gimmick.
Yeah, I'm taking 60 days to do it, but I have more clarity than them.
Not just clarity, madam. You need the right infrastructure. Without the infrastructure, you don't own your business. The one who owns the infrastructure owns your business. Without the supply to energy that you would need in your business, you don't own your business. The person who's supplying the energy to your business owns your business.
And right now, most of the people are dependent on other people's infrastructure.
That's all what it is. So who is the real owner of all these AI businesses? The infrastructure owners.
This
Or and who is the owner of the infrastructure owners owning company? Energy owners.
Just to add on to what you said, you can see there are companies which are doing that. There is 2-person company which got 1.5 billion valuation right now in Silicon Valley. Yeah, that happened. But the thing is,
Marketing gimmicks. It's just a valuation. No, give. Okay, 1.5 billion valuation. I'll give you 1.5 million for 1% of your company. Now the valuation has been shot up to 1.5 billion. Game over. Did it actually? Was there actually? Do you know how the valuations happen? I mean, look at it. 1.5 billion dollar company, right? Even if I give 0.10% of the company, if I acquire, and if I give $1,50,000, which is around like 1 crore, right? No, 1.5 crore, right? 1.5 crore रुपए में एक 1.5 billion की कंपनी बन गई. लगा गया 1.5 crore रुपया. बनी कितनी कंपनी? 1.5 billion dollar की. That's how valuations work. It's all in the air. देखो ना, वैल्यूएशन का क्या मतलब होता है भाई? वैल्यूएशन का मतलब ये होता है कि कितने परसेंट के लिए कितने पैसे मिले. 0.10% के लिए अगर हमने $1.5 दे दिए, या क्या बोलते हैं उसको अंग्रेजी में बोलते हैं, $150,000, ठीक है, $150,000, $1.5 $1.5 देने के अंदर अगर 0.10% स्टेक के मैंने $1.5 दे दिए, आज ही दे सकता हूं. कल तुम्हारी कंपनी $1.5 बिलियन की है, पेपर पे छपा लो. मीडिया पीआर वाले कितने पैसे लगते हैं पीआर छपाने में? 10,000 रुपए. छप गया पीआर और फिर अपने आप काम करेंगे. तो वो 1.5 बिलियन डॉलर कंपनी है मैडम. एक्चुअली देखो वो वैल्यू क्या प्रोवाइड कर रही है कस्टमर्स को, पता पड़ेगा गायब हो चुकी 3 महीने में. यही तो होता है. और प्रोसेस क्या है वैल्यूएशन बनाने का? यही तो प्रोसेस है. तो ये वैल्यूएशन के प्रोसेस में क्यों अटक रहे हो भाई?
That is what I was saying. This is kind of marketing gimmick kind of thing. It might not be sustainable to that extent. It might sustain for 1 year, max 2 years, until everybody is able to, have the complete infrastructure that you have. And soon they will have it. That's just one prompt away, maybe 100 prompt away. Anybody else can also build it. So it's about what you are building around it, how you are structurizing it, how you are supporting it. If you are not there for 3 days, what will happen to your $1.5 billion business? If it's just you, what will happen then?
Yeah.
And if it's just built by AI can build it for itself.
Yeah. This brings me-
Then who's going to value your business for 1.5 billion? AI. So AI is the one building the business. AI is the one valuing its business for 1.5 billion. So it's playing its own game.
It's an AI world. We are just living in it.
It's an AI world, and we are just living in it. That's what.
No, it's not an AI world. It's a world where AI is just a new tool.
And it's a
It's
marketing
not an
gimmick
AI
which is
world.
happening around.
It's a marketing gimmick. The valuation thing.
I think the question or the point that you were trying to raise is like the agency model which is coming up in the AI space right now. So that is something which might help businesses, but there are 3 levels to it. One is automation, second is augmentation, and third one is agency. What means is automation is you simply giving the task to AI, do it for me, and you are having complete confidence onto it that it will be able to do it because it has done it for you 300 times and you have seen its effectiveness. It is above 95% and you have made your decision like I am okay with 95%. So that is automation. The augmentation part is AI is doing the work, then you are refining on it, then you are again doing work, then it again is refining. So it's a iterative cycle where you are working on it. You give it a task, then it does. It give it a task, you give it a task, and then you are getting to an answer. That is augmentation. The agency model is basically you give a task to an AI and then AI agents work on it together and then give you a result. Again, that is something that you have to validate, that you have to approve. But it's just that augmentation was limited with you talking to one AI. Now AI is talking to another AI agents. It might be 5 agents, it might be 6 agents. They are just doing things a little bit better and then they are giving you a result and then you take action basis on that. So that is what the agency model is, and that is what Paperclip AI is doing. Alibaba launched Agent Scope, and then ServiceNow also has it. Salesforce also have it to some extent. So this is how they are doing it. It's just instead of human talking to AI to get a better result, it's AI agents debating with each other to get a better result and then presenting it to you. This is how you should look at it. What AI agency is doing right now.
So there's a social media platform also where AI and AI can talk, interact. No, it's a social media platform
Yeah.
What's the
specifically.
name? It's Grok.
Molt.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It was from Open Globe. That is again complete different story. We will not go into that.
We should not.
And then there is something called as Miro fish. I think I will cover that part a little bit later. But, yeah.
What was the question though?
I was asking that because the startup things are becoming so easy to do now. So
Do you even know the name of the company?
no.
5 days down the line, the marketing gimmick will be gone. Do you even know? Do you have that installed in your mobile phone? Have you ever logged into it? You just saw a marketing media post of it. That's all what it is. That's how volatile it is. That it only exists in media and marketing, not in existence. If it would have been in existence, it would have been there in your phone. It would have been opened into your browser. That's what it is.
And even if that company wants to sustain, it will do whatever the things that we just said, having infrastructure, having that team and all of that. It would have to do that.
There's no alternative.
There's no alternative to that.
Meta tried to hire people from all of these OpenAI and everything, right? It didn't really work out because it's not just the people that you can hire and build the AI for yourself, right? So that's what I'm trying to say. There's a lot that goes into building a business. That is exactly what makes the business a unique thing or a unique entity to own, right? And it starts with infrastructure.
Metaverse.
Or
Getting that meant salary 500,000, 500 million.
Buy $500 million as a salary, as a compensation package. People were thinking what we have been doing for all of our life. And all of these people left their job in 3 months, 6 months, whatever. Right?
All these interesting conversations want me to start my new segment. This is talking about future of AI and answering a very large section of big questions that AI has made us inquisitive about.
So talking about the future of AI, do you think that large language models or LLMs, as we call them, are the future of AI? Is it where it is going to end, or there is something going to be entirely different coming up?
Just the beginning of AI.
Just the beginning of AI. So let me put it in a simpler term. What we have right now is being coined as, ANI, artificial narrow intelligence. Why? It has a narrow intelligence towards, things like it is good at predicting the tokens for you. It is good at doing things for you based on the pattern that it has recognized. Similarly, it has video LLM, image generation. It is able to generate images based on what it has learned right now. It is that itself only. The next phase would be AGI, artificial general intelligence. And then it would be ASI, artificial super intelligence. And it's going to be something, it's going to be Skynet kind of a thing. If you have seen Terminator, it's going to be that level. That's what speculations are. We are not sure when we will get there. Even we are not sure when we will get to the AGI as well. The companies like Anthropic, OpenAI might say, we are just 5 years down the line, by 2030, we will have AGI. And then the next report comes, they are failing in saying that there is an S in the ChatGPT. So you question that. But the point is, it's just the beginning of AI and we will be seeing a lot of more things. The prominent next thing that you will see from AI or in the AI era is we have right now LLM. You will see world models. So there would be models which would be utilizing, casuality and dynamics to do things for you. To put it in a simpler terms, LLM is able to give you a recipe for making, let's say butter paneer masala. Okay, it is able to give you the recipe. That's it. A video model is able to generate a great visual of that being made, that being served. It's highly possible that the curry might fall from the pan in the video itself because it has learned from seeing it from the videos. The world model is identifying A comes with B, meaning that if I push this cup from over here, it will fall down. That is causality. It is trying to understand that. And then the dynamics. If I throw this up, it will come back at certain point of time and then fall on the ground and then break. So world model is working on that. That is the next thing that we will be seeing. There are great companies which are working on it and they are having great valuations, meaning there are great money being flown into it. And we will be seeing that in few years.
So that world model will be more conscious and will be aware about the consequences that if you do this, this is going to happen. If you do that, this is going to happen.
Yeah. Right now, LLMs are just pattern recognition and prediction engines. it will understand if it was moved from here to here, it will break. Why it will break? Because of gravity. It will hit the ground, it will hit the surface, and then because of the gravity, it will break. And the dynamics would be, if I throw a balloon up in the air, it will stay up longer. If I throw this cup, it will stay lesser in the air, and then again it will come back. So things like that are being taught to the world models, and this is how the AI industry is kind of moving towards in terms of where AI is heading right now.
But let's talk about it. I mean, even if they create the AI world, I know Google is still asking me which is a traffic light and which is a stair and which is a cycle and which is a car. Even if to build a pattern related to it, they'll ask us.
Yeah, that's what they are doing. Even for
If
world
this is
models.
made of ceramic or if this is made of steel, nobody knows. Can you actually predict with a picture? I can create a glass of ceramic which will look like a steel glass and throw it. Its prediction is going to fail. Why? Because it looks like a steel glass, but it's made of ceramic. I'm going to throw it up. It's going to predict that it's going to fall down and it's going to break, but it will not break because I know I have made it of steel. So I think that's, and traffic light is still there. It's still there. Like there is no Google autonomous car that exists, even if they have the most data about it. What are your thoughts about it?
So see, it's going to change to some extent. The thing that you said, it will never be identified by, because this is something that you will have to know.
Right, that's what it is. So
Yeah.
You have to do it. You have to do it.
you have to have the
You
creativity
put a
to be the thief.
microscope onto it to understand it. But the whole point is, right now the hallucinations and the things that we are seeing in the world, that are going to go away because of a core architecture that is being followed, not because of the pattern recognition, which will start learning more patterns, which will start learning more, better clarity about how things work, how things not work. It is now trying to learn why this happened and why it happens. So it's trying to do that. So whole point is, it will evolve in that direction, not in the direction that you are thinking. There is a lot of long way to go there still.
What is question though? In his answers, I just got lost.
So, what is AI LLM just a start?
It's definitely just a start.
And if there's a lot more to come.
There's definitely a lot more to come. Actually, AI is nothing but a simulation of human intelligence. That's all what it is. The more simulation it'll be able to do, the more evolution it will happen to it. That's all what it is. And all the scientists, all the researchers, all the great computer engineers or computer scientists are trying to simulate the same. But will it be able to? We don't know. How soon will it be able to do how much? We really do not know. But is generative AI just is the end, or is towards the mid? Oh no, it's just the beginning. It's just going to evolve. How soon, how quick, we don't know. But definitely quicker than the last things that existed.
So, we were talking about the researchers, the godfather of AI, Jeffrey Hinton.
Yeah, who is the godfather of AI? I mean,
He's been labeled that.
That
Where is
the
God-
term has been given to
why?
somebody.
What is the reason?
He's done a lot of research regarding.
In which years?
I mean,
Is he alive now?
yeah,
Yes,
he's
He's alive. Probably he is not the godfather. He's a great marketer.
however, he's given a warning that
Warning, huh?
yeah, that
Hmm.
the pace, that unprecedented pace that we are discussing time and again, that just speed se ho raha hai, there will be a time then when AI would not even require humans. So the human
There's right now the time the AI will not require humans. But for everything, not sure.
are we heading towards an AI apocalypse?
AI apocalypse. What is an apocalypse?
Like, for example, the zombie apocalypse is when the
That is
zombies
already happening.
take
You
over.
aren't you walking onto the streets, people using things to become zombie?
So that's different, but then there would be
But that's not different, ma'am. That's exactly how zombie apocalypse look like in the movies. That's exactly where we are right now. Why do you think we are heading towards it? And why are these people actually using these things? Because they don't have anything else to do. And they are being actually given money by the governments itself to actually become a zombie. So we are into a zombie apocalypse. It's not because of AI for sure.
will there be a time then when AI would not even ask humans to give a command, and they would do it automatic?
It's just making you feel that you are the one giving the command. It's asking you questions that it wants you to choose from. At the end of every AI generative engine, there are 3 questions. Do you want me to do this, that? Right? Even if you're going to say something else, but it's actually training you that these are the, slowly and gradually you'll know, okay, these are the only 3 options that I have. You'll forget about, do I even have, asking something else other than things you
Fourth
have
option, fifth
Exercising
option.
the muscle that
exercising the muscle that actually creates that question.
Yeah.
That's what when you said AI apocalypse, I said, what is apocalypse? You'll forget that. You'll forget that. People will only think apocalypse. I know. Arey, what is apocalypse?
AI domination.
AI
Domination of the world.
domination. Arey bhai, matlab, it is there. No, why? Why do you think it is not there?
Like in a physical form. Like
In a physical form, as long as there is going to be energy provided to it. आपने वो रोबोट मूवी नहीं देखी क्या यार? मतलब क्या मतलब मजाक कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग यार? क्या है मतलब? As long as there is going to be energy, रोबोट भाई रजनीकांत ने कुछ किया हो नहीं किया हो? मैं एक बात जानता हूँ, अगले ने मूवी के अंदर जो एंड किया है वो सही किया. एंड ऐसे ही होगा ये. इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है. आपको लगता है कोई और संदेह है? एंड करने का एक ही तरीका होगा, प्लग आउट द एनर्जी, डिस्ट्रॉय द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. इसके अलावा और कोई तरीका ना हो. कितना सून कितना लेटर पता नहीं. When you are actually giving it its own brain, it'll do the things that will create the patterns for.
But will it start considering humans as a dumber generation, dumber race?
Don't you think it is already doing so? When they are asking such dumb questions to it. It already knows that humans are dumber and they need me.
But people are saying that there would be a time when the basis of which you treat AI right now is going to treat you the other way around,
And
and
there is always going to be somebody who's going to be running this AI thing. And that is going to be the human. That's all what I know. The world will not go out of humans for sure. There's going to be some force which is going to be running and owning the AI ecosystem. And that AI ecosystem is going to be dominating the rest of the human races. That's how it's going to look like. Right? So that's what you'll have to figure out. You're getting what I'm trying to say?
yeah.
That's how it's going to be.
So would you want to add something?
Definitely, I think from the perspective of energy would be the one thing that would definitely be required. Without it, they would not be able to do anything.
And to produce energy, you need humans. You need humans. वो स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोन्स पे क्या चल रहा है भाई? ह्यूमंस ने रोक दिया, एनर्जी नहीं आ रही तुम्हारे घरों में. 3600 रुपए का सिलेंडर लेके आ रहे हो. क्या मजा आ गया क्या? तो एनर्जी तो अब रुक ही रही है. ह्यूमंस ही रोकते हैं, ह्यूमंस ही चालू करते हैं. बस अब एआई लिया जाके स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोन्स से चला के अपना पूरा का पूरा वेसल ले आएगा.
I think what she's trying to say into it is, right now AI doesn't have access to the power grids. What if it gets the access to power grids? How will we have
Sir, power grids are generating power from
coal or wind or
coal is mined by whom?
Then there are I think I am saying what on your behalf. She's saying humanoids will be there doing the mining. Am I going in the right direction?
Yeah, somewhere.
It's not going to be cost effective. Reason humanoid जितनी एनर्जी ले लेगा उसको माइन करने की, समझ रहे हो, उतनी एनर्जी निकलेगी नहीं कोयले से. ह्यूमनॉइड को चार्ज करने के लिए जितनी बिजली दे रहे हो उतनी बिजली का वो कोयला निकल रहा है. तो उस कोयले से जो एनर्जी जनरेट हो रही है वो ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट लेके चले जा रहा है. आप क्या करोगे? आप समझ रहे हो ना मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ भाई? ह्यूमनॉइड को भी चार्ज देना पड़ेगा, नहीं देना पड़ेगा? ह्यूमनॉइड एक सेकंड ह्यूमनॉइड बनाने के लिए भी तो अलॉयज चाहिए होंगे, मेटल चाहिए होंगे. मेटल कौन निकाल के लाएगा?
अभी इंसान ला रहे हैं, but there would be a time that we would be
बाद में मशीनों
allocating
से भी इंसान ही लाएंगे. मेरे को एक ही जगह बता दो जहां पे सिर्फ एआई से सब कुछ हो रहा है अभी तक, या सिर्फ इंटरनेट से सब कुछ हो रहा है, सिर्फ गाड़ियों से पूरा का पूरा एक फ्लीट मैनेजमेंट चल रहा है. क्या दिमाग लगा रहे हो? मतलब आप समझ रहे हो क्या मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ?
But like we have seen in the movies,
अरे मूवी का तो कहाँ भी फिक्शन दिखाना है भाई, उसका तो क्या. पर मैं तो एक ही चीज पूछ रहा हूँ.
So you're saying it is a fiction only. In reality, it will not happen.
I always think that value is always been generated by the people and for the people. That's the basic concept. That is exactly how it has always been, and that is exactly how it is always going to be. Without the people, there is no point of value. AI खुद ही का नाश कर लेगा अगर कोई ह्यूमन खत्म हो जाएंगे तो, क्योंकि अब उसको कोई दुश्मन नहीं दिखेगा. अगर AI, एक बेसिक बात समझो, AI को ट्रेन कर दिया ह्यूमंस को खत्म करने के लिए, ठीक है, AI ने अब ह्यूमन खत्म कर दिया, पर आदत तो पड़ गई ना उसकी एक दूसरे को खत्म करने की. अब एक AI दूसरे AI से लड़ाई लड़ेगा और अपने आप वो डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाएंगे. तो ये लो AI, अगर AI अपोकलिप्स से ह्यूमन का अपोकलिप्स आएगा तो AI का भी अपोकलिप्स हो गया फिर.
Which is why we see in the movies that at the end there is a human who is unplugging it and saving the world.
It is training you, it is educating you and empowering you that when this time happens, you have to unplug the AI's power grid.
So, talking about the pace that everything is going so fast. So, will there be a time that everything has to be slowed down deliberately, that okay, now things are getting out of hand, the world authorities and everything, will they collectively decide that okay, we need to slower down the pace because employment rates matter, the energy sources
They
matter,
can try to do it.
and the gap between the wealthy and the poor, it
So
will widen
will-
extensively.
And civil war will happen.
Yeah, so will there be a time that they will deliberately have
happening.
to stop it,
It's
pull the lever?
happening, no? Isn't it happening? Why are these wars and everything? All of these things are happening. Every country is trying to create civil war in the other country.
Unrest.
Why
Uh-huh.
unrest? So that's happening. Will it be a time? Kya hota hai? That right now is the time where the civil wars are happening. Which country exists out there in your knowledge where there is no civil war happening right now? Maybe not in your perspective. Maybe not on that scale that you think that it is it can be now called as a war. But internally there are wars which day there was not a war that was fought?
Every day is a war.
Every day is a war for people, right? So that's what it is. But the scale can be different.
Yeah.
Scale can be high, low, depending on कि अभी हम बातों पे वार्तालाप पे लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, फिर हम हाथापाई पे आएंगे, फिर हम तलवारों पे, फिर हम बंदूकों पे, फिर हम बमबारी पे, और फिर हम
ट्रीटी साइन करेंगे,
ट्रीटी साइन करेंगे. यही तो है. और है क्या भाई, ट्रेड से ही तो वॉर चल रही है अभी पूरी की पूरी. और को कह रहा है पहले सैंक्शंस लगाएंगे, ट्रेड सैंक्शंस लगाएंगे, फिर ट्रीटी साइन करेंगे. प्रोसेस तो यही हमेशा, यही चलता है, हमेशा यही चल रहा है, आगे भी यही चलेगा.
Okay, so since we were talking about economies, I would like to talk about India in particular. India is known for its tech talent as of now.
Not just for that.
Not just for that, but in the tech landscape, we are really known for it. And with the AI boon, what do you think it will do? Will it amplify it, strengthen our position, or will it impact it negatively?
I feel, you want my feeling or you want my thinking?
Thinking.
That's what you identify with most of it. If I would have asked the same question to her, she would have, what do you feel? Coming back to the point. Is AI going to amplify,
Strengthen our position.
See, what I think is India is going to be, this is my think, right? India is going to, is entering, or is, let's call it Bharat. Bharat is entering into a very great era, which is going to be of great transformation for the nation and for its people. But at the similar point of time, there is going to be some segments and some sectors where there's going to be a lot of distress that is going to happen. It has never happened in any economy or any country that when the country grew like anything at a tremendous pace, there has been a sector that has not been affected badly by it. And that is exactly what is going to happen to Bharat. There's going to be a sector that is going to use this opportunity as the riding wave and grow tremendously with exponential pace and exponential statistics. But at the same point of time, there's going to be a segment, or there's going to be a particular segment of people that is going to be deeply impacted by the growth or the transformation that is going to happen for the other segment in Bharat. So that's what I think.
And what do you feel about it then?
I think let me leave this question for her.
So I would like to add more to this question. Before AI was AI for the world, India was looked forward for the developers and the kind of tech talent we provide to the Silicon Valley. And now, since developers are getting laid off and everything, so people are worried, should this AI revolution be a boon for India or a bane for India? That so had beautifully answered that, not just one.
See, as I said, it's going to be a boon and a bane together.
Yeah.
For the different segment of people. If specifically if you talk about the developers who are great at a particular technology or a particular language, programming language, and just that are going to be the other segment which is going to not get the benefit and is going to see a serious impact. But the developers who are really problem solvers or value generators are going to use it as an opportunity for their growth, for their organization's growth, and for the country's growth. So that's how it's going to be. a developer right now who's thinking that just because I know Java or any other programming language, Python, or I know this technology, I am going to be the best one, or I am going to be riding the wave of the next revolution or transformation that is going to happen to the country. But sorry, that's not how it's going to be. You have to be a great problem solver or a great value generator. That's a better term. And you are able to generate value using technology that is available to you, or that is available at mass scale to the audience for whom you are trying to create a technology or a platform or a software or an application. That segment is going to make a lot of money, grow tremendously, and thrive like anything. The other segment, which is just a programming language expert, is probably not going to enjoy it that much and is going to be seriously impacted. That's how the developer's life is going to look like, according to me. And by the way, let me answer that feeling thing for you. What do I feel about Bharat? This is my feel. This is absolutely subjective. I have no backing to say about it. It's going to have its own time. There's a reason why I'm in Bharat. And it's going to have its own time. Something that people have not seen from a very long time. And that's why I'm very much positive on it. I mean, very much. I don't know what's the reasoning behind it. That's the feeling that I'm sharing with you. The time is going to be different. I mean, for individual people, it's going to be subjective. But overall, for the nation, it's going to be coming out as a leader in the world is what I think it's how it's going to look like.
Is what you feel.
That's what I feel. Because if I would have said that's what I think, I would have had to give reasonings to it.
Yeah.
Hence, I said I feel this.
Talking about that, sir, in most of our answers, we were reflecting back that the cost nature has to pay for AI models and everything to work. So could we more dwell upon that what are the trade-offs environmentally we have to take care of while we discuss AI?
Cooling.
Yeah.
Energy. Water and everything and a lot of digging. I mean, of course, in order to create a lot of GPUs and all of these things, you would need more of natural resources. So a lot of natural resource digging and all of these. See, oil and oil or any other source of energy is going to be utilized a lot. Natural resources are going to be utilized a lot. Infrastructure, land, and all of these things will be required a little more also. And I mean, it's going to be very heavy in terms of everything, in terms of natural resources, in terms of energy, in terms of people making it happen. We all are trying to help AI develop it. If you don't think so, you all are developers of AI. Do you know that? I mean, that's exactly how it is developing. Anything that is being built by community has the most important power because it's free of cost. So we all, by using ChatGPT or any other AI, is helping that LLM model or that AI transform or develop even more and even more faster. So the more people use it, the more they use it, it gets developed even more. That's what it is.
I have an example for this.
So hence, So hence people. So more people, more natural resources, more infrastructure, more energy, everything more. More cooling, more water. What else do you need?
I have an example for this. There's a gaming app called Pokemon Go.
Okay.
It was used by millions and millions of people at one time, and people, what they used to do was scan the streets and their neighborhoods, and they had to catch Pokemons over there. So at that time, people were enjoying it. Like, wow, such a fun game. We have to just go and catch Pokemons just like Ash did in the cartoon. Now that company has collected such massive data set of all the streets in the world, and they're creating an app for it, I guess, and they're selling it out to some people. So that was like an experiment. Like, we are a part of the experiment.
You have always been a part of
helping
an
them.
experiment.
Yes, so we
For
are
pharmaceuticals, for for vaccines, for technology, for AI, everything.
So we're rat on the wheel, but we don't just realize it while we're on the
With the
wheel.
guinea pigs.
Even if we realize it, is what is the way we don't ask it?
Yes.
Yes.
I would
What is the way out?
Yeah. I would like to add more to the question that I was asking. For us, generating an image is just a prompt. We just add a prompt and get an image generated. However, it takes a lot of gallons of water. But how should we sustainably utilize AI, mindfully utilize AI? When it comes to the masses, everybody is using it without taking care of the sustainability factor. So, would
Because
we...
right now it's free. Once let them attach a cost to it, they'll use sustainably. More you use it, more you pay for it. More you use it, more you pay for it.
All the computers in data centers that are helping us use AI as of now are using approximately 1.5% of the global electricity.
Yeah.
And the number is actually rising. So
it's
there
going
will
to
be a
rise
point
only.
where the number is rising above the limit that we can afford right now. And that's when we are going to have repercussions of.
That's what it is.
So, as Mother Earth is paying the price for our revolution this time,
It has always been Mother Earth which has paid the
Yeah.
price for your revolution.
but this time the speed, the capacity, and
Yeah.
everything is more.
Pace is higher.
The pace is higher. So, should we
You'll
be...
have to pay the cost.
And it's not only us who is going to
Everybody
pay the upcoming
who is part
generation.
of Mother Earth.
Yeah, collectively. And there's no other way out of it. You'll have to pay the cost. You have to bear
Without the cost, nothing works.
Okay. Should I go to the last one? Okay. So
You got the answers to
Yeah,
the questions, no?
So for the last question of the segment, I have that.
And that's the last segment though. Everybody who's been waiting for it too.
No.
Okay. Oh no, that's not Q&A. There is.
No, we have a little rapid fire planned.
Before the rapid fire, that's a quick one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So as the last question of this segment, can AI actually create knowledge, or is it just able to recombine the knowledge we are providing it with?
Sir, I have a clear answer. But I would want, if you want me to, I can.
AI can simply compile the, okay, so what are the, AI can come up with ideas, okay, those ideas will primarily be the ideas that has been fed into it. So it is going to primarily do that. Some point of time, somehow, if you connect two distinct nodes, two distinct parameters together and ask it, it might come up with new knowledge as well. For example, this is exactly what couple of people, one individual did in Australia. His dog had a cancer and he was looking for a vaccine. Some people said there is no vaccine for it. He went to pharmaceutical company. They said there is no vaccine for it. He paid $50,000 or $60,000. He said, give me the results, do these tests, and then give it to me. I will compile them and I will combine various different aspects that are there, and I will try to run those things with this and identify if I can find and if I can come up with a newer idea.
Where is it getting the various different aspects? That's the data.
So what I'm saying is, if you ask AI, give me a new idea, probably it won't. But if you connect, I have this node, can you think it from this particular perspective? Can you think it from this business scenario? Can you think it from this side of things? And then you ask it, then it might come up with new ideas that humans would not have earlier. This is what we have seen.
So there's a probability.
Yeah.
There's no probability. You want a clear answer? What was the question? Can AI create knowledge?
Yeah.
If AI could create knowledge, it wouldn't have been capturing data from all of us. As simple as that. If it is capturing data from all of us, it is using that knowledge as a documentation and then reproducing it.
Cleverly.
Cleverly. That's what it is.
But you're also saying that there's no probability, like there's zero
You just plug out
probability.
the data. You just ask Vishwajit. He knows technologies like nobody else can think of. Ask him, will AI evolve if you stop feeding it the data? Hence, it cannot produce any new knowledge without me. So what you're asking is, there is a vessel which cooks a meal. If you're not going to add the ingredients, by itself, will it be able to create a meal? No. So data is an ingredient for AI. And without that data, it cannot do any reproduction. So it cannot have its own knowledge because it is dependent on the data that is being fed to it. You ask some questions to AI and it will not be able to answer because there are not enough blogs already presented onto those same topics. So that's what the limitation of AI is. You getting what I'm trying to say? I told you the data which is not already present onto it, that was the third one, right? Or whatever. Second one, third one, whichever the limitation was. So that's what it is. I mean, this again, we might agree to disagree onto the same, but I don't see a probability of AI creating its own content. He said the perfect. I'll take the example of his example of his story. You ask AI to give it an idea, and or whatever he said कि भाई ये मेरे को ऐसे करना है, 4 5 7 8 अलग चीजों से कंपेयर करो और मुझे कुछ नया बना के दो. अरे वो 4 5 7 8 चीजें भी तो एग्जिस्ट कर रही है उसके पास में. अगर एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं कर रही होती तो वो हिट एंड ट्रायल मार के कौन सा नया बना के दे देता. So AI is just reproducing content. Documentation is something that we all are doing for it. ठीक है? So AI, and hence if it would happen, मैंने बोला AI is going to be dangerous when it will be able to capture data by itself, which it probably could with the help of the mobile phones that we have. उसमें हमारी पूरी रोज की इन्फॉर्मेशन जा रही है, ऑडियो जा रही है, वॉइस जा रही है, कुछ जा रही है, वो कर लेगा. लेकिन जिस दिन मैं मोबाइल गड्ढे में फेंक दूंगा उस दिन क्या होगा? मैं मोबाइल के साथ चल ही नहीं रहा, अब क्या कर लेगा मेरा? You're getting what I'm trying to say? You'll only be able to track people will only be able to track you when you have something attached.
Device attached.
And that device needs to be charged every day. And there needs to be a reason for you to charge that device. Game over. And what is that reason? Social media. You turn into a dumb phone. See? It'll not be able to do anything to you. That's why a trend came back of Nokia dumb phones. People, some Gen Zs tried it, but it didn't really work out. Because they're too habitual of sharing information, surviving on information. That's what it is. So that's exactly how AI works according to me. Without data, it cannot reproduce. It is just a reproducing machine. It is not a generating machine. This is a generating machine. We all are generating machines. We are generating for it to document, after documentation, analysis and reproduction as per the need, as per the situation. That's all what it is doing, sir.
Right now it isn't. See,
Explain me how it will.
if it will have okay, so you are producing.
I'll go into a jungle and sit with no energy, no electronics, no devices, nothing, no internet connection.
It's not about you. It's about AI will be able to generate on its own.
Explain it to me.
So if AI right now is predicting on its own basis on the pattern that it has recognized, if it will have that, if it will have the casuality and the dynamics of it, why this happens, how it happens, by us only. Once if it had that, it will be able to do that now.
That's reproduction, no?
So once it has captured all the data, it means it might be able to create
New content out of it. That's reproduction. Will it be
What humans do? How are we coming up with new ideas? Aren't we producing new content basis on compiling new various ideas and compiling it?
No, not always.
but ideas are always
Not always, but
Not
some of
always.
the times, right?
Most of the times, most of
of
the
the
humans are actually doing it. See, that is it. That is exactly what it can replicate. But there are a lot of times when you look at a particular thing and you just know that, okay, this is something that needs to be done.
There is consciousness that we have got.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what AI is also leading towards.
Trying to lead to.
And that's what I'm saying is, if humans are mostly reproducing the content basis on the knowledge, basis on the things that they know, if AI does it, why are we saying it reproducing it? If we are also reproducing it,
I agree. That's exactly what I say. Even human, you cannot see a dream of something that you have not already seen out there. That's what the people are also doing. That's all what I'm saying. But there is a possibility of human to see something that they've already not seen somewhere. But that is not the same thing that is happening to AI.
not at all. Right now, not at all.
Our probabilities are also, according to, we can agree to disagree on this.
Not at all happening to the AI right now. Might be happening to it.
But what is your percentage to it? I mean, what percentage would you say कि यार इतना percent हो सकता है?
how much probability?
मेरे हिसाब से 0 लगता है मुझे. I would not like to comment on it.
I think
Make a prediction. Let's make a prediction. Either we're going to go wrong or we're going to get right.
I think there is a 10 to 20% chance that we will see in 15 years some level of neural, how our brain works. It will be able to compile that.
See, are we all only just brain?
I knew you were going to say that. Then I said we are soul. We are soul.
Who said I've never said we are soul.
Yeah, so I think coming back to the question that you were asking, whether AI would be able to have some level of consciousness, I think how we humans think to some extent, there is a chance that in 15 years you might see that happening. Because if we are mapping out the brains of a mosquito,
Right now, I'll tell you one simple thing AI cannot generate. Anything you pick out 200 years back, anything that is present in libraries right now, in the old Rajasthan University libraries of the history books, anything you ask about the incidents, it doesn't know. Because all of those books have been not documented by this AI, because it is collecting data digitally only, but the data exists physically also. So if it is not able to produce data which is already there, or tell you anything about the story which is there in the books, because it exists in physicality, it is not digitally mapped, it will not be able to reproduce anything that it is not digitally available.
So this is what CAPTCHA is doing. It gives you weird words. For us, it's like alphabets written in some alphanumeric way. But what it's actually doing, it's getting the documentation corrected, feed it into its system.
That's what it is. If what Vishwajit is saying, it will be able to generate its own content. CAPTCHA bhi फिर AI लगा दो, कर देता है क्या?
AI will have to be physically here to capture it themselves, the content.
अरे CAPTCHA, I'm talking about CAPTCHA. Can AI bypass the CAPTCHA?
The sad truth is right now it is.
It is?
It's possible, right?
अरे sir, all the CAPTCHAs.
90% captchas. That's why they are kind of restructured.
Only the CAPTCHAs that it has already created patterns on. Let me create a new CAPTCHA.
Again, it's coming back to whether it has that
Data set or not.
basis on data set, whether it has generated and gotten that common sense, gotten that
There's no common sense with that AI exists. AI has only data sets. Right. And based on that, there is a pattern. If it has a data set, it has a pattern. If it doesn't have a data set, it doesn't have a pattern. That's what I think.
Yes, that is.
Zabardasti nahi.
Yeah, that is. If AI doesn't have a pattern, it doesn't know. That's
what it is. So forever it's going to be like that. And what makes patterns? Data sets. So all what I'm saying is, जो data उसके पास है ही नहीं, वो उसको पता ही नहीं होगा.
yeah.
फिर 10 to 20% probability है.
See, if uske paas mein abhi, if it doesn't have that knowledge, if it doesn't have that understanding, what people are working, what companies, these companies that I said,
Company तो वो marketing है दादा.
if they are, see, we would have been saying this is also going to be marketing 5 years down the line. If it was 2020, we would have been sitting and we would be saying the same thing.
Agree.
Who would I believe?
But you would want to still have a benefit of doubt, yeah, maybe.
I said that nobody would be able to write this level of code in just 2 years of time, and I saw it in 2023 writing it.
See, because writing code was a great thing for you, not for me. And I've never.
What's a great thing? What's a great thing for general audience is having somebody giving answers to an extent that they earlier didn't even thought about. Thinking like it would be able to understand my question and then give me an answer to it. Forget about coding.
Just think about it. It is writing down the code. Is it able to create problems of coding which already doesn't have a data set of?
Right now it isn't. But what I am saying is.
But let's talk about the engineering process. How will it be able?
That's what I was coming towards too. If we are mapping out, see, neural networks are what we were trying to mimic how our brains were working, and we came up with, okay, GPT, this particular network would be able to mimic our brains, and we came up with that. Similarly, we are right now mapping out the brains of animals and mosquitoes, trying to do that. I think there is a possibility we would be able to mimic how our brain works and how it functions, and then it might be able to do certain things that we are saying might not be possible. Because in 2020 we said it would not be able to give the answer to these kind of questions.
But what will happen to the evolution that will happen to the mosquito's brain? Will it be able to map that also?
Probably not at that particular time. But see, who said that it would be able to map out the brain? In 2020, if I was asked the same question, I am not sure. That's why I'm saying there is an uncertainty, and I'm saying only 10 to 20% chance is there based on the things that I'm seeing. Now, I can disagree with what you are saying and you can disagree with what I am saying, but this is what I feel right now.
Never say never.
Never say never.
That's what it is.
With that, we come to the next, onto the last segment that we have, which is rapid fire.
Is it for individual?
Individually planned for sir and sir.
Okay.
I would like Ayushi to begin with Shresas.
Okay.
It's
So
me.
yes, we'll start with you. You have to answer either
Get
in
closer.
just, we'll start with you. You'll have to answer in just one word, or choose one of the two that I'm giving you, or just one sentence, if not a word.
Just before
Don't
you
think-
start, Ayushi, I see a lot of discourse happening here, and I request everybody to not open the chit that has been circulated. It has a purpose to it. And right after Shreya's rapid fire, we're going to disclose that. Thank you.
Okay, you don't have to think a lot about it. You just give like 2-3 seconds and come up with the answer. So, first one is one AI myth you want to bust.
An AI, man. It will be able to generate data.
I was going to say the same thing. Yes, you say you will repeat the same thing.
Aligned, no? Aligned.
Will AI replace jobs or redefine
And
them?
when I say, by the way, I would like, chalo, generate data without any human intervention is what I wanted to say. Right. Sorry, next question.
Okay. Will AI replace jobs or redefine them?
Of course, redefine. Or both. Both.
You have to choose one.
Both.
AI as a co-worker, yes or no?
Yes.
One skill everyone should learn today.
How to be more human.
One industry that AI won't easily disrupt.
One industry that AI won't easily disrupt. Industry.
You have to be quick, sir.
Easily disrupt. Disrupt farming. It will disrupt, but not easily.
Okay. Prompting versus coding, which matters more?
Prompting versus coding. Both.
You have to choose one. Which matters more?
There's no difference between either.
One mistake people make while using AI.
Thinking that it is smarter than them.
I was going to say the same. I knew you will say the same thing.
You recognize the pattern.
We have been doing that for quite some time.
Perfectly
For a very long
Very
time.
long time.
All the time.
Perfectly aligned.
Perfectly aligned.
One habit to stay relevant in an AI world.
To know that there is no AI world. There is world.
AI regulation, necessary or limiting?
Both.
One word to describe the future of AI.
Exciting.
Last one, AI opportunity or threat?
Subjective.
Last but not the least, one should become an AI generalist or an AI first problem solver.
Have more clarity.
Thank you, Shrey sir, for the rapid fire round. On to VJ sir. Which industry will AI disrupt the most?
Software engineering.
Are open source AI models safe or a privacy nightmare?
They are safe. Comparatively safe.
What was the question though?
Are open source AI models safe or a privacy nightmare?
Open says depend. Okay.
Depends on how you use them.
Who is using it?
If you're using it in your
And
environment,
for what?
in your environment, in your infrastructure, then they are safe, comparatively safe.
And you know how to make it safe.
Yeah,
Is AGI a reality in 10 years or not?
probably yes.
Is hallucination of AI a solvable problem or not?
Probably in 10 to 15 years.
Is AI overhyped right now?
Yes,
One of the biggest lies that people are telling about AI right now.
it's smarter than you.
What matters more, AI systems, speed, or its accuracy?
AI systems speed or accuracy?
Yeah.
Accuracy.
What do you prefer, complete automation or human in the loop?
Human in the loop.
What do you prefer, built in-house or bought AI solutions?
Depends.
On
Situation to situation.
Do companies truly understand AI ROI today? Yes or no?
Sorry, can you please repeat?
Do companies really understand AI ROI truly today or not?
No.
What matters more, lower latency or lower costs?
Lower cost.
With that, thank you. Oh, I'm sure we're about to close the session here and open the house to the audience for questions. But you all must be wondering that what do we conclude with this AI session? How many of you have this question? You can raise your hands. On the count of 3, you can open your chits and then we will ask our guests to please elaborate on that. 1, 2, and 3. Open. And on to our guests to elaborate on that, to conclude the session.
On this?
Yeah.
I think I've already covered this. I mean,
Just to give
with that, the bullock cart rider with the strength and the bullock cart rider with not much strength but is adapting the jack or adopting the jack. It's always better to use the tools. See, even if you have the best nails out there, would you want to use it for unscrewing or screwing a nail? Or not a nail, a screw?
No.
No? Right? You have a screwdriver for that. But just because you have enough strength and great nails, you are using it to open the screw. How would it look like? That's exactly how the people would be perceived as if they'll not be using AI into whatever role or job that they can use it in. So that's how I can conclude about it.
VJ sir.
If you're not using AI, then simply you'll be left behind. I have said it multiple times, so you have to start utilizing it. There is no way out. You have to utilize it. As he said, you can leave a way out, but if you are in the job, if you are in some kind of role, you will have to use it, because if you aren't doing that, then your output is not high as compared to what others are having.
Thank you. And now I open the house to the audience for questions.
You can raise your hands and the mics will come and then you can ask the questions.
So my question is that a lot of companies these days are encouraging their employees to use AI to improve their efficiency, save time. But the same companies, while they're hiring, during the hiring process, still expect all the candidates to rely entirely on their memory, memorize it, manually code it without any compilers. So what's the psychology behind that?
Don't. I mean, as I'm taking care of a lot of hiring in here, so I think I can answer that. See, it's the problem. The problem exists in the hiring process, not of the company, not in the idea that people should be using the AI or not. Listen to this very carefully. When you are hiring people, don't just try to build a process that tests their memory, that tests their, their experience and everything. Try to test their intelligence. If you'll build a process with the help of which you'll be able to identify or evaluate their intelligence, and even if they do not have the skill can any day be taught, right? If that's how you're hiring, I don't think you would be asking the question that you just asked. But the companies which are asking their employees to use the AI to save time and do all of these things, but are still have the process where they're not trying to identify or evaluate the intelligence, instead the memory or the experience or the journey of, the memory only, the knowledge only, they do not really know what they are trying to do. And that's exactly the reason why still till date, we have not made any of our hiring processes without pen and paper. It's pen and paper which actually, with the help, where there is no technology, even for the developers, we hire all the complete process. They do not have to touch their laptops. And why the cost of evaluating is so high. The cost of interviewing them on pen and paper is so high. We have to check the papers manually, a lot of these things. But with computer, the problem is there's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of information. You can't really assess the intelligence of the individual when there is an access to internet, when there is an access to AI. But the same thing is possible when you are asking them to write down things on pen and paper. So the companies need to either ask their employees to not use AI and just do the memory related things or knowledge related things, use dictionary to improve their vocabulary, or they need to update their hiring processes or evaluation process to test the intelligence rather than just the skill set or just the memory or just the knowledge, right? That's what it is.
Since AI is evolving quickly, and you mentioned that it is only reproducing the information that is already available to it.
Reproducing cleverly.
yeah, reproducing cleverly the information that is available to it. Do you think it can reach to a level where it can innovate? Because you mentioned once that humans are also innovating. They are not inventing anything. So can it reach to a level, or it can evolve to a level where it can innovate basis on the information that is already available to it?
What is innovation if not reproducing?
Yeah, but it is not doing it currently. For example,
It is. You're not using it to do it.
can you give an example to support that?
I mean, if you want to ask it to write an email reply of one of your clients, it can figure out innovative lines that it has already stored in its database that you could not even think of. So innovation is just reproduction, and hence AI is good at it.
But let's take an example of a recipe that you also mentioned during the discussion, like the recipe of paneer makhani. Okay, it is
Makhani, dal makhani is there, paneer makhani.
paneer makhani is also a
Paneer butter masala, let's call it that way because we like it more.
Let's call it paneer butter masala. So it can give you the recipe of how you can make a paneer butter masala, but it cannot create a new recipe on its own.
It can suggest you things to experiment with and then take your feedback to update its pattern.
That's exactly what I was saying earlier, the Australian guy. That's exactly what happened. It gave them options. You should try these 5 ones and then have them tested. And that's how it came up with a new vaccine for cancer for dogs. That's how it came up with.
Vaccine for cancers for dogs.
I think I said it wrong, but I said it, but you got the point.
Yeah, again, the marketing thing,
It will give you paneer in orange gravy, paneer in red gravy, paneer in yellow gravy.
Do you see a lot of ice cream parlors that are getting opened right now, adding unnecessary fruits into the ice cream and just sabotaging the taste of ice cream by itself? And people want to have the jamun ice cream and the falana ice cream and the kiwi ice cream unnecessarily just because everybody else on their Instagram feed is having it or Snapchat feed is having it. There is a jamun ice cream on top of it. They put kala namak and then have it and then say, oh, it's a great ice cream. You should have it.
There's a chili guava ice cream.
There is chili guava ice cream. Oh my God. Sorry.
Yeah, we were okay to make chocolate.
In order to answer your question very seriously also, or very diligently also. See, it can go on to innovating the ideas or innovating the knowledge or providing you experimentations. But who will execute those experimentations? Who will test the results and feed it back? That's what it is. What do you do with Excel sheets, right? You take the data from there, you do some calculations, you feed a formula to it, and then only it performs the calculations. AI is exactly going to be like that also. Where there will be, I'm not saying AI Excel sheet is presenting you something as a written format, text or anything, but think about it in this way. Any innovation starts with looking at current things or the state of current things. It only knows the states of current things as per the information that has been fed to it. Okay? If your review about a particular business is going to be good, then it will think the business is good. It will not actually check the quality of the product and the services that are actually that business is actually providing. That's all what I'm trying to say. Okay, yeah, there is going to be the human in the loop, and it's just going to be part of it. I mean, even if it is going to innovate by itself, let's say it will go to innovate by itself, who is going to actually execute its innovation? Do you think the idea of energy or the idea of electricity was all what it took for somebody to convince other human beings to actually have electricity into their houses? No, actually they had to produce an experiment, showcase an experiment to the world out there, then got it mass produced, then got it operationally and logistically optimized. Then now we have electricity out there in the world, right? And still there are a lot of limitations of electricity as a whole. Is having electricity, we would not need human beings. That's how you're thinking about AI. I think that's what I feel about it. And that's how it is. Think about it. I mean, electricity will innovate by itself. Of course, it is innovating by itself from bulb to CFL to LED. It's innovation. But who actually manufactured that particular thing? And even if machines manufactured it, who were the ones who were running those machines? Or who was managing those machines? Or who was actually optimizing those machines? Some human, no. And चलो ठीक है, फिर उसके बाद में भी एक और बात करते हैं. For which human beings it will be created? Now AI is creating can I say LED lights for other AIs. What sense? For humans, it can give you hit and trial options. That's all what it can do.
Have to do this, Parima.
See, will it ask you to add uranium into a paneer butter masala? That can also be a possibility, no? That can be a hit and trial, no? He's saying that it will give you options. But what I'm saying is, will it give calcium add karo paneer butter masala mein? It will not. Because it will know कि भैया calcium add करने के लिए as an ingredient exist ही नहीं करता. तो वो existing ingredients की list जाके check करेगा. Existing ingredients की list में check करेगा कि और किसने पनीर बटर मसाला में कौन से इनमें से ingredient use करे थे. और पनीर बटर मसाला में नहीं use करे थे तो कौन सी और gravies में क्या क्या डलता है. तो वो उसी से उठा के लेके आएगा. क्लेवरली वो उठा के लेके आएगा. पर कभी भी ये नहीं बोलेगा यूरेनियम डाल दो पनीर बटर मसाला के अंदर. समझ रहे हो? ये वाली बात.
I have a question.
Please.
It is more of data security side and all of that. Since we are discussing that, AI gets trained with the data that we put in and all of that. So, kahin na kahin, in every sense and in by every means, data is getting shared within different AI platforms as well and on
Not actually onto the AI platforms, but on the SaaS platforms.
Yeah, I was coming to that only, that the inception of it is only getting shared. जो base है वही सबसे share हो रहा है and then the AI platforms are using it. So on the other hand, it's better to adopt to AI. So anyways, one or the other way we have to use AI. But the companies have their compliance standards to follow as well, data security standards to follow as well. So how can we maintain a balance between the two of these things, that we should use AI to improve our efficiency. For that, we have to share some data, but then it should not be shared because it is then going to, go out of the compliance standards.
See, there are a couple of things to it. So first thing is, like if you have a restrictive environment where you cannot share any of the data, you don't want any of the data from your business, from your organization, from your process to be shared with AI. The one thing and the only thing that you can do, the easiest option that you can do is have the model run locally, disconnected from the internet, and you use it and it gives you the answer to that.
That's not the easiest, by the way, most hard for a lot of people right now.
It's
the only option.
It's the only
It's
option.
not the easiest one.
I think I would say that I will come back to why I'm saying easy. It's the only option, one of the only option, and why I'm saying easy is like it's difficult to run it, but you can do it with the right individuals, with the right person.
That's the problem, no right individuals.
You might find it. The other way is
You might build it.
no. Other way is you ask those companies to sign an NDA, sign a legal notice, and do all of that. That is not going to work out. People have tried it. I have seen companies try that, and there is always a loophole where they would utilize it somewhere or other. They would say, we will mask your entries, we'll mask your data and all of that, and then they will utilize it that way. So it's better if you want to do it, have the model run locally. There are great models available. Gemma 4 came out. It is running on my phone, and it is comparable to what ChatGPT was 6 months back, maybe 9 months back. It's giving great results. You could consider utilizing that. And if you want to utilize the latest models and all of that, what you can do is you can identify what things you are okay in sharing, what your compliance or what your regulations are okay in sharing. You can share that, and for the others, you use the other way around.
Would you like to add me to add something on it? Okay, or a
If
follow-up
you
question?
have, you can add, then I'll ask my follow-up question.
See, the point is, he is saying Gemma use in mobile phone. The infrastructure on which he is using Gemma is creating some files on his own phone. And his own phone has internet connection and n number of applications already into it, which might get the access of that, or forget about it. Samsung in itself might use that data and do whatever it wants to do with it, right? So the point is, the only way, it's definitely not the easiest, but the most lasting one. I'll give you an example of the same also. How national security agencies are actually managing their data, their applications, their infrastructure, their platforms, and their AI engine is exactly how you have to think of it, right? If your company data is of like national interest, the number one thing is you need your own infrastructure. Number two thing is you need your own platforms. Number three thing is you need your own applications. And number four is you need your own AI layer on top of it. Whether you want to use it some open source and put into it, which is not sending it over here and there. Whether you want to mix and match and club different things into it and then ask it to do the same, you can. But the only way, it's definitely not the easiest, you consider in terms of the efforts only. But in the cost, it's the most expensive one, brother. That's why I said it's not the most easiest.
No, the one that I told you, the where you get the model and run it locally, it's pretty straightforward right now. Like,
Brother, it's straightforward, but where it's exactly storing its patterns.
all of that model you are bringing onto your device, it's
In your device, huh?
Yeah.
I'm asking, is your device internet connected?
if you are running it locally on your local system. When I say local system, us on that system itself.
Not your mobile phone, no? Though.
I gave it an example. Like,
But that example was not relevant to it.
that example was just saying AI models are so good that they are running on my phone. Understand, if it's running on my 50,000 phone, if I get a PC like that, which was built for 5 or 7 lakhs, I can have a state-of-the-art model. It might not be the best model, but it could be the one of the best models, and then you can run it locally, disconnected from the internet, disconnected from the environment, and then you can utilize
But
it.
the problem with that model is going to be the limited data set that your company is generating. And that's exactly where the AI's ability to actually provide you the inputs is going to be a
That
problem.
And that is exactly, and that is exactly where the picture comes into the place. How AI models learn your patterns. See, it learns a pattern by creating memories and then utilize it. If you want to extract, if you are utilizing, let's say, ChatGPT, if you want to utilize Claude, there is a way you can export your memory and then import it into Claude, and then you can start utilizing it. You can do that thing and it will work. The major impact or the big impact you will start seeing is, and the reason why these AI companies are releasing new models every 6 months is, they have to train all of that. They have to put it into their transformer layer. So a pattern is generated around them. Without it, what it's doing is, it is having the pattern from 2024, and then it is reading all your memory and then coming up what the answer could be. So you will have some limitation, but not that level of limitation. So memory would be utilized, but not to an extent how a public model or a model which is available, on platform like OpenAI, Anthropic, or something like that.
So I'll give you an example of how exactly recruitment happens in SSB of Indian Army. All of the data related to the medicals of these people, all of the data related to the trainings, all of the data related to their SSB interview is actually still date is being stored in pen and paper, and there are almiras of MS like metal that are there, and there are clear still all the documents in military right now is being managed onto paper. And why these almiras are not of wood and are of actually MS is because even if the fire happens, even if the blast happens, all of the information that is over there can be protected, can be seen. That's exactly one of the reasons why we have the MS almiras, right? And that level of thinking is what it goes in order to build something. Coming back to the point, ma'am, I'm telling this to you. If you want to build a digital infrastructure, that digital infrastructure needs to be on its own. Other than the energy, it is not taking or sending anything outside. That's how it works. I know a lot of people who are into anti-terrorist squads of Jaipur police, and a lot of people who are into military, and a lot of people who are into national security agencies. And I've asked them how exactly is this structured, and they all have a simple thing. We own the land, we own the infrastructure, we own the data center, we own the servers, we own the platform, what it is built on. Linux use करके build कर लिया हमने खुद का कुछ भी, या फिर Linux नहीं तो कुछ और use करके कुछ करके. Who is managing the security and safety? We have our own team. That's what it is. You know, Palantir is being used into the warfare that is going on right now. Do you know that? That is what is happening. Palantir is the US's military. What should I say?
Infrastructure.
Military infrastructure. Intelligence, digital infrastructure, right? That's what it is. Similar to Palantir, there is something called as, I'm not recalling the exact name, Indian NSA. You search about it. You search on Google. What is similar to Palantir that exists in India? There you'll find a different tool, different platform that has been built in India to serve that particular thing. If DRDO, ISRO kind of people are building these things and are not relying on to Gemma or any other thing and using devices, so you have to cut off yourself from internet, and you'll have to be dependent on to intranet only and only. You would not even believe, I see these terrorist squad people having phones which are different, which you not see anywhere around, and it's different. It's absolutely different. The applications, everything is different on top of it, and it just works differently because they've built it for themselves. That's if the data is of that importance, you'll have to build it on your own. But problem is, it is very cost inefficient, and the company that you're the kind of infrastructure that you would want to build, your whole revenue would go into it, or even probably more. And hence, a lot of companies cannot actually build it. And hence, now the government is pushing companies like Zoho, which are of Indian origin, to hold the government data on its servers. Don't you know all of the government emails have been transferred from different devices to Zoho? They've celebrated it. They've had a party. अरे यार क्या पढ़ते नहीं तुम लोग यार, मतलब मैंने पढ़ा नहीं, आगे से आता पता नहीं कहाँ से. पर पॉइंट ये है, वो 1,80,000 ईमेल्स का डेटा और ईमेल्स और ये सब चीजें ट्रांसफर हुई है, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट एफिशिएंटली खुद नहीं कर पा रही थी, पर कोई ना कोई उनकी कंट्री के अंदर था जो ये कर सकता था और कर रहा था अलग अलग बिजनेसेस के लिए, तो वो अपनी गवर्नमेंट के लिए भी कर सकते हैं. सो ऑटोमेटिकली उनका बहुत ज्यादा सिक्योर हो गया है, बहुत सारा सारी सब की चीजें हो गई. सो दैट इज हाउ इट गोज. अब और फिर यहाँ पे ट्रस्ट के अलावा और कुछ नहीं है. आप अगर ट्रस्ट नहीं करते तो मत यूज करो, खुद का बिल्ड कर सकते हो तो खुद का बिल्ड कर दो, और ऑप्शन नहीं, आपको डेटा शेयर ही करना पड़ेगा. और जो भी एक और चीज ट्रस्ट लेयर्स ऐड करी जा रही है, मास्किंग करेंगे, ये करेंगे, वो करेंगे, कुछ नहीं है, ये यूज होगा समय, मतलब होगा.
My follow-up question was that only which you have covered. If we will host it locally, then it will be limited to the local.
That's the problem. No,
local
you can't.
input and
The infrastructure is built in such a way that you cannot. आपके फोन में इंटरनेट बंद करके देखो एक दिन, आपको लगेगा कुछ है ही नहीं, डम हो गया है फोन. तो आपकी आदतें ऐसी पटकी जा रही है कि इंटरनेट से कटो ना, और इंटरनेट से कटोगे नहीं तो गुलाम रहोगे.
I agree, but then how can we serve the clients? We have to
No choice.
say it.
No choice, because the clients want it on
But then clients are making us sign the NDA that you will not share our data anywhere. Then what should we do in that?
हाँ, हमने तो नहीं किया शेयर, प्लेटफॉर्म को बोलो.
But then we have had the examples that ChatGPT or one of the AIs has shared one of the chats that the user has done. That
So the case will be on ChatGPT, no, not on you, no. As a service provider, you are a service provider. The case will be on the product.
It was not on the ChatGPT. The outcome of it was the user was being arrested of the thing that he has searched on it.
वो तो अरेस्ट तो होएगा, काम कर रहा था तो उसके लिए तो होएगा. अरेस्ट के बाद प्रूफ थोड़ी हुआ कि वो विक्टिम था.
So in short, there is no solution to it other than hosting it.
एक बात समझो, आप कैब चलाते हो, आपके कैब में आके बैठे दो लोग, और उतर के उन्होंने सीधे गन चलाना चालू कर दिया. अब आपको एक बार तो अरेस्ट करा जाएगा, क्या आप उनके साथ के हो. अब आप प्रूफ करते रहो कि आप साथ के नहीं थे, आपने तो बस खाली कैब सर्विसेज देना चालू करा था, पर एक बार तो आप अरेस्ट हो गए. इसमें क्या गलत है?
Scapegoating.
हैं?
Scapegoating.
स्केलेबल
Scapegoat.
हाँ, वही वाली चीज. स्केपगोट भी नहीं, मतलब यार द समझो ना, द पुलिस इज गोइंग टू रन इट्स ओन प्रोसेस, एंड इन दैट प्रोसेस भैया कैब वाले को पकड़ के दो, कैब वाले का बैकग्राउंड वेरिफिकेशन करो, ये करो, वो करो. अगर संदिग्ध लगता है तो इसको भी एक बार जमा तो करो, बाद में देखेंगे क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता. 3 महीने तक तो जमा हो जाएगा. प्रोसेस यही कहता है. तो आप सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कर रहे थे, डेटा लीक हो गया. और एक और चीज है ना भाई, हमेशा कमजोर को मारा जाता है. ChatGPT पे तो केस कर नहीं सकता, अटैच पार्टी लगा लो. समझ लो, ChatGPT पे तो कुछ होना हो, ये इसको अटैच पार्टी करेंगे तो ChatGPT भी अपने आप जवाब देगा, और ये भी अपने आप कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे. और एटलीस्ट डर तो बना रहे हैं, ताकि चलो, और मोस्ट ऑफ केसेस के अंदर अगर अटैच भी किया जाता है सर्विसेज कंपनीज को या कुछ, तो डर बनाने के लिए किया जाता है. नहीं समझे?
समझ गई मैं, बट एट द एंड द ओनली सोल्यूशन इज टू होस्ट इट लोकली. अगर इतना इंपॉर्टेंट है,
मैं अब एक ही चीज इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट होती है, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी, और फिर उसके लिए आपको कॉस्ट खर्च करनी पड़ती है, मिलियंस बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स. अगर है तो लगाओ. कंपनी का डेटा अगर करना चाहते हो, तो आपका कोई भी क्लाइंट अगर बोले कि भाई मेरा डेटा इधर उधर नहीं होना चाहिए, बोले साहब नेशनल सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी को अपना काम दे दो, अपने किस कंट्री, सीधी सी बात कर ले. तो नहीं तो कोई और दे रहा है आपको गारंटी, कोई और दे रहा है तो उससे करा लो, 2 साल बाद वो हो गया तो आप क्या गारंटी ले रहे हो. तो यू हैव टू एजुकेट योर क्लाइंट्स आल्सो, नो, ऑन टू द से. और इवन इफ एनडीएस करने कर लो, फिर किस्मत खराब होगी तो वो तो घर बैठे भी कुछ हो जाता है. पंखा गिर रहा है तो गिरेगा ही, आप क्या करोगे. ठीक है.
So I have a few technical questions, and I also reached to a thought experiment when you were talking about if reproducing the knowledge, right? So I would just start with a technical question related to. So we have been using RAG operations and processes whenever in Salesforce we need to read out a document using Agentforce or even including the data cloud. we're using RAG operations. And we have seen that most of the models that are out there, like Gemini, Claude, they are now having larger context windows, right? Where we can probably store multiple books, right? Multiple series of books I can store over there. Like 1 million tokens are there. So is RAG still relevant? And if it's not, so Gemini and Claude are already moving towards it. Why is Salesforce still working on something called RAG 2.0?
See, RAG is important or not, and why we are thinking it's not important. And context window is the next thing. See, I wouldn't say that RAG will be replaced because of a larger context window. It's not going to be the same thing. It's about, having your working memory and then having a way to get the information from an application itself only. You wouldn't have all the leads, all the opportunity, all the contacts into your brain. Okay. If you would be doing that, if you would be memorizing all of it, think as a human. If you will be memorizing all of it, then you will have such a less window, such a little window to a little storage to do the actual reasoning, do the actual thinking. Similarly, even for AI, if we have a larger context window that is provided, that is there for you to do more reasoning, ask more questions, not to fill it with the information just because these all are leads. You can simply pull them up from whenever and however you need them. So RAG is basically a way to get the right information for your use case. So you should look at it two entirely different things. You should not be combining them. That's how I see, and that's how Salesforce is looking at it as well. If they are having RAG 2.0 where they are building it. So it's a smart way of pulling in the information, pulling in the records and loading them into the memory basis on the page, basis on the place where you are asking the question. So it's not going to do that later. If think of it like as a human, if I am entering into the marketing teams, if I'm going into the marketing team's cabin and I am having some questions, I would have preloaded who all people are in the marketing team, what questions I have, instead of going to them and then asking what we were working on. So this is what RAG 2.0 is, basically preloading the context that you might be needing into the memory so that you can ask relevant questions and it gives you relevant answers quickly.
For different use case than the other LLM models like Claude and and that's
Those LLM models are working at the infrastructure layer. Salesforce is kind of looking at how people would be able to use it in their workflows efficiently.
Okay, and I also have another technical question. So recently, we saw Turbo Quant, which is
Turbo Quant, yeah,
optimizing the whole LLM model into these optimizing techniques that are there. Even Rotor Quant, someone open source introduced a more optimized way to do that, but they used customized kernels. So in Triton, they were able to change the certain codes, and they were able to run those particular optimization techniques on that. So are we moving away from the CUDA and moving from CUDA to other languages? It's a revolution starting because we have been using CUDA for a long time and no one has been able to replace it. But is it the correct time to switch from CUDA to other like Apple's own languages and Triton?
See, it depends on, it depends on the things that we are doing with it. CUDA is going to be costly. If we just have one player doing the thing and we have to rely on to just one thing itself only, it's going to be not efficient for us. And that's why Google's TPU and Apple's silicon chip are going to be an alternative. I'm not sure who would be the winner of it. Probably NVIDIA will, because it has lots and lots of money and lots of experience in doing all of that. So probably it might be the same. But it's good to diversify into the things and see how good results we are getting from it. Gemini is as good as Claude, is as good as ChatGPT, and they are not utilizing CUDA for training their AI model. Google has the complete infrastructure of its own. It's not relying on any other company. OpenAI might be relying on ChatGPT. OpenAI might be relying on NVIDIA. Google isn't doing that. Apple is also planning the same thing. They are utilizing their own silicon chips for training that. So
that's why they are late in AI revolution.
They are not late. They are what you said.
They have more clarity.
They have more
Apple
clarity.
is the company which have always had more clarity, at least. earlier.
Got it. And actually, the thought experiment that I was talking about, what if we have a dynamic weighted model and with knowledge editing capabilities maybe in future, and we enter it into a simulation where humans have just arrived. Like, from the amphibians, we have just entered into Homo sapiens, right? And we have the feeling of touch and a few other senses. Will we be able to reach the current state of knowledge? Like, is it a possibility?
I mean, I would like to listen to your question once again. Then please read it.
So,
I know the evolution process. Now you say will. I mean, what exactly you want to ask about?
so I have an AI model which has capability of
Let me put it in a little bit easier. He can put on to some. He can put some more light. He's saying, let's assume we have a AI model which can simulate humans, which can simulate the entire world. And now, if we put Homo sapiens at the position when we did the complete evolution from amphibians to Homo sapiens. Now, if we run the AI simulation, will we be able to achieve where we are at? Is that correct?
So the AI that we put in that simulation just has a knowledge equivalent to a Homo sapien back then, right? So the knowledge part where we are reproducing the knowledge, will we be able to reach the current state of humanity if we put that AI in that simulation? Like this with the same knowledge, like we discover the
हिंदी में इस
universe,
बात
we
को
discover
सबको
the
समझा
Bible.
देता हूँ. ये पूछना क्या चाह रहे हैं, ढंग से सुनो, ढंग से समझो और फिर करेक्ट करना अगर सही नहीं है. भाई हम आदि काल से या जो भी तुम्हारा स्टोन एज कह लो, उससे आज हम जिस स्टेट पे हैं आए हैं, एआई ने सिमुलेट कर लिया आज की दुनिया को. अब बात ऐसी सी है, क्या कह रहे हो तुम, हिंदी में बोलो.
So मैंने एक AI बनाया, उसको
एआई ने
कोई
सिमुलेट
knowledge
कर लिया, आगे बताओ.
वो उसको उतनी ही नॉलेज है जितना एक
जितना आज के जमाने के इंसान
नहीं
को है.
नहीं उस टाइम के जमाने के एक
अच्छा, उतनी नॉलेज है. हाँ,
उतनी नॉलेज है. इट हैज द सेंसिटिविटी ऑफ टच, स्मेल, बेसिक सेंसेस.
वेरी गुड. हाँ, मतलब उसको उतनी नॉलेज है कि भाई ये 5 सेंसेस से मुझे ये चीज मिल रही है, इतनी सी. इसका मतलब वो जो भी अपन स्टोन एज की बात कर रहे हैं, उसको नॉलेज उतनी है. क्या वो आज के लेवल के आंसर्स दे पाएगा, यही पूछ रहे हो क्या?
वो इवेंचुअली
यहाँ तक पहुँच पा रहे हैं.
भैया एवोल्यूशन उसका तब तक नहीं होगा जब तक उसको नया डेटा फीड नहीं करा जाएगा. इसीलिए मैंने कहा वो नया डेटा खुद से नहीं बना सकता. एवोल्यूशन ऑफ एआई इज डिपेंडेंट ऑन टू ह्यूमंस. इट्स नॉट अ सेल्फ प्रोसेस. Humans evolve by themselves. Anything that is created by humans doesn't evolve by itself. It needs constant human support and effort to evolve it from where it was to where it is now. आपके घर का रेनोवेशन अपने आप नहीं होता, आपको करवाना पड़ता. ये बात है, समझ रहे हो मेरी बात? एक खाली ह्यूमन ही है जो ऑटोमेटिक इवॉल्व हो रहा है, या नेचुरल जो भी चीज़ है आपके धरती से निकल रही है वही अपने आप नेचुरल एवोल्यूशन में जारी है. जो भी चीज़ तुमने पैदा करी है, मतलब बच्चे छोड़ो, और वैसे बेसिकली उसके अलावा मतलब जो भी चीज़ जैसे तुमने आर्टिफिशियल क्रिएट करी, चाहे से वो इंटेलिजेंस हो, चाहे से वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, खुद से वैल्यूएट नहीं होता. तुम्हारे कंप्यूटर की रैम खुद से चेंज नहीं होती. कितने ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट लगा दो, वो ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट भी एक पॉइंट के बाद उसकी कैपेसिटी कम हो जाएगी. तुम्हारी गाड़ी भी देख लो, तुम खुद से इवॉल्व नहीं हो रही. अब तुम कहोगे एक दिन आ जाएगा कि गाड़ी का इंजन खुद से इवॉल्व कर जाएगा. अरे भैया, पार्ट्स लगते हैं इवॉल्व कराने में. इंजन की कैपेसिटी बढ़ानी पड़ती है, टायर घिस गए वो चेंज करने पड़ते हैं. ह्यूमन लग रहे हैं हर चीज में. कितना ही मतलब वो वाली चीज है. तो तुम जो ये बात कह रहे हो कि अभी भी बोलो, तुम हिंदी में बोलो तो थोड़ा हमको क्या इजीली समझ आया. तुम्हारा थॉट वो एक्सरसाइज एक्सपेरिमेंट्स, थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट तक आप रीच जो करे थे वो हम पहुंच नहीं पाए.
सो फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर मेरे पास नॉर्मल सेंसेस हैं उस पर्टिकुलर
स्टोन एज की
एंड इफ आई एम सीइंग ऑब्जर्विंग थिंग्स उस टाइम पे, एंड मैं अपनी खुद की नॉलेज को एडिट करते जा रहा हूँ, दैट ओके दिस इज समथिंग बिकॉज ये आगे बढ़ रहा है, ये गोल है इसलिए आगे बढ़ रहा है, सो आई इन्वेंट टू वी. सो वो पॉसिबिलिटी हो सकती है ना
एआई के पास. मैंने यही तो बोला कि इट इज डिपेंडेंट ऑन टू कलेक्टिंग द डेटा फ्रॉम यू बिकॉज इट इन इटसेल्फ डजंट हैव दीज 5 सेंसेस दैट यू हैव. यही तो बात है, मेन बात ही तो यही चल रही है. एआई के पास 5 सेंसेस है क्या? वो 5 सेंसेस तुम्हारे द्वारा यूज करे जा रहे. तो जब वो 5 सेंसेस खत्म होंगे, एआई के पास डेटा फीडिंग खत्म हो जाएगी, तो एआई का एवोल्यूशन खराब हो जाएगा. तो एआई को इवॉल्व कराने के लिए कोई ना कोई ह्यूमंस तो लगेंगे. मैं नहीं कह रहा हम सब लगेंगे, कुछ एक ग्रुप लगेगी, कोई टीम लगेगी. मैं आपका क्वेश्चन नहीं समझ पा रहा ना।
That would be another experiment.
भाई मैं क्वेश्चन नहीं समझ पा रहा, प्लीज कन्विंस मत हो, आप अपने क्वेश्चन पे डटे रहो।
ओके, मेरा ये थॉट था कि सिर्फ ओके डेफिनेटली हमने एज ह्यूमंस, करंट ह्यूमंस, हमने एआई को नॉलेज पास करी 5 सेंसेस की, और क्या वो उससे क्योंकि इवन एज अ बेबी यू हैव सर्टेन सेंसेस, आप इन्वायरमेंट को ऑब्जर्व करते हो, आप लर्न करते हो, तो सेम कैपेबिलिटीज एआई में आ सकती हैं। एंड इफ वी पुश दैट एआई इनटू दैट सिमुलेशन, क्या वो आज तक के ह्यूमन बीइंग तक पहुंच पाएगा?
मतलब अगर एआई को वहां पे रख दिया उसने समझ समझ के, तो क्या वो एआई इवोल्यूशन होते हुए 800 साल, मिलियंस ऑफ ईयर में ऐसी जगह पहुंच पाएगा जहां प्रियांशु और मैं बैठ के बात कर रहे हैं? यही कहना चाह रहे हो ना आप? सी इट विल डिपेंड ऑन टू लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स। अगर जर्मनी वॉर जीत जाता तो प्रोबेबली आज कुछ और होती दुनिया। So it will depend on a lot of things. It will generally get to a certain point or certain level of intelligence, but it would be a not exactly the same world. It could be a parallel world of some different kind. I think you understand this well. अपन थोड़ा बहुत ऑफ ट्रैक जा रहे हैं यहाँ पर।
नहीं, कोई ऑफ ट्रैक नहीं जा रहे, सही जा रहे हो, चलो।
So this is how I see happening. If we leave AI over there, will it reach this type of era, this type of?
ये ऐसे कह रहे हैं इवॉल्व तो करेगा, पर ऐसा ही दिखेगा या कुछ और भी दिख सकता है ये हमें नहीं पता, पर इवॉल्व तो करेगा, ये कह रहे हो ना आप? और आप भी यही बोल रहे हो ना कि इवॉल्व करेगा।
Given the 5 senses उसको है।
5 सेंसेस देगा कैसे, सवाल तो ये है ना।
वो बोला देती है, मैंने कहा
कैसे वो दे दी, हम कैसे मान ले? तुमने दे दिए, हम कैसे मान ले? भाई तू हाथ पे खड़ा हो रहा, हम कैसे मान ले? करके दिखा।
मैं उस सिमुलेशन का भगवान हूँ, तो मैंने दे दिया।
मैं उस सिमुलेशन का,
If you put AI in a simulation,
मैं उस सिमुलेशन का,
आई एम द गॉड फॉर दैट सिमुलेशन। मैंने उसको दे दिया, मतलब मैंने ही सिमुलेशन क्रिएट किया है, उसमें जो एआई डाला
तो
है
वो लिमिटेड होगी। तुम जैसे दुनिया को देखते हो उसी तरीके से, वो उसी तरीके के कपड़े पहनेंगे जिस तरीके कपड़े तुम पहनते हो, वो उसी तरीके का खाना खाएंगे जिस तरीके खाना तुम खाते हो, वो उसी तरीके। तो वो हर ह्यूमन रेस के एक एक इंडिविजुअल के हिसाब से नहीं होगा। तो इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू बी वर्ल्ड सिमुलेशन, इट्स गोइंग टू बी प्रियांशु's वर्ल्ड सिमुलेशन, दैट इज पॉसिबल।
सो इवेंचुअली ओके, गॉट इट,
यू गॉट इट। अब आपको क्या कहना है?
मैं तो
वर्ल्ड सिमुलेशन, पूरा वर्ल्ड सिमुलेशन अकेला वो कर ही नहीं सकता, तो कोई डेटा फीड नहीं कर रहा। 5 सेंसेस से बोल रहा है, मैं मेरे सेंसेस उसको दे रहा हूँ, इसका मतलब ये खुद इन्हीं के सेंसेस जा रहे हैं। तो इनके सेंसेस में एक सिंपल सी चीज, भाई एक बात बताओ, इस कमरे में तुमको देख के क्या लग रहा है? देखो इस कमरे को, क्या दिख रहा है? क्या डाइवर्सिफाइड? हाँ, नहीं, 3 वर्ड्स दो, 3 वर्ड्स क्या दिख रहे हैं इस कमरे को देख के? ढंग से देखो, आके घुमाओ। माइक्रोफोन्स, ठीक है, 3 वर्ड्स में आ गए मैडम।
people, cameras, water.
बताओ।
Audience,
हम्म।
mics, and interaction.
इंटरैक्शन, हाँ भाई, तुम बता दो, कोई भी और, तुम बताओ भाई, क्या दिख रहा है इस रूम को? देखो बाहर से वो लड़का देख रहा है, उसको पूछो क्या चल रहा है। आना भाई, आना, आजा। इसी से पूछते हैं ना, वो भी तो देख रहा है इस कमरे में क्या चल रहा है, उससे पूछते हैं, अभी बताते हैं। जयपुर से ही। अच्छा एक बात बताओ, इस कमरे में देख के बहुत ऑनेस्टली, हम एक यहाँ पे हम क्या कर रहे हैं, थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट कर रहे हैं, है ना, वो कर रहे हैं। आप मुझे बस इतना तो बताओ, इस कमरे में देख के आपको क्या लग रहा था, यहाँ क्या चल रहा है? क्या चल रही है? ये तो आपको ऑलरेडी पता है, देख के क्या दिख रहा था ये बताओ। एक डिस्कशन चल रही है। और
and express your what you think about AI.
अच्छा, और
What are your thoughts on AI?
ठीक है, और
मैं
चलो इस कमरे को देखो एक बार, चारों तरफ क्या क्या दिखता है यहाँ पे, तुम्हें बताओ।
यहाँ पे peoples are observing what are your opinions and what how you look up AI is.
ठीक है, और बताओ भाई, हम चाहते हैं सर क्या, चलो इस रूम को देखो सर, हमारे पे फोकस मत करो, पूरे रूम को देखो क्या दिख रहा है इसमें।
Sir, room में सब there are cameramen who are recording. No.
और कैमरामैन, बस इंसान ही दिख रहा है क्या तुमको यहाँ पे, और कुछ नहीं दिख रहा क्या? देखा, इसे बोलते हैं पर्सपेक्टिव शिफ्ट। अगले आदमियों खाली इंसान दिख रहे हैं, किसी इंसान को सिर्फ गैजेट्स दिखते हैं, किसी इंसान को सिर्फ टेबल फर्नीचर दिखता है, किसी इंसान को सिर्फ प्लांट्स दिख रहे हैं। तो ये वर्ल्ड का सिमुलेशन जो है वो सब्जेक्टिव है, सबकी अपनी अपनी निगाहों में। और अगर कोई इंसान उसका सिमुलेशन क्रिएट करेगा तो वो अपनी निगाहों के हिसाब से क्रिएट करेगा, तो वो अधूरा ही होगा। Yes. और बताओ और क्या दिखता है इस रूम में?
यहाँ पे टेबल्स है, कैमरीज है और प्लांट्स है.
वही फिर और प्लांट्स पे एक मार्केटिंग वाला नोटिस करो, नजर सबकी प्लांट्स पे तो जा ही रही है, समझ रहे हो? क्योंकि ये एक लौता ऐसा कलर है जो एक्सेंचुएटिंग है पूरे के पूरे इसके अंदर. और बोलो.
सब अच्छे तैयार हो गए हैं.
ये उसको नहीं दिखता ये, है ना? और बोलो. अच्छी लाइटिंग है. हाँ, गुड प्लीज से मोर दे.
एंड बस मतलब सब फोकस कर रहे हैं एआई के बारे में जानने के लिए. मतलब
अब इतना इसको बिना कान से सुने वहां से पता पड़ गया. यहाँ कान से सुन रहे जिनको पता नहीं पड़ेगा क्या? पढ़ रहा है नहीं पढ़ रहा डिपेंड करता है. तो मैं बस वही चीज कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि वर्ल्ड भाई थैंक यू यार. मतलब इफ यू वांट टू बी पार्ट ऑफ इट यू कैन सिट, इफ यू आर डूइंग समथिंग यू कैन, you're on your own. Point that I'm trying to make, brother, over here is, see, the world is subjective to the people's perspectives. For a lot of people, world is a playful world. For a lot of people, world is a struggling environment. For a lot of people, world is a loving space. For a lot of people, world is a loving place. For a lot of people, it's मर जाऊं तो अच्छा है. तो पर्सपेक्टिव्स के हिसाब से सिमुलेशंस करने होंगे और पर्सपेक्टिव सबके अलग अलग. तो फिर वो सिमुलेशन सबके हिसाब से, इसीलिए तो अपने ये आई थी मशीन लर्निंग कि यार मेक कंप्यूटर्स मोर ह्यूमन, कि तुमको वही कंटेंट दिखाया जाए जो तुम देखना चाहते हो, तुमको वही दिखाया जाए जो तुम देखना चाहते हो, और तुमको वही दिखाया जाए जो तुम देखना चाहते हो. तो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वर्ल्ड सिमुलेशन पीपल सिमुलेशन से होगा, पर उन लोगों का सिमुलेशन नहीं किया जा सकता जो अपना सिमुलेशन करवाने के लिए तैयार नहीं. तो इसका मतलब उन्होंने डेटा बंद कर दिया अपना देना.
जिसने अपने आप को कट कर लिया उसके बारे में यही जानती.
बात खत्म. मेरा भैया इलेक्शन बोर्ड से नाम हटाओ, आधार कार्ड से नाम हटाओ, मैं इस धरती पे रह रहा हूँ, कोई मेरे को पकड़ नहीं सकता. वो क्योंकि मेरा आधार कार्ड पे नाम है, मेरा फिंगरप्रिंट रेटिना स्कैन है, इसलिए पकड़ लेते हैं मेरे को. यही तो बात है, और है क्या? तो ये, हाँ बोलो.
I have an example for this. There's a book named Frankenstein and a movie on it is also made. So what actually happens is, एक साइंटिस्ट है, वो कोशिश कर रहा है कि वो किसी डेड पर्सन को वापस अलाइव कर सके. सो फॉर दैट व्हाट ही डज इज ही कलेक्ट्स बॉडी पार्ट्स ऑफ डिफरेंट डेड पीपल फ्रॉम वॉर्स एंड ही कनेक्ट्स देम and he understands all of the neurological systems and many other systems that he puts together. The one single thing that he needs to make it actually be alive is electricity. He does that via thunder storms and like the electricity from the clouds, because he does not have access to electricity in any other form in that huge amount at the time.
फटी नहीं बॉडी.
Nahi.
अच्छा.
It worked. It's a fictional.
fiction.
It's a fictional book and a movie. So simulation sort of. It worked. The man was alive, but the man was not able to comprehend things by himself. The man was not able to catch up on things. Uski learning ability was equal to a newborn baby. So similar to how Priyanshu sir said, keep going back to the senses or data that you have when you are in Stone Age. तो वैसा सब कुछ था. So the scientist gave up on the man that he created and left it alone in the jungles in the city and everything. The Frankenstein, the monster, or the man that he considered it a monster at the time. So the man that he had created went on and he navigated through the woods and he reached a place where there was a family living. There was a very wise older man जिन्होंने उसको सारी बुक्स पढ़ाई, उसको नॉलेज दी, एंड देन ही वॉज एबल टू कॉम्प्रीहेंड थिंग्स. उसको समझ में आ रहा था कि खाना बना रहे हैं तो क्यों बना रहे हैं, आई हैव टू ईट टू स्टे अलाइव. कि ये सब लोग कपड़े पहन रहे हैं तो क्यों पहन रहे हैं, ये लोग शीप्स हर्ड लेकर के घूम रहे हैं तो क्यों कर रहे हैं, इफ दे आर गोइंग टू हंट इन द फॉरेस्ट व्हाई दे आर डूइंग इट, व्हाई देयर इज अ हाउस व्हेयर दे हैव टू बिल्ड स्ट्रॉन्गर रूफ्स ऑन देयर हाउस बिकॉज देयर इज गोइंग टू बी अ लॉट ऑफ स्नो एंड थंडर. तो उससे इवॉल्व होते 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 दैट्स हाउ ही नेविगेटेड एंड अंडरस्टूड थिंग्स. Finally, he also fell in love with the girl that he was admiring at the time. He was fascinated with the girl, but he was not allowed to be in her presence. तो उसको emotions भी समझ में नहीं आ रहे थे पहले. But when he was allowed the chance to be present over there, when he was allowed to feel something in a different environment, in a different simulation that the scientist had previously provided him with, that was a captivative environment, he was able to evolve. So सिमुलेशन आप चेंज कर दोगे तो वो चेंज हो जाएगा, और जिस पर्सन का बनाया हुआ सिमुलेशन है दैट इज वेरी सब्जेक्टिव, वेरी यूनिक टू दैट पर्सन ओनली।
अभी के टाइम पे तुम वो मूवीज देखो जो 1980s में बनी हुई है, 70s में बनी हुई है, रिलेटिविटी रेलेवेंस खत्म है। तो जो तुम्हारा वर्ल्ड सिमुलेटर है वो वर्ल्ड सिमुलेट करेगा 26 का, 27 का, 28 का, फिर 38 में कैसा दिखेगा? 38 में भी रेगुलर सिमुलेशन चाहिए। मैं कह रहा हूँ सिमुलेशन के लिए डेटा चाहिए, डेटा रोगा। देखो ये जो बात करी थी ना पूरी, इमोशंस, उसको खाना वाना, ये सब एजुकेशन के बिना इंसान अलाइन नहीं हो रहा। तुम एआई को अलाइन करने पड़े हो, हमें वो इंसान अलाइन नहीं कर पा रहे एजुकेशन के बिना, ट्रेन नहीं कर पा रहे प्री सेल्स में हम बंदे। इंसान में हम ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंस मानते हैं, कंप्यूटर को हम डम मानते हैं। इंसान को एजुकेट करे बिना काम नहीं हो रहा। एजुकेशन में डेटा के अलावा दे क्या रहे हम? जब इंसान को एजुकेट करे बिना अलाइन नहीं करा जा सकता तो एआई को एजुकेट बना करे बिना अलाइन किया जा सकेगा क्या? और एआई को एजुकेट करने के लिए डेटा चाहिए होता है। तो बात खत्म, सिंपल कंसेप्ट, निर्विरोध। हाँ भाई,
सर उसी क्वेश्चन के फॉलोअप में ही था कि रोबोट में अपन सेंसेस कैसे डालेंगे, आपने पूछा था ना।
जोर से बोलो।
हाउ वी विल एड द सेंसेस इन द रोबोट, मतलब
हाँ ये बताओ।
तो ये अपन उसमें मतलब माइक्रोफोन्स लगा देंगे जिससे वो सराउंडिंग्स की वॉइस वगैरह कैप्चर
सही
करेगा।
बात है।
कैमरा लगा देंगे तो देखेगा।
सही बात है।
एंड वी कैन ऑल्सो एड द इंफॉर्मेशन अबाउट द स्मेल्स अकॉर्डिंग टू द सेंसर्स।
अच्छा, स्मेल डिजिटली ट्रांसफर कैसे करोगे?
बट मतलब अपन उसको डिटेक्ट,
नहीं, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ, स्मेल को डिटेक्ट कैसे कर सकते हैं? कोई आज तक तुम्हारे पास ऐसा ई कॉमर्स वेबसाइट है क्या जिसपे क्लिक करो और तुम्हें स्मेल आ जाएगी कि भाई ये सेंट खरीदना और ये सेंट नहीं खरीदना?
मतलब वो टॉक्सिक गैसेज होती है उसका तो अपन डेटा
नहीं सर, कोई ना कोई डिवाइस लगाना पड़ता है टॉक्सिक गैसेस को रिमूव करने के लिए। और उसमें भी डिवाइस के अंदर वो एक अमोनियम होता है, अमोनिया या कुछ ऐसे डला हुआ होता है उस मास्क के अंदर, जो क्या करता है टॉक्सिक गैसेस को अब्सॉर्ब कर लेता है, डिटेक्ट नहीं करता। आपने पता है वो मास्क कैसे वर्क करते हैं?
वो रिएक्ट करता है
पॉल्यूशन
इसके
का
साथ।
जो
हाँ,
ये थिकनेस में लगा रहता है ना, जो पॉल्यूशन में डिटेक्ट करता है एयर में कितनी गैस कौन सी है, तो सेंसर इतना डिटेक्ट करता है।
भाई उसके अंदर वहां पे 3 रिएक्टर्स लगे हुए हैं। वो रिएक्टर्स जितना ज्यादा रिएक्ट करते हैं और जितने रेजिड्यूज छोड़ते हैं उसके हिसाब से वो इंडिकेटर चल रहा है। वो हर जगह क्यों नहीं लगे हुए होते? क्योंकि उसकी कॉस्ट बहुत हैवी, लॉजिस्टिकली, ऑपरेशनली बहुत एक्सपेंसिव है, इसलिए वो नहीं लगे होते। लेकिन उसके बाद मैं तो तुमसे एक ही चीज पूछ रहा हूँ, परफ्यूम कौन सा लगाया तुमने? इसका कोई डिजिटल डिवाइस बताओ जो पता कर लूँ स्मेल से। इंसान तो पता कर लेता है यार, आपको पता पड़ जाता है पापा आए मम्मी। सर
अगर ह्यूमन जितना
अभी तक डिजिटली खाली 2 सेंस मिले, एक कान वाला, मतलब साउंड का, साउंड ट्रांसमिट कर पा रहे हो तुम डिजिटली, और दूसरा विजुअली अभी भी 3D विजन नहीं जाता। एक्चुअली विजन कोई 3D होता नहीं, तुम्हारे दिमाग में भी 3D जबरदस्ती बन रहा है। पर अपन बात करते हैं विजुअल और ऑडियो अपैरेटस जो है उसका डिजिटल रेप्लिकेशन हुआ है। मुझे बता दो, स्मेल, टच और ये क्या नाम है तीसरा क्या है? टेस्ट। तुम मेन्यू पे जाके टच, एक डिजिटल मेन्यू दे देते तुमको, टेस्ट कर लेगा भाई ये पनीर टिक्का कैसा लगेगा और ये सोया चाप कैसा लगेगा, तो तुमको ज्यादा इजी होगा ना ऑर्डर करना। पर क्यों नहीं है किसी भी जगह?
ह्यूमन जितना एडवांस तो अपन दे नहीं पाएंगे उसको, मत कुछ डेटा दे सकते हैं। ह्यूमन जितने एडवांस सेंसेस नहीं दे सकते, बट
यही मैं कह रहा हूँ, बस मैं यही कह रहा हूँ और कुछ नहीं कह रहा। ह्यूमन जितने एडवांस सेंसेस नहीं दे सकते तो ह्यूमन जितना एडवांस मानो भी मत उसको।
Sir, I don't have that much of technical questions to ask, but the thing is that you said that internet was a layer and AI is also a layer above internet, right?
Internet was not a layer.
Basically,
was-
it's not basically.
I never said internet was a layer. Internet अगर मेरे से पूछना चाहो, it's just connecting the disconnected systems. That's all what it is. अभी इंडिविजुअली आपने टेक्नोलॉजिकल स्टैक्स एग्जिस्ट कर रहे थे, अब आपने कनेक्शन नेटवर्क एग्जिस्ट करवा दिया जिससे वो सारे के सारे आपस में कनेक्टेड है और इजीली इंटरेक्ट कर पा रहे हैं, वो इंटरनेट होता है।
जैसे AI, जैसे इंटरनेट ने सब चेंजेस किए होंगे उस टाइम पर जो भी चल रहा था, वैसे जैसे अभी AI ने चेंजेस करे उस टाइम पर जो लोग, जैसे आज के टाइम पे मेरे मम्मी पापा या फिर जो भी लोग हैं, उनको इंटरनेट इतना अच्छे तरीके से यूज नहीं करना था, बहुत बेसिक चीजें यूज करते हैं वो। तो अगर उस लेवल की किसी, मतलब उस एज के किसी भी इंसान को आज के टाइम पर अगर AI सीखना है, AI ऑब्वियसली वो कोड तो सीखने से रहे, तो क्या क्या चीजें वो सीख सकते हैं जिससे उनको आगे आने वाले टाइम पर, अच्छे जिसको भी इंटरनेट प्रॉपर यूज करने नहीं आता वो एक तरीके से पीछे रह जाता है, उसको चीजें समझ नहीं आती।
बच्चे पैदा कर लो जो यही चीज सीख चलाना जानते हैं।
नहीं, मैं जस्ट उन चीजों के लिए पूछ रहा हूँ। अरे बच्चों के लिए अगला सवाल है, जो मैं बच्चा हूँ तो मेरे लिए एक अलग सवाल है। बट
नहीं वो तो है, पर एक्चुअली उन पेरेंट्स के पास ऑप्शन नहीं है ना यार। मेरी एक बात समझने की कोशिश करो, बुलेट कार्ट में जो राइड करते थे, फिर कार्स आई तो वो सोचे हम चला लेंगे। अगर उनके पास फिजिकल एबिलिटी, मेंटल एजिलिटी है तो वो सीख लेंगे और कर लेंगे, लेकिन अगर फिजिकल एबिलिटी और मेंटल एजिलिटी नहीं है तो वो नहीं सीख पाएंगे। तो क्या करना है, अपना ही एक आदमी होना चाहिए जिसके पास फिजिकल एबिलिटी और मेंटल एजिलिटी है सीखने की, वो ले जाएगा हमें इधर उधर। तो जिन भी माँ बापों के बच्चों को ड्राइव करना नहीं आता, उनके बच्चे इधर उधर लेके जाते।
नहीं, एक्चुअली आई डोंट हैव दैट मच नॉलेज ऑफ मॉडल्स अवेलेबल इन द वर्ल्ड, सो आई एम आस्किंग दैट कि कौन से ऐसे टूल्स है जो वो लोग सीख सकते हैं, जस्ट सजेशन।
कौन से टूल सीख सकते हैं भाई? कोई टूल मत
जस्ट
सीखो।
LLM नहीं, मेरे पापा तो LLM सीख वो जस्ट
तुम्हारा बाप बहुत इंटेलिजेंट
नहीं नहीं, अरे तो वो कुछ कर नहीं रहे ना, वो फिर लोगों के बर्थडे वाले
मत
पोस्टर
expect
बना रहे हैं, वो फिर वो
So,
पास कर रहे हैं।
उनके लिए वो इंपॉर्टेंट काम है भाई, तुमको
हाँ।
तुमको पता नहीं पड़ रही उसकी वैल्यू भी।
हाँ, उनको मैंने 10 मिनट में सिखा दिया, वो बैठ के मस्त खुश हो गए यही करते हैं।
खुश हो गए ना वो।
तो और
तो सिखाया किसने? एक सिखाया किसने? अब बच्चा नहीं होता तो?
अरे तो चलो,
अरे तो नहीं, बच्चा नहीं होता तो फ्री का टीचर बाहर
अरे
लेता।
तो बच्चे को इतना आता है तो वो पूछ रहा है और क्या चीज सिखा सकते हैं उनको, ये चीज पूछ रहा था।
और क्या चीज सिखा सकते हैं? हाँ,
वो तो
उनके
सुनो ना,
जीवन
ये
में।
तो मुझे नहीं पता, वो आप बता दें।
हाँ, उनको आप ये पूछ रहे हो उनको क्या सिखा सकते हैं?
यही को बोल के, क्योंकि वो पूछते कि भाई यही आ रहा है, मैं क्या करूँ इसके अंदर, मैं क्या
करूँ?
सकता हूँ?
देखो, डिपेंड करता है उनकी जॉब प्रोफाइल में वो कैसे कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं। उनकी पर्सनल लाइफ में आप कुछ मत करो, उनकी डेली एक्टिविटी लिखो। 7 दिन डेली एक्टिविटी लिखो, संडे सैटरडे बिल्कुल एक्सक्लूड मत करना, वो ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। ठीक है, उस पूरी एक्टिविटी में क्या क्या चीजें करते हैं और वहां पे आप लगाओ, इस AI से आप ये कर सकते हो, इस AI से ये कर सकते हो, इस AI से ये कर सकते हो, इस AI से ये कर सकते हो, और फिर करो। तुम AI बोले बाबा ChatGPT ये करता है, क्लाउड ये करता है, अरे मेरे क्या काम का तू ये बता दादा। तो पहले उनको क्या क्या काम ऑलरेडी कर रहे हैं अपने 7 दिन के फ्रेमवर्क के अंदर, वो नोट डाउन करो, वो मैप आउट करो। मैप आउट करने के बाद उनको बताओ, देखो बर्थडे की फोटोज भी हो सकती है। अब आपको शादी का कार्ड मेरा अगर भेजना हो तो आप क्लाउड को इसे भेज सकते हो, इन कॉन्टैक्ट्स को निकालो जिनसे मेरे कनेक्शन बढ़िया है और उनको आप भेजो, तो वैसे कर देंगे। तो ऐसी ऐसी चीजें हैं।
अच्छा,
और जॉब प्रोफाइल से रिलेटेड भी आप सजेस्ट कर सकते हो। लेकिन देखो, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट क्या था, पापा के लिए यही सीखना है, पापा के लिए पहले बच्चा होना जो यही सिखा दे,
बच्चा होना,
ये बात। और बच्चा इंटेलिजेंट भी बहुत जरूरी है। ठीक,
ठीक है, वो है। मेरे को दूसरी चीज बता।
ये देखा, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। और
हाँ, तो अब बच्चे पे आ रहे हैं। अब बच्चे को, मैं भी सेल्सफोर्स सीख रहा हूँ, राइट नाउ आई एम लर्निंग सेल्सफोर्स। अब सेल्सफोर्स के अंदर एजेंट फोर्स है, तो सेल्सफोर्स में खुद पे AI की चीजें बना रखी है जो अपन सेल्सफोर्स में यूज करते हैं। बट अदर जो चीजें हैं रिलेटेड टू AI, लाइक जनरेटिव AI, या फिर जो भी अपन अलग अलग ग्रैड मॉडल्स हो गए, लैंगचिन जो लाइब्रेरी होती है, बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज होती है। क्या एक सेल्सफोर्स डेवलपर को वो सब चीजें भी सीखनी चाहिए?
क्या चीजें बोली मैंने?
जो भी मतलब AI से रिलेटेड जो भी चीजें हैं जो अलग चल रही है। एक तो सेल्सफोर्स के अंदर अपन सेल्सफोर्स में यूज कर रहे हैं, अदर देन सेल्सफोर्स अपन जनरेटिव मॉडल्स क्रिएट कर सकते हैं। मतलब
क्यों नहीं
तो सेल्सफोर्स डेवलपर के लिए आपको क्लियर होनी चाहिए,
बेस क्लियर होना चाहिए।
बेस क्लियर होना चाहिए। तो AI की जो फंडामेंटल है आपको वो आनी चाहिए। आपकी कोई सी भी AI हो, एजेंट फोर्स हो, सर्विस नाउ का नाउ असिस्ट हो या AI असिस्ट हो, व्हाटएवर इट इज, या कोई और का कुछ और आ गया, फंडामेंटल क्लियर होना चाहिए। फंडामेंटल तो बहुत करो, फंडामेंटल क्लियर का तो कल को सर्विस नाउ या सेल्सफोर्स का कुछ और आएगा, चौथा आएगा, बात फंडामेंटल क्लियर है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं। प्रोग्रामिंग में जब तुम्हें फंडामेंटल क्लियर है कि कहाँ पे क्या लॉजिक लगाया जाता है, क्यों लगाया जाता है, SOQL लिखते हैं तो उसमें क्यों लिखते हैं, क्या स्ट्रक्चर रहता है, ये करने से कितना बड़ा इंपैक्ट होगा CPU यूजेज के ऊपर, लूप के अंदर SOQL ने, थिंग्स लाइक दैट, यू नो अबाउट द फंडामेंटल्स। ऐसे ही AI की फंडामेंटल जरूर सीख लो। AI के फंडामेंटल जितना क्लियरली, जितना स्ट्रांगली सीखोगे, इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ व्हाटएवर द टूल यू आर यूजिंग, आप हमेशा जीत में रहोगे। तुम्हें फंडामेंटल पता है, ये सब हटा, नाम हटा, फालतू के हटा, तुम्हारे गिमी कीवर्ड हटाओ, अंदर क्या चल रहा है, कोर क्या है, किस पे वर्क कर रहा है, वो पता होगा चीज।
एक चीज और,
एक और इसी का मैं ऐड कर देता हूँ भाई। देखो, बात ऐसी सी है, क्या क्या सीखूं उसके तो कोई अंत है नहीं। एक पॉइंट ये है, जावा तुम्हें आती है या पाइथन आती है या एपेक्स अच्छी आती है, इससे कोई फर्क पड़ता है क्या? मैंने इनसे, इन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा कि प्रॉम्प्टिंग और कोडिंग। मैंने कहा व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस? प्रॉम्प्टिंग इज द न्यू कोडिंग, इजंट इट? हाँ, अरे सर, इट इज गोइंग टू बी प्रॉम्प्टिंग, द बेटर प्रॉम्प्टिंग इज गोइंग टू बी नाउ कोडिंग ओनली, है ना? सो प्रॉम्प्टिंग एंड कोडिंग आर नो डिफरेंट। सिमिलरली सर, पॉइंट इज लैंग्वेज इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, लॉजिक्स इंपॉर्टेंट है। लॉजिक के साथ साथ बेस अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इंपॉर्टेंट है। जिसकी जितनी अच्छी बेस अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी होगी या टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैक होगी, वो कोई सी भी आने वाली टेक्नोलॉजी आए उसका अपने आप काम करने को मिलेगा तो कर लेगा। तो वही आपको करना है। आपको जरूरी नहीं है सारे टूल्स का एक्सपर्ट बनना है। आपको बस AI एज अ फ्रेमवर्क, एज अ स्केच, एज अ सिस्टम कैसे वर्क करता है वो समझना है। और कोई भी AI उससे बाहर नहीं होगा, तो चाहे से आपके लिए नया हो चाहे से पुराना, फंडामेंटल्स वही लगेंगे वहां पे। और फंडामेंटल्स अगर आपके पकड़ में आ गए तो आपको ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं आएगी। रादर देन आप इंडिविजुअल ईच AI LLM के या इसके उसके एक्सपर्ट बनो, बस ये।
और एक चीज ये थी कि जैसे आपने बोला था कि आप टेस्ट क्लासेस आप AI से लिखवा लेते हैं, अपन टेस्ट क्लासेस लिखवा लेते हैं, उसको फुल ट्रस्ट रहता है कि हाँ ये सही लिखती है, चला के देखते चल जाती है। तो आने वाले टाइम पे, लाइक अभी नहीं, धीरे धीरे जब और डेटा AI को मिलेगा आने वाले 100 साल के अंदर, सेल्सफोर्स की डेवलपमेंट कितनी ज्यादा AI कंप्लीटली कर देगा, टेस्ट क्लासेस को कंप्लीटली बना देता है। तो मेरे को कितना ज्यादा कि भाई मेरे को तो काम ही नहीं करना पड़ा, सब प्रॉम्प्टिंग नहीं कर दिया। तो मैं 4 लोगों का काम कर
तुमको काम करना पड़ेगा, तुमको कोड नहीं करना पड़ेगा, तुमको
काम करना, मैं 4
करवाना पड़ेगा यही से।
भाई मैं 4 लोगों का काम कर दिया, मैं सबसे इंटेलिजेंट हूँ, बचे हुए 3 निकल जाएंगे, वो चीज पूछ रहा हूँ।
ये
कितना-
ईगो बड़ी
नहीं,
जल्दी
मैं
ठंडा हो
वो नहीं
जाता
बोल रहा,
है।
मैं नहीं, तीसरा बंदा और इंटेलिजेंट है, मेरे को निकाल दे दो।
हाँ,
तो वो चीज खींच रहा हूँ मैं खाली कि कितना ज्यादा सेल्सफोर्स का जो भी डेवलपमेंट साइकिल
सेल्सफोर्स नहीं, कोई सी भी टेक्नोलॉजी का डेवलपमेंट साइकिल जो है उसमें एआई का यूसेज आएगा। विजय सर ने एक आंसर दिया था, कौन सी इंडस्ट्री सबसे ज्यादा डिस्टर्ब होगी, और उन्होंने बोला सॉफ्टवेयर इंडस्ट्री।
सॉफ्टवेयर इंडस्ट्री।
तो वही वाली बात है।
सिंपल है इसका जवाब। और देखो इसके अंदर है ना कि अगर एआई ये कर रहा है वो कर रहा है, मैंने बोला था ऑर्केस्ट्रेटर डिलेमा। तुम ऑर्केस्ट्रेटर हो। इफ यू आर आस्किंग एआई टू राइट लॉजिक फॉर यू, यू आर ऑर्केस्ट्रेटर। यू वुड बी focusing more on what it has written. It is aligned with the business goal that you were supposed to deliver. Is it according to the architecture that you were planning to plan against? तो आपको वहां पर करना होगा। अब बहुत ज्यादा चीजें आपकी डेवलप होंगी, बहुत फास्ट डेवलप होंगी, आपका एफर्ट लगेगा इस चीज के ऊपर कि वो सही तरीके से बन रहा है ना, और बिजनेस रिक्वायरमेंट को फुलफिल कर रहा है ना। आपको फोकस यहाँ जाने वाला है। अगर वो काम कर रहा है तो यहाँ पर और पर्सनलाइज्ड फ्लोज, पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्रिगर्स, एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, बहुत अच्छा एग्जांपल नहीं है, बट पर्सनलाइज्ड फ्लो, पर्सनलाइज्ड ट्रिगर्स, पर्सनलाइज्ड ऑटोमेशंस बनेंगे। उनके लिए तुम वहां पर जिम्मेदार होगे, तुम उनके लिए मेक श्योर करोगे कि वो सही चल रहे हैं नहीं चल रहे हैं। और वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ हार्ड कोड नहीं होगा, उसके अंदर एआई भी जुड़ रहा होगा। यहाँ पर ये वाला काम छोटा एआई मॉडल कर देगा मेरे लिए। ओसीआर डिटेक्ट करने के लिए तुम कोड नहीं लिखोगे, ओसीआर डिटेक्ट करने के लिए तुम मॉडल को पॉइंट आउट करोगे, वो मॉडल ओसीआर करके आगे परफॉर्म कर, वो वाली चीज होगी। तुम्हारा काम उस तरफ ज्यादा बढ़ने वाला।
क्या आने वाले टाइम पे कभी ये पॉसिबल है कि जो काम अभी डेवलपर वाला काम यही कर रहा है, आने वाले टाइम पे क्या सीधा क्लाइंट से रिक्वायरमेंट सुन के हिंदी, इंग्लिश, मारवाड़ी में जो भी वो बता रहा है अपनी रिक्वायरमेंट, उससे सुन के वो एक आर्किटेक्चर बना पाए? ऐसा पॉसिबल है? अभी नहीं, एक हाइपोथेटिकल या पॉसिबल?
नहीं, बहुत जल्दी।
मतलब आप ऐसा मान लो 5 से 7 साल में आपको दिखने लग जाएंगे इन वाली चीजों के बहुत अच्छे स्ट्रॉन्ग इम्प्लीमेंटेड। हो सकता है जल्दी भी हो गया भाई, मैं गलत हूँ, कोई भरोसा नहीं भाई, बट हाँ पॉसिबल है।
ऑर्केस्ट्रेटर जो इन्होंने बोला ना, दैट इज व्हाट इट इज।
यू विल बी ऑर्केस्ट्रेटर एंड देयर विल, जो एक श्रेय ने बात बोली थी, मैं बहुत बार बोलता हूँ सेशंस में, आप सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपर में बीए में क्यूए में, ये 2 ही चीज बचेगी, या तो आप कंसल्टेंट हो या आर्किटेक्ट। या तो तुम बिजनेस वालों से बात करके बिजनेस की रिक्वायरमेंट निकाल के उसको इंप्लीमेंट करवा लेते हो, या तुम टेक्निकली इतने स्ट्रांग हो कि तुम्हें पता आर्किटेक्चरल वाइज क्या होना चाहिए, किस लेवल पे होना चाहिए, रेगुलेशन मीट होगा नहीं होगा। इन 2 में जॉब बट जाएगी, यही रहेगी आने वाले टाइम में। आज तो नहीं है, लेकिन आने वाले टाइम में मुझे भी नहीं पता कितनी जल्दी होने वाली है।
हम
यही है एक्चुअली, यही चीजों में डिवाइड हो जाएगी, 1 एग्जीक्यूटर एंड 1 सेल्स पर्सन, गेम ओवर। बिजनेसेस भी एक्चुअली 2 लोग खड़े कर लेते हैं।
जॉब तो अच्छी खासी खाएगा
क्या
जॉब?
यार देखो आप, मतलब देखो, मैं एक ही बात बोलता हूँ,
डिपेंड क्यों करना है?
ना, लिसन, वर्डप्रेस और भी जो बहुत सारी और ड्रैग एंड ड्रॉप जिससे वेबसाइट्स बनने लगी, उससे बहुत काम इजी तो हो ही गया ना। तो जॉब्स खाई क्या? मेरे को तो लगता है सन 1990 से 2000 में और 2000 से 2010 में जो एवोल्यूशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी हुआ, उसमें अगर तुम जॉब के नंबर्स देखो तो आईटी इंडस्ट्री में सिर्फ बढ़ा है। 2010 में भी बहुत सारी ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी थी जिसमें बहुत सारा काम बहुत टेक्निकल होता था, और उन लोगों को ये जब ये SaaS प्लेटफॉर्म्स आए, पहले भाई तुमको पता है कि नेटवर्क इंजीनियर की जॉब के लिए CCNA ये वो फलाना ठीक बना, अपने आप में पता नहीं कितने इंस्टीट्यूट और कितने कॉलेजेस, कितनी क्या सारी सब कुछ चीज चलती थी। नेटवर्किंग मेरे को लगता है इंजीनियरिंग के या BCA-MC के कोर्स से हट चुका है, क्योंकि अब नेटवर्किंग पूरी की पूरी कुछ मिनिमल प्लेयर्स के पास में हाथ में आ चुकी है। सिक्योरिटी अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा कॉन्सेप्ट होता था, बहुत बड़ा सब्जेक्ट होता था कंप्यूटर साइंस इंजीनियरिंग में या किसी और चीज के अंदर भी, खत्म हो चुका है। अब खाली सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट में फोकस करा जा रहा है। अब डेवलपमेंट वालों के साथ हो रहा है, गलत क्या हो रहा है? और एक और बात, 2000 से लेकर 2010 तक आईटी सर्विसेज कितने लोग एम्प्लॉय करती थी, और 2010 से 20 के बीच में कितने लोग एम्प्लॉय करती थी, नंबर देखो फिर बढ़ा। तो फिर 2020 और 2000 इसके अंदर बात करेंगे, 30 के अंदर कितने लोग एम्प्लॉय करेगी? ज्यादा करेगी, मैं गारंटी दे रहा हूँ।
इसी चीज
काम बढ़ेगा ना दादा, क्यों तुम मांग रहे हो?
इसके पीछे का एक और वो है, अगर नंबर्स वाइज आप फॉलो करना चाहते हो तो जेविन्स पैराडॉक्स, एक बार उसको देखना। वो जेविन्स पैराडॉक्स,
अजय, हाँ ये किसी को पता है।
हाँ था सन 1880s के अंदर जब स्टीम इंजन आए थे, लोगों को लगा था कि यार जॉब खत्म हो जाएंगी, ये हो जाएगा वो हो जाएगा। भैया जॉब नहीं आई बहुत सारी,
क्योंकि ज्यादा ट्रेनें आई
और कोल की डिमांड लगा था कम होगी। भैया कोल की डिमांड स्काई रॉकेट कर गई। क्यों? क्योंकि एक ऐसा सिस्टम आ गया जो उसको लेकर के हमारे लिए बहुत सारी चीजें कर पा रहा है। सिमिलरली एआई में भी यही चीज होगी, 100% है, इसका कोई तोड़ नहीं है। ये होगा कि डिसरप्शन होगा, डिसरप्शन इज गोइंग टू हैपन। कुछ जॉब गायब हो जाएंगी, कुछ जॉब बदल जाएंगी, बहुत सारी नई जॉब आ जाएंगी। जैसे सिक्योरिटी वाली जॉब उड़ गई, लेकिन अब AI सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर करके एक नई जॉब आई है मार्केट में, वो आएंगी भाई, ऐसे और भी निकल के आएंगी. विद इन फ्यू ईयर्स यू विल स्टार्ट सीइंग मोर ऑफ देम, नॉट इवन फ्यू ईयर्स, फ्यू मंथ्स हो सकता है हो, मेरे को नाम ना पता हो, होने वाला है. जॉब्स तो बढ़ेंगी, ये तो तय है इसका.
हमारी टीम में एक फीमेल है, उनके हाथ पे मैंने आज यहाँ पे एक देखा कुछ टैटू बना हुआ था, वो लिखा हुआ था अंतः अस्थि प्रारंभ, है ना. तो देखिए सर, इसको समझाने के लिए मेरे को तो समझ भी नहीं आता क्या होता है क्या नहीं होता, मैं तो एक दूसरा एग्जाम्पल ले लेता हूँ, पर फिर वापस अंतः अस्थि प्रारंभ पे वापस चलेंगे. सर, अ फॉरेस्ट फायर हैपेंस, इज इट अ बैड थिंग और अ गुड थिंग अकॉर्डिंग टू यू? Bad thing. That's the problem. Listen, a forest fire needs to happen. It's a nature's process to burn the old trees which are going to fall now and have grown enough already and is not allowing sun to come to the small saplings to grow into a tree. So it's a process of हट भैया और तुम नहीं आओ, to keep the balance going on. You're getting what I'm trying to say? ट्री अगर बढ़ता रहता फॉरेस्ट फायर नहीं होती तो चांद तक पहुंच चुका होता अब तक. फिर थोड़ी स्पीड धीरे हो जाती है अर्थ की घूमने की. सोचो ना यार, मतलब तुम फिजिक्स पढ़े हुए लोग हो ना यार, मतलब अगर ट्री बढ़ता चला जाता है भाई, अपन रॉड निकालते चले जाते हैं. एक काम करो, तुम 4 फीट की रॉड निकालो ट्रेन से और एक तुम 40 फीट की निकालो, तुम्हारे भिड़ने के चांसेस किधर ज्यादा है? समझ गए? सो सिमिलरली फॉरेस्ट फायर हैपेंस, ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्शन दैट हैपेंस, ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ एनिमल्स दैट गेट्स बर्न्ड और बहुत सारी सब कुछ चीजें. बट अ फॉरेस्ट फायर, आप सर्च कर लेना ऑनलाइन मिल जाएगा आपको ये चीज. अ फॉरेस्ट फायर इज ऑल्सो कंसिडर्ड एज अ ग्रेट नेचर्स रीसेट. इट्स अ नेचर्स रीसेट. व्हाई इट्स अ नेचर्स रीसेट? बिकॉज जो नए प्लांट्स, नए जो वो है, उनको सनलाइट नहीं मिल रही, सारा का सारा पोषण जो है धरती का वो बड़े बड़े प्लांट्स लेके जा रहे हैं. सिमिलरली जब भी ये रेवोल्यूशंस आते हैं, इट इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर द स्मॉल वंस टू ग्रो इनटू बिग, एंड it's a moment of destruction for the big ones who are not now agile enough, flexible enough to adapt. Got the clarity? अब अपन बात करते हैं अंतः अस्थि प्रारंभ. इसका मेरे को इन लोगों ने आज मीनिंग बताया, अब भी हुआ है घंटे भर पहले, मतलब 12, मतलब आप इस सेशन के चालू होने से 15 मिनट पहले मैंने पहली बार सुना था. इनसे पूछा क्या लिखा हुआ है, क्या मतलब है, बोले अंत ही प्रारंभ है. हाँ, बात तो सही है, यही होता है. तो सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपर की जॉब का अगर तुम एवोल्यूशन देखो तो यही है कि तुम जो पुराने तरीके कर रहे थे उनसे चिपक क्यों रहे हो? छोड़ो ना उनको, नए पे पकड़ लो. नहीं पकड़ पाओगे तो जॉब लॉस है. तो इसका मतलब तुम पुराने वेज से अटैच्ड हो. जिसको पुराने वेज से अटैच होने में दिक्कत नहीं है और छोड़ने में दिक्कत नहीं है, उसके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि आई कैन बी द वन हु इज गोइंग टू नाउ राइज. बिकॉज अर्लियर बड़े, तुम समझो तुम्हारे यहाँ पे 10-10 साल वाले सीनियर बैठे हैं और वो 10-10 साल वाले सीनियर तुमको यहाँ पे आउटशाइन करने देंगे क्या? नहीं करने देंगे. पर जब नई टेक्नोलॉजी का अपॉर्चुनिटी तुमको दी जाएगी तो तुम आउटशाइन कर पाओगे ना. तो नई टेक्नोलॉजी का अपॉर्चुनिटी जब तुम्हें दी जाए तो आउटशाइन करने की अपॉर्चुनिटी उठानी चाहिए, उठानी चाहिए. पर मोस्टली लोग समझते नहीं है. सब हाँ तो बोलते हैं मेरे साथ जब बात करते हैं तो, पर जब मौका दिया जाता है जब वो हिल जाते हैं वहाँ पे, अरे नहीं यार, अरे नहीं यार, पता नहीं इसका क्या होगा क्या नहीं.
We have room for one more question.
Wait, let me first finish all of his questions. Do you have more questions? Anybody from here having any other guess? No, they are good to go. भाई वो अमन को यार, एक मैम will cover it up. मौका दिया है तो फिर दो भाई.
तनुश्री की क्वेश्चन,
तनुश्री का पूछते हैं.
Sir, how does a non-technical person who's starting a new job in a IT company should approach AI, and what are the things that he can learn to elevate his career?
Great question. They should start thinking of themselves as not a non-technical person.
Yes.
There is not going to be a differentiation between a technical person and a non-technical person. The line is getting blurred even more. It's actually getting submerged. So stop calling yourself as a non-technical people.
And sir, could you please suggest some resources which we can learn? How can we learn AI from the
Resource that we have. So, see, there are enough resources. A ChatGPT in itself is a
Yes.
great resource to learn about ChatGPT. There is no better resource than that.
I do that.
But there are so many confusions when we go on web or when we go on various apps.
Learn AI from AI.
Learn AI from AI. No
That's
problem.
that's what I do. And when you do it, don't only rely on what AI is saying. Go and refer the references. Go refer the documentation, and you will find it.
See, if I want to know Aman, would I be knowing it from Tina, or would I be having a conversation with Aman and knowing about it? You're getting an opportunity to know from the technology what you are all about. Use it. Never ever this has happened. Did you ever got a chance to interact with Salesforce to know about what Salesforce is? but you're getting an opportunity to interact with Claude to know what Claude is. खत्म बात. इससे ज़्यादा easy क्या होता है तरीका? You're even asking resources. सोचो तो सही. You want to learn from about AI? Ask AI. Who else can explain it better? Or the builders of AI. इससे अलावा और क्या है? उस AI को AI से भी ज़्यादा better कौन जानता है? उसको बनाने वाला. भाई बच्चों को माँ बाप से ज़्यादा कौन बढ़िया जानता है? बच्चों से ही बेटर माँ बाप जानते हैं कि एक पॉइंट पे तो वो वाली बात. ठीक है, आपको आंसर मिल गया मैम. माइक.
Q&A need to happen. Yeah, it's more important.
I agree with your point that AI revolution is going to create a lot of job opportunities. Even if we look at the industrial revolution, it did destruction for a lot of jobs by replacing humans with machines, right? But now AI, but what people usually forget is what that it also created a lot of job opportunities for people to operate those machines.
हाँ.
Right. But with AI, these machines are becoming smart and intelligent. So, what type of job opportunities this revolution is going to bring?
मतलब तो हर फील्ड में, हर इंडस्ट्री में, हर तरीके की. मतलब see, you're saying that the machines in the industrial revolution and these machines are different. These are smart machines and those were not so smart machines. I think that is how you think, but not how I think. वहाँ वाले लोगों को वही स्मार्ट लग रही थी. आज वाले लोगों को यही स्मार्ट लग रही है.
Yes, but it has an intelligent layer on top of it. That
मैम उस टाइम पे automation was the most intelligent thing. अभी now VJ sir has said agentic is the most intelligent thing. These things keep on evolving. उस टाइम का आज मैं एक और बात बताऊंगा by the way. Most of people who are sitting over here can actually run AI pretty easily, very well, but cannot run a single machine. मोटर नहीं चला सकते यहाँ पे वो. मतलब मैं आपको गारंटी दे देता हूँ जो पानी ऊपर चढ़ा दे या ऊपर से मोटर नहीं चला सकते जो फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर वाली चीज चला दे. क्यों? क्योंकि अब उन लोगों के पास एक सेफर एनवायरनमेंट आ गया इन मशीन्स को रन करने का, जो कि उनका लैपटॉप, जो कि उनके घर के कंफर्ट में, ऑफिस के कंफर्ट में, एसी में चलाने को मिल रहा है. सी, सो द पॉइंट इज द machine is now even more not smarter but easier to operate. Hence, more people will be able to learn it and will be able to use it for whatever they want to do. Marketers will use it to do more marketing, distribution, content creation, medium selection, brand identification, brand optimization, analytics. Similarly, salespeople will be using it to do more outreaches, automate things that they used to be doing, generate invoices, figure out the markets, a lot of things. And hence you would need more people to run these machines, because you would want to increase the output of the machine that you are running as a business. Yes or no? So what kind of jobs are going to?
Yeah, what kind of job roles is it going to create?
Ma'am, the existing roles will evolve.
Yeah, will evolve into what?
Into using a newer tool and doing it better and more efficient. Yes.
Yeah, but it is going to replace people from the...
Who are attached to the old ways of doing that same thing.
Yes, and it is going to make it efficient, so fewer people will be required to do the same job.
See, I'll explain it to you. There used to be retail stores. That was the only way to sell products. Without retail stores, nothing could happen. 2010-12, e-commerce boomed up in India. It boomed up quite prior to that in US, but in India it boomed up in 2010 or 12 or something like that. Now, you used to have store managers into the retail stores. You still have store managers on the e-commerce website who are managing the different SKUs, the different quantity, all of these things by themselves. And how are they managing it? By making sure how much inventory do they have of a particular design, of a particular size, and all of those things. That is still being done by a person or a human. So that's how it is going on, ma'am.
So it's a new job role that it creates.
The existing job role is going to evolve. The earlier store manager used to manage the inventory per store, every store, and all of these things. Now that same thing is going to happen digitally or with the help of a better, newer tool, which is more efficient and effective. So that's how it's going to be.
So it is going to generate some new roles that we also don't know right now.
And it is going to all, and by the way, the jobs that we are worried about, a lot of job losses are going to happen. See, all the middlemen will be removed. Every technology does one thing. It removes the middleman. right? It always removes the middleman. And how let's talk about Amazon right now, how it is executing. A vendor can list its own product. A buyer or a seller can list its own product by themselves. They do not need a middleman. And it can directly go to the consumer. So by replacing the old middleman, you become the new middleman. That AI is also doing the same thing. It is trying to remove the search engine as the old middleman and try to become the new middleman. Right? So use AI as a tool to become a producer rather than a consumer. That's where the evolution of the jobs is going to happen. If you're just going to become a consumer of AI, nothing great can be done. If you're going to become a producer who's using AI, then of course you're going to get the benefit out of it. Getting what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, thank you.
With the as counters with the AI in context, I want to know what is your next plan of action for Cyntexa particularly? Are we going to work on mass adoption practices of AI, or are we going to let the nature take its course?
First, educate people, empower them and align them, and bring clarity. And then let people do what is necessary.
So जो education वाला था वो अपन work करेंगे on every.
अभी क्या चल रहा है?
अरे but ऐसे practices में जैसे आप हमारे साथ बोलते हो कि इसको use करो ये.
Do you think do you remember the last drive that happened?
Yes, I do.
In how much time did I actually took in order to educate you with a new platform to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of your job?
We just had a discussion for
10 minutes.
Yes.
In 10 minutes, I was able to educate you, empower you with a new AI tool, and align you onto the same. That's exactly how the education and alignment and empowerment needs to happen. Not in formal ways. Most formal trainings are actually not great for people. It's the informal trainings which actually provide the most value to people out there. And that is something that we are a master of. So this is the exact same way we are going to grow at Cyntexa. Or we are going to take it at Cyntexa.
Alright. Next question मेरा ये आपने बोला कि middleman remove हो रहे हैं, middleman remove हो रहे हैं with the adoption of AI. So somebody who is in the management role या in the course of becoming जो भी leadership position पे जा रहे हैं, how can one make sure that they stay there?
मैंने बताया था ना, ये 3 पॉइंट्स बताए थे. किसी को अगर लीडरशिप, हाँ,
How to play?
किसी को अपनी पोजीशन सेव करनी है, किसी को अपने पैसे सेव करने हैं, किसी को अपनी नॉलेज सेव करनी है. ये तीनों चीजें. खैर, कोई लीडरशिप पोजीशन पे जा रहा है या है?
दोनों. मतलब काउंट कर सकते हैं कि डिसीजन मेकर.
देखो, लीडरशिप पोजीशन पे हमेशा एक चीज ध्यान रखनी चाहिए कि it's the alignment with the organization and the leaders of the organization and the industry which is going to be the most relevant rather than anything else. And it's also going to be the value that they'll be able to provide to the people in their team which is going to be most relevant rather than their abilities to execute a new tool. They can have people in their own team to suggest them or guide them on to how to use a new tool. But there's a difference between being smart and being wise, right? Leadership, when I see or when I hear the term, I look at it, are they wise? Do they have the wisdom? Do they have the wisdom of 100 years back, right now, 100 years down the line? If leadership wants to retain its position, they'll have to train them or empower themselves or educate themselves or align themselves onto the principles which are timeless, which make them wise or which allows them to have the timeless wisdom, which is very, 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 very necessary in order to execute at a leadership position, rather than just the expertise of the tools, because expertise of the tools can be like easily bought with with any amount of salary, right? I mean, you can, you know that very well. But there is something that cannot be bought, and that is the wisdom and then the intelligence. So that's how the people in the leadership position should be planning their course of actions to be relevant in the coming years.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else?
Harsh has asked, we've all seen or heard about people earning money with the help of AI, whether it is YouTube channels run entirely by AI for content research, creation and posting, or things like algorithmic trading. But for someone who wants to build something real and sustainable, like a long-term passive income stream, while avoiding speculation, where should they start?
There is no long-term passive income stream that is sustainable.
You have to
reinvent it.
Yeah.
No property I have ever seen gives returns for 100 years. Because the life of concrete is 50 years. It's only the old city in Jaipur which still people are able to use because it is not built by concrete, cement and steel. It is built by chuna and patthar. Limestone, right? Its life is more. That's why the people who have built the shops over there are able to still run it even better than earlier, because as with time ages, lime and stone actually becomes even more stronger. But that's not the case with concrete. So there is no consistent passive income stream that exists. I have not seen it for anybody. And if that would have been the case, all of the people who have built enough, all the people who are the richest in the Forbes list or anything, they would have once built a passive income stream and forgot about it. They wouldn't have been working now. Why are they still working? Because they know the moment they stop working, all of their passive income streams are going to be like washed out like just like that. So the problem is, first know and understand that there is no consistent passive income stream that exists and which is sustainable. So that's one thing. Now to answer the question, a lot of people are using AI to make money. So what? So I mean, everybody should. And whether it's algo trading or whether it's AI content generation, the ones who are able to use it to make money and the ones who are using it but still are not able to make money, the ones who are able to create it in such a way that makes most relevance to the target audience or to the market are the ones who are able to make money, because it's about whether people are watching your content or not. Similarly, in algo trading, whether you are able to understand the emotion of the market or the activity of the market based on the news that is available about the market on the internet, right? So that's again people.
So human intelligence will still be required to analyze, to exactly find out what unique need exists out
If
there in the
algo
market.
trading would have been able to make money, why are all of these developers sitting over here still writing the code? They all would have written down the algo to do trading and would have been making consistent recurring passive stream of income of 1 lakh rupees per day. All what you need is an arbitrage trade every day. One arbitrage trade every day is enough for you to survive your lifetime. But nobody is able to do it. Why? Because it's very difficult to track human actions. How would you be able to track human actions if you're not able to track the human emotions? You're just trying to predict by whatever information that you have. आप किसी को इंसान को देख के उसके मैसेजेस पढ़ के उसके इमोशंस के बारे में बहुत कम लोग जान पाते हैं. वहाँ ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस लगती है. एआई पढ़ेगा तो बोलेगा नहीं नहीं ये सही लग रहा है, पर अंदर उनके क्या चल रहा है वो आपको पता होगा.
Just to add on to what he said, if algo trading would be working, there are so many YouTubers selling its courses. They would have been millionaires now.
Why are they
It's all
creating the courses?
And that too for 5,000 only. उसके ऊपर भी discount code.
हाँ, 5,000 only में they are providing that course and that too discounted. If you're a real investor, you are doing it for free on the public platforms, but through this platform. That's what it is. I'm not saying that you shouldn't charge, but if it's about, I mean, if you are very rich, why are you charging people to be to teach them how to be rich? It should be free, no?
मतलब you can use AI to build your passive
देखो बात
income
समझो.
streams.
AI से हम बना रहे हैं आलू और गोभी की लव स्टोरी, है ना? और भिंडी का उसमें एंगल या छोले का उसमें एंगल, सॉरी. लेकिन वो क्रिएटिविटी तो ह्यूमन की है ना, कि यार लव स्टोरी में हम आलू भिंडी और छोला भी डाल सकते हैं. ये कौन लाया? AI ने बताया. फिर
Human fantasies को AI के
ह्यूमन फैंटेसीज को AI के थ्रू रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं ताकि वहां पे वो भी नहीं आए, क्या नाम से,
Restriction नहीं आए.
रेस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं आए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आए. बोले हमने तो आलू के लिए बोला, और एक्चुअली उसमें कोई भी स्टोरी आलू के बारे में है क्या? आलू ऐसे उगा, ये हुआ वो हुआ. नहीं, आलू को इंसान जैसे बताया. आलू का नेचर भी कैसा होता है? मोटा. पर्सोनिफाई किया है वहां पे. फिर तो आलू और गोभी को लड़की बताया है, ठीक है. आलू को लड़का ही बताया.
There are a lot of variations or lot of
आलू को
stories.
लड़की बताया है.
There are a lot of stories and a lot of variations now.
Because there is variation और story अलग अलग ह्यूमन के चैनल से आया. ये बात AI से थोड़ी आया. AI को तो जो बताया उसने वो बिल्ड करके दे.
AI is a medium to
do that, sir. Medium to do that. It's a mediator.
You will start seeing few more.
A mediator cannot be a creator. That's what I know.
Yeah.
As simple as that. ये अंत अस्ति प्रारंभ है. समझ रहे हो? Mediator can be helpful, no doubt about it. Cannot be a creator.
आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
I was just saying that we are seeing aloo gobi and all of that. Soon you will be seeing movies with various type of endings. We have seen games like, where you can choose. Do you want to go and follow that path, or do you want to go and follow that path? Now it is going to change and it's going to be something different. It's going to be, do you want to go with that girl, or do you want to continue on what you are working on, your life itself only? And then the storyline will change. There are movies being
There have
created like
Vice
that.
City, San Andreas, a lot of millennials who have played the same. It was just a simulation of your fantasies.
Oh, they tried
किसी
to.
को रास्ते पे मारा, कार उसकी चुरा ली, ले गए, भाग गए, ऊपर उड़ा दी, पानी में पटक दी, पैंजर लिखा, टैंक आ गया, है मतलब चीट कोड लगाया, पानी में चल रही है हमारी गाड़ी,
Seaways हो गया.
हाँ सीवेज हो गया, वो क्या नाम से क्लब में गए, लड़की हमारे साथ डांस करी. ये सारी ह्यूमन फैंटेसीज पे प्ले किया है वो. और क्या किया है? और कुछ था क्या? और इनफैक्ट उसमें जो सिटी का नक्शा भी था वो एक्चुअल सिटी है. सैन एंड्रियास सैन फ्रांसिस्को में ही है. सैन एंड्रियास जो है उसके अंदर कौन कौन से सिटीज का नक्शा को रेप्लिकेट किया है. मैं आप लोगों को बार बार बताता हूँ कि इट्स नेवर अ क्रिएशन, इट्स ऑलवेज अ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन. एग्जिस्टिंग सिटीज को उठाया और उन्हीं को चिपका दिया डिजिटल वर्ल्ड के अंदर. यही किया है सैन एंड्रियास ने, और देखो कितना पॉपुलर है. दिमाग नहीं लगाना पड़ा.
So, but वो AI से मूवी जो आप कह रहे थे ना, they did it. Excel Entertainment did this with Ranjana. They tried to do the ending otherwise. In the original movie, the main character protagonist dies, but they altered the ending, and the protagonist is saved, but nobody liked it.
But that is a replication of, like, that is an AI generated
Alternative
replication. Huh, they've given just one particular storyline, one change in the storyline, and they have replicated the whole movie according to it. What Vijay was saying is that you would be able to interact with the movie live and change the storyline live at every
Like
point.
you can choose the movie while you're in the theater.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not in the theater as of now, but this is how it's being made. You are watching a movie on a website like Netflix, and there is a persona that is being followed, and you are choosing the live options for it, and you are seeing the movie based on that.
Yeah, there are many games also based on stories.
Games
and they
have
do
been
like,
always been
yeah,
there.
yes. Yeah.
With games, it has been very common. With movies, it's going to be an upcoming thing.
Revolutionary, yeah.
I am going to give you a simple example over here. San Andreas, they just figured out it's 3 cities: Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. 3 cities that people look towards. Los Angeles, movie star. San Francisco, billionaire, tech. Las Vegas, everything rest. ठीक है? तीनों का वहां पे नक्शा दिया है ताकि तुम्हारी तीनों तरह की फैंटेसीज को पूरा करके आओ. क्या दिमाग लगाना है इसके अंदर? What it is.
We were just sharing one more example of what it's going to be in
What's
future.
happening right now is you are not only generating all of that now with the movie creation, video creation, so streamlined, so easy. You're watching a movie, after 10-minute mark, there is a option which is arising for the lead actor. Will he go with that girl, or will he continue working on this path itself only? You can choose it, and the movie will,
अच्छा.
movie will,
उसी हिसाब से बढ़ जाएगी.
Yes, yes.
I don't think people would like that.
there has been some variation which has been
The
tried.
people want
It's
to
an
consume
experiment.
anything you will serve them, they will consume. AI Slop got consumed. Next thing, they're looking onto new alternatives that now I want to consume. So serve me anything. There's a Halkure.
So the point is not to be a consumer, be a producer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are a lot of movies where we don't like the endings and we don't like the storyline sometimes, or a particular decision that
We want to change it.
Yes,
But that's
if
a
I want to
problem, no?
change it,
But
that-
don't you think you'll create a virtual world that actually is not very real to you, and you'll anything that'll be thrown to you that you'll not have a control on, you'll be fed up as a human being to not have a control on the same,
But the movies that I'm watching right now, I don't have any control in that as well, no?
and hence you are not liking the end of the same. But once they'll provide you to change the climax of the same, you would want to feel in control of everything out there in the world. That's feeding your vulnerability, and that's how will you evolve as a human being then? That's what you should be focusing on.
Everybody wants a dumber generation to be ruled upon.
They don't want it. You are trying to be one.
But yeah, it's slowly the end version.
This is how consumers evolve,
consumers evolve.
and this is exactly how producers serve.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
With that, we would like to end our session. One thing is for sure. One thing is for sure. AI is moving very fast, but conversations like this help us move with it and not against it. I would like to thank Shrey and Vishwajit for extending these conversations and helping us get more clarity onto this.
And I would like to thank everyone who tuned in. I hope you're leaving with more answers than questions. So until next time.
or probably more clarity than confusion.
More clarity than confusion.
Thank you.
Thank you.